Hello, plebs, plebinus, everyone. Welcome to this first live stream for the channel. I never tried something like this before, and this is gonna be an insane live stream. I have no idea how long this will be. It will be multiple hours long, man. I am going to go over the entirety of the Byzantine tale, the whole Byzantine story, the Roman Empire story, the later one, from the fall of the Sassanid Empire, Heraclius' victory, all the way to that event, that one event, the fall of Constantinople. 800 years of history, man. Dense history, real thick stuff. And the thing that here is that I'm gonna do it from memory. What I remember. It's not gonna be purely that, because if we get to some pleb that I don't remember fuck all about, quite a few of them actually. I have a few notes here, a timeline of events. And no, I don't need a spoiler alert. I already know most of it. Plenty of you already know it, but anyway. Yeah, I got a list here of events here, timeline. So if I don't remember anything some pleb did, I'm completely lost. I have some safety here. But this is the name of the game. I'm gonna go over the entirety of the Roman history, and I'm gonna do it from memory, and I'm gonna try to stick to that. Okay? All right. But before we get to that, I have an important announcement to make. And by the way, tell me if the audio is fucked or something like that, please. I have no idea, man. I need to learn this on a brute way, because you gotta tell me if something's wrong, okay? I tried to do like a few tests in the private, but yeah, you gotta tell me. Anyway, I have an important announcement to make. The video that I was making for the video after the fall, the final war video, the one that I last did, it was a failure. I couldn't get it done. And I almost got it done multiple times. The actual video, production-wise, it came close to being finished so many times. And it was very visually impressive, because I had fully drawn maps. I completely upped the resolution of characters. And I did it in an entirely different way. I drew entire scenes. But how to explain this? I had a load of technical failures that forced me to redo the video every time, because I was playing with fire, learning new things. And it's very disappointing, but what I wanted to get the feeling across was that, when you watch a comedy animation channel on YouTube, one of these big ones that are super talented, and they have whole teams behind them, and they look great. And you watch them, you feel like, wow, this channel is great. Holy shit! Look at this. Look how they animate this stuff. And then they never make you laugh once. You know the feeling? They never make you laugh once. It's not funny, or the humor is just not for me. I have a very dark sense of humor, so most channels don't land on me. I imagine that some people in the audience, in my audience at least, share that kind of view, and it's very few comedy content creators that they can relate on, because they are weirdos like me that have a weird sense of humor. Yeah, that's what the video was feeling like. Very visually impressive, but it wasn't landing because the restrictions, man, the restrictions I had to work with on that video. You can't make joke about this, you can make joke about that, and I understand that people with very bad intentions and are genuine racists and Islamophobes and blah blah are the ones that mostly tend to make those kinds of jokes. But to forbid people from even making those jokes, and I do mean forbid. Yeah, I could make an entire video about this, and I think I will make one after this, because I need to get some real thoughts out. But did you know that it's illegal to make? Yeah, I'll save that for the next video. Anyway, I have a lot on my plate today anyway. But yeah, that's the thing. It was a tragedy. The video almost got finished. I think I'll post some assets that I made for the video on the Patreon, just to prove that I've been working hard at this kind of shit. I haven't been lazing around at all. I've been working every day. But yeah, it was a failure. I couldn't get it done. The restrictions were brutal. Yeah, I need to go to different topics that I'm more free to joke about, and it's gonna be great. And I might try different ways of doing unbiased videos, different ways of doing even entirely new kinds of videos. I have a lot of ideas that I need to test out, You don't know if it works until you test it out. Anyway, let's get this started. So, I want a yay or nay from chat. How many of you are completely up to date on the unbiased series from all the way up, or you have at least watched the recent videos, yay or nay? I want to see how many people are caught up. Because I can give a brief background. Let me wait until the stream delay hits. I think the stream delay is 30, 40 seconds, I don't know. Well, everyone is damned caught up. I want to see if there's a single nay. I'm not seeing a single nay. You're all autists. You're all autists like me. You're completely caught up on these 45-minute documentaries. I love you too. Okay, let's get this started. Let me just check if we have any technical difficulties. Is the audio okay? Is everything alright? Is the stream lagging or anything? Like, I don't know how many third worlders like me are watching, but I know that internet on these places are crap. I'm the exception. Let me see. Don't know who Aurelian is, please explain. He's the savior of mankind. You need to watch my video on it. Quite a few videos on him these days. Like, he really got popularized in this past couple of years, which is really great. I remember reading about him years ago when no one damn knew who he was. A non-entity, you know? But yeah, he's more of a known figure these days. Anyway, let's get this started. It seems to be everything is good, everything's alright. So, Heraclius. The year is 627. I know on the screen shows 629, but disregard those years, they're not going to be very accurate to the current emperors, blah blah. The year is 627. Heraclius just defeated the Sassanid Empire. And yeah, the Sassanid Empire and the Byzantine Empire got completely wrecked. A lot of soldiers died, everything's on fire, or everything was on fire and just got put down. And Heraclius is tired and he's on Antioch. Like, you can't see my mouse cursor. This is how much of a noob I am to streaming. But yeah, he's on Antioch, right on the center there, on top of the Levant in Syria. And he's just chilling there, reorganizing the fires, trying to resettle the Roman Empire. And the map is a little bit wrong. These maps, by the way, are by Tiger Star, his old 2016 video. I had just screenshot them. And the map is a bit wrong because the Roman possession should be all the way up to the Tiger River. So it's a little larger, the map there. But anyway. Yeah, the year 627, and Heraclius is just chilling there. And remind from memory. Oh yeah, there's this meme about Heraclius, where he's the guy that turned the Roman Empire into the Byzantine Empire by changing the language to Greek. And this is a meme, okay? This is a meme. He never issued a law like saying, okay, Roman dudes, we're now Greekoids. We speak Greek, we're gonna do everything Greek. It didn't happen like that. Okay. Explain. It was practically the truth. Like, people who spoke Greek in law and everything. Latin was very little used by the time of Heraclius. He was a full-on native Greek speaker. But what Heraclius did that was official is that he changed the title from Imperator Kaiser Augustus to Basileus, King by the Grace of God, which is a word that is interchangeable with Emperor as well. So he changed his name from Imperator Kaiser Augustus, which means emperor, to Basileus, which means emperor. But the basis for the word was Greek. And that was the one legal stuff that he did, you know? Alright, next step. Yes, Islam. Let's talk about Islam. I couldn't on my unbiased way, so I'll just speak from the heart. Islam is a very interesting religion. Also because it's a very powerful and concise religion, especially compared to Christianity. So let me just go briefly about the rise of Islam. So Muhammad was this, we're told that he was this perfect dude, he was pretty great, he was a great merchant, and he was just chilling in Arabia. He sometimes went to caves to meditate, and he had this MILF wife, yeah, older woman, and he was married to, because he was such an honest trader, if I recall the story correctly. And he was studying one day, he went to meditate in a cave, and then the angel Gabriel came up to slap his face and start beating the shit out of him. To like, read, dude, read, literally, this is a story. And he was refused because he literally couldn't read, but through the magic of Allah, he could actually read. And what he read was the Quran. He got revealed the whole thing. And then Muhammad went on his journey to convert everyone to Islam, and at the start it wasn't that successful. People resisted, you know. It was this little religion here? Go away, we're pagans. And he started converting a few people. Eventually, he gathered an army, and bada bing, bada boom, he conquered the entirety of the Arabian Peninsula. Almost the entirety, most of it. The Sassanians controlled the eastern coast. And after Muhammad's death, he was succeeded by one of his mates. I think it was Umar the First, and that was the founding of the Rashidun Caliphate. Rashidun means rightly guided. And you know by implication, there are the rightly guided caliphs, there are by implication the not rightly guided caliphs. And yeah, that was the start of the Rashidun Caliphate. But anyway, before he died, Muhammad allegedly sent these letters to all the rulers around him, telling them about the wonders and glories of Allah and telling them to convert to Islam. Not precisely, the word Islam I don't think was a thing yet. Allah is a God, accept my word and blah blah, I am the prophet. And he sent this letter to Shapur, you know? The Shapur, the one that I vilified and demonized a lot. And it is said that Shapur, he must have been pissed because he was losing the war badly. He tore up Muhammad's letter just in pieces like this and threw away in pure disrespect. And when Muhammad learned of this, he said that the kingdom of the Sassanids would fall because of this, would burn or something like that. And he was very correct. But I think most of this is apocryphal. I'll tell you more. I'll tell you why. He also sent a letter to Heraclius, and oh shit, there's some more backstory before this. Okay, so Heraclius was chilling on his place, on his stay there. He was camping, and then one night he saw a vision in the night sky that had it portrayed a great circumcised conqueror that would take over his lands. And when I first read that, the vision of a great circumcised conqueror. By implication, he must have had his dick out, right? How do you check it's circumcised? You gotta have this massive schlong with the cut dick there. Anyway, a little bit disrespectful, especially who that vision is supposed to portray. And later, he was told by his advisors, who is this great circumcised conqueror that's gonna come and destroy our lands? And they said, oh no, the only circumcised people in are the Jews, dude. And some advisor literally told him, oh, go ahead, just kill every single Jew. They were very anti-Semitic back then. I'm all for making jokes about Jews or whoever, dude. God, everyone. Fuck everyone. Britons, Swedes, Africans, Asians. I want to make fun of everyone, but anyway. They told him to kill every single Jew, but what I think Heraclius did is try to force convert some Jews. And I don't know how successful he was. And after that, God, what happened exactly after that? Anyway, let's get to Tariq ibn al-Walid. Tariq ibn al-Walid was this great 6-star general that Muhammad was very lucky to recruit. He was a pagan, then he converted to Islam. Oh wait, what are these flags? Is this spam? Can I ban people? How does this work? One second here. Learning live. Do I need to do this on the actual chat? Oh. Yeah, I need to do it from YouTube. Oh the hell. Yeah, sorry, I just need to manually do this because I don't have many moderators, so people might spam the chat here. Anyway, Khalid ibn al-Walid, he was this great general that Muhammad had recruited, and then he was just sent, dude, go fuck up the plebs up to our north, and he conquered South Iraq with just a ragtag group of Arabs. I know that have been that ragtag, 10,000, 15,000, I don't recall exactly. And then he went on and he met Heraclius' brother, Theodore, in battle. And he absolutely crushed the Byzantine army. It was the Battle of Yarmouk, and completely destroyed it. It wasn't the entirety of the Byzantine army. Heraclius wasn't dumb enough to send the entirety of the Byzantine army, but he did send a large army, and he destroyed it. Khalid destroyed it, and with no troops to actually confront him in battle anymore, like that, Khalid conquered the entirety of the Levant, from Damascus, Jerusalem, Tripoli, Beirut, Caesarea, everything. Just took it up, yoinked. And Heraclius, he was forced to retreat. And it is said that he took the true cross with him, like he had put it on Jerusalem, remember? But like, there's no way he did that. He was way up in Antioch, and there was the Battle of Yarmouk, and then Khalid took over the Levant. So when did he have time to go down there and retake the cross? You know, it's Christian sources that tell us that he took the cross, but I doubt that he did. We're told that he did. Anyway. 1 second. Oh yeah, I'm unaccustomed. We have some paid messages here. Goodland, praise Deus, he's streaming. Based hoi hoi, indeed. From Austria with love, just great content. Thanks. Hi from Greece, love your videos. Thanks everyone. People, please don't spam here. Okay, just trying to learn, man. Please don't spam. Please don't. I know please will never be enough for people of more trollish nature. But yeah, let's just try to be reasonable here. 911 viewers. Confirmed. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, Khalid conquered everything, and Heraclius, he just went over the mountains, and he just burned up, scorched up Cilicia. Just burn it to the ground, and he hid behind the Taurus Mountains like he had before. God, I need to accelerate. If I go in this space, I'm never gonna cover stuff. Alright, so let's update the map here. I can do this. Hidden? Here. Yeah, so this is the map here now. And you see that the Balkans also kind of deteriorated. It deteriorated because the Slavs just invaded, you know? And there was no troops to actually stop them because most of the troops were still in the east. And yeah, the Slavs went all the way to Greece, actually. You can see it on the map there. All the way to the Peloponnese Peninsula. And yeah, the shit was grim. And the Muslims were now, the Arab Muslims, the Rashidun Caliphate was now invading Egypt. And the situation was dire. And it's now that we gotta talk about Heraclius' sons. So Heraclius, he had 3 sons. He had Heraclonus, Constantine, and here's something that I didn't tell you. Something on the videos that I couldn't tell you. Heraclius was unfaithful to his wife Martina, and he had a Gothic bastard. I don't know if it was Austro-Gothic, I don't know if it mattered back then, the distinction. But yeah, he hooked up with some thick Goth GF and had an Aphalarchos, a Gothic bastard. And Aphalarchos tried to usurp his father, and he failed. And Heraclius, what was the reasoning again? Oh yeah, he will remember that there was this old Roman thing where cripples aren't allowed to rule. They weren't seen as capable to rule. So if you crippled someone, they aren't allowed to rule. So Heraclius chopped off Aphalarchus' hands, his own son, remember? And I don't know if he... Oh yeah, he also chopped off his nose. Very important. He chopped off his nose. And then he exiled him. I don't know if he exiled him to a monastery, but that would become a recurring theme. And yeah, fuck Aphalarchus, I guess. Second here. Yeah, the Rashidun Caliphate then focuses on the Persian Empire and completely destroys it, my dude. It was the battles of an unpronounceable word and the Battle of Nahavand. The Battle of Nahavand, where 100,000 Persians were gathered to fight some, god, 30,000 Arabs, and they got completely crushed. I don't know what it was about the Rashidun generals back then. They were all godly, and yeah, the Persians got absolutely annihilated, and the whole of the Sassanid Empire was conquered, or almost all of it. Eventually, will all be all of it, and it just started a series of Persian butthurt against the Arabs. I really mean this. There's this medieval poem from a Persian that really hated Arabs, and that went something along the lines of, no, it went exactly like this. Here's his poem. Damn this world, damn this time, damn this fate, that uncivilized Arabs have come to make me a Muslim. This Persian guy, absolutely ass blasted against the Arabs. If I was Arab right now, I'd be dabbing so hard. Right. Okay, so yeah, that's the fall of the Sassanid Empire. And we need to get into some religious stuff that's not Islam. So, Heraclius, remember he was dealing with the Monophysites? Kind of. Not that much. But he was bothered by the Monophysites. And I'm assuming you know what the Monophysites are. Monophysites are this. Okay, so there was this claim about the mainstream religion, Christianity, was that the Jesus has two natures, divine and human, but the Monophysites claimed that he had just one nature that was divine and human. And it's this kind of theological jargon that doesn't mean much to an outsider. You need to get really deep into theology for this to have any meaning or consequence. Why people thought about this, gets people confused. But anyway, Heraclius wanted to unite both churches, and he started proposing monoenergism. Monoenergism is just this belief that, yes, Christ did have one nature, have two natures, divine and human each, but he has one energy. Ooh, he had one energy. You heard the Monophysites? It's kinda like what you said, so I'm gonna use it to try to bait you back into the church with something that seems like what you were defending, but is not at all. So it was kind of a bait, And yeah, like a monoenergism. He had two natures, but he had one energy. What the hell this energy was, I have no idea. You tell me, man. I need a theologian. But yeah, it didn't work. And then Heraclius came up with monophyletism. Monophyletism is the belief that, okay, Jesus had two natures. He was human and he was divine. He had two energies. I have no idea what the distinctive of those two energies are. I'm gonna assume divine and human again, two energies. But he had one will. You hear that? You hear that, Monophysites? It's one will. It's kind of like your belief of one nature, but it's not at all. I'm gonna use it to try to bait. And yeah, Monophysites weren't dumb. They didn't fall for this crap. And yeah, it didn't work either, but it's not gonna stop Heraclius or his descendants from shilling monophyletism. Let's write this because people get confused with these damned words. Here, monophyletism. Work. Okay, is the chat alright? We have more donation. Avedova listening to UHR got me through a terrible internship. Thank you for your work. Yeah, of course, man. Internships are hellish. Like I very briefly got into an internship and I absolutely despised it for computer science. It's just slave work. Companies that don't care about you at all. For an Islam series, could expect pieces from the Sonic and Secret Wing OST. Islam series I would only do later on when I try different stuff, but why not? I might insert it. Me and my cousin love your content, man. We're Roman, but love learning about Byzantine. Yeah, there's gonna be a whole dispute. Thanks, by the way. More shekels for base historian. Praise Deus. Oh yeah, I was reading it upside down. Damn it. The update is from up. Yeah, looks like we may never get to see Turks turned into. Yeah, fun stream. Thanks. Let's get back. Where was I? God damn it! I'm trying to do this from memory. Oh yeah. Heraclius was trying to hold on to Egypt, but the Arabs were just kept pressuring on, and the dude that was governing Egypt, he was just a complete cunt. He preferred to rant about mono-energism or monophylactism, one of the two, than to defend his own province, so it was just deteriorating away. And Heraclius, he was dying, he was sick, he was really old. And yeah, he was dying, and he was worried that Martina, you know, his niece, she was gonna be oppressed by one of her sons because she was a woman and all, and he left him a huge inheritance, and when he died, she was supposed to have that money to protect herself. So Heraclius died, rip, and he was succeeded by his eldest son, Heraclius Constantine. Constantine, we're gonna go with. So, what Heraclius Constantine did is that he stole all of Martinus's money, and he used it to bribe some Anatolian soldiers for support. Martina got really pissed, and then one day Heraclius Constantine, he just started to feel a little bit ill, you know, so he went to recover in Chalcedon, where he died. He died there. He was poisoned, definitely, most likely, I think. Yeah, Martina poisoned him. And what Heraclius Constantine did was that he implored his soldiers to name his son, Constans, as emperor. So, you know, they were already bought, they had something to win with promoting their own emperor, so they were like, sure, my dude, we'll do it for sure. But then Heraclius Constantine was succeeded by that moment by Heraclonas, the other son of Hera. Wait, it's clipping here. Get out of here. Alright. By Heraclonas. And Heraclonas was pretty much just a puppet of his mother. He was 15, 16 years old. And yeah, Martina was just ruling. And she had to give up Egypt because there was no saving that crap, man. They lost the Battle of the Nile, and that was the last straw. Egypt now is Muslim, my dudes. Any Egyptians in chat, you can confirm? Egypt is Muslim? Hello? Anyone? I know that most of my viewers are American European, like 90-95% of them, but there are third worlders among them. I know you're out there. You're few, but you exist. Yeah, Egypt was lost, man. Do I have an updated map of that? Oh shit, spoilers. Click the wrong thing. Here, yeah, Egypt was lost, and you can see that the Slavs here, they already conquered even more of Greece, so the situation is getting dire, and we're gonna have to start getting accustomed with the Byzantine Empire looking like this. Anyway, the soldiers that had supported had been bribed by Constantine, they got mad at Martina, so they marched on the capital and chopped off Heraclius' nose and ripped off Martina's tongue, which must hurt like hell. Tongue, man, pure muscle, fully articulated with blood veins, must hurt like hell, getting your tongue ripped off. And they were both exiled to Rhodes, that island south of Anatolia. And they died there. They got exiled to a monastery, I think it was. Yeah, exiled to a monastery. And now Constans II, an even younger kid, got named emperor. Let's see here, let's update the list. Constans II. You can see him with his thick beard. You can see that he's gonna rule for a while. Constans II was quite an interesting emperor. Let me try to remember exactly his whole shtick. So Constans II was proclaimed emperor, and he was worried about the Slavs conquering all of the Balkans, essentially, most of Greece. So wait, what was it did? What was what he did exactly? Oh wait, no, the empire was getting ass blasted from both directions. So he saw that the religious disputes in the empire were breaking everything apart, like monophylactism getting disputed with the mainstream religion of Christianity, the main doctrinal beliefs. And then he just said that, okay, you know what, my dudes? No one can discuss anything religious anymore. No religious discussions. It's illegal now. Shut your fucking whore mouths. That's what he did. He made a decree that forbid any kind of high-level discussion of religion. And the Pope, way over in Italy, over there, still under the empire, the Pope hated this decree because he wouldn't stop like crapping all over monophylletism because he thought it was heretical and blah blah blah. He absolutely despised it. And what Constantine II did is that he had the Pope. He dragged the Pope all the way over to Constantinople, had him tried guilty of treason with the Arabs, like he was conspiring with the Arabs to undermine the emperor, and then he had him sent to Brazil. I mean it. I kind of mean it, yeah. No, not really. He got sent to Cherson, in Crimea over there. You see the little dot over there, the empire, the little red dot, pinkish dot in Crimea? That's Cherson. It's a city over there. And the empire still ruled there. It's as much Brazil as you could send someone to, this far-off land that the rule of law is not held, and who knows what lies in the vast expanses beneath the little tiny dot of civilization that there is, Yeah, so Constance, the Pope was sent to Brazil, and he died there. But what he said before it was that regarding bread in Cherson, it is talked of, but has never been seen. Which is a wonderful line, isn't it? It really showcases the whole lifestyle in Cherson. And it was ruled by a city council there. It's going to be relevant in the future. Alright, so Constance II, what else did he do? He did fight for the Slavs, but what was the context? Remember. Oh wait, there's Muawiyah I gotta talk about. Muawiyah. It's not something that makes sense to hear, and I need to write it down. Muawiyah. I think that's how you write it. He was the governor of Syria, of the Caliphate Syria. I gotta drag this map here. Let me see. Oh yeah. Here's the Rashidun Caliphate, by the way. How do I place this? Place it here. You gotta stay there. Okay, so this stream is gonna be a mess because I'm an absolute noob here, but yeah. So we have the Rashidun Caliphate here, and you can see it's all this vast. They didn't conquer this part, it's a bit annoying. They conquered all of this, and Muawiyah was the governor of Syria. And he was a very competent ruler. He was very into military drills, and he just wouldn't stop drilling, and he kept raiding Anatolia, and he was a huge pain in the ass. But what happened that made Muawiyah famous is that the first fitna kicked up. If you're not Muslim, you don't know what a fitna is. It was a civil war that broke out in the Rashidun Caliphate. And it was a civil war between the son-in-law of Muhammad, his name was Ali, and I don't remember who else it was. Was it just Muawiyah? It might have been. In any case, Muawiyah marched south with his Syrian troops to fight in the civil war. And it was chaos. They fought each other for a decade, I don't recall. And yeah, we'll just leave them fighting each other for a while. And Constance II, he took this time to go beat up some Slavs, and he force migrated them to eastern Anatolia, where the Muslims were raiding, to repopulate it, And imagine, you're just some Slav farmer, you just invaded Byzantine Empire, and here comes the emperor, he beats the shit out of you and forces you to move to God knows where, just some eastern Anatolian farm, and then you're supposed to just stay there and try to survive the Muslim raids. Yeah, kind of shit, isn't it? Yeah, he did that. And what comes next? Man, doing it from memory is damn painful. I could have just read the Wikipedia articles aloud. Would have been way more boring, but it would have been easier. Alright, oh yeah, Constance II, he did something very important. He established the theme system. The theme system was that it was his realization that, okay, the empire is completely wrecked, it's much smaller than its governing apparatus presumes it is, so we gotta reform stuff. And he started the reforms that made the provinces themes. So themes were much smaller provinces. So for example, Anatolia was like 6 different provinces now. Each little theme, and each theme had its own strategicos, which was like a governor slash military commander. They had both powers. And these strategicos, they had a personal army to guard each province. So imagine each little province has their own army, and that's set up in a way that like it can defend well against Muslim invaders from the east. And also the same process applied to the Balkan provinces, what was left of them. So the Slavic raiders and everything. It was a system built up to try to make people more independent and they can deal with the raiders. But it's very disputed how the theme system got started. It mostly started with Constans II, and it's mostly agreed that it's disputed. Here I am allowed to say that sources disagree, and there's much educated men pondering about this stuff. Like high minds and stuff. Yeah. But anyway, the theme system, remember that. Okay, something funny happens now. Okay, so Muawiyah, he won the civil war in the first fitna, in the Rashidun Caliphate. Ali, he didn't kill Ali. Ali was murdered by a bunch of plebs. They cornered his house and murdered him. I don't remember the reason why. But anyway, the reason that Ali lost and Muawiyah won is one of the main reasons why there is a split between the Shia and Sunni religions. New video when you gotta check out the start of this video later. I might need to make a public announcement somewhere, but yeah, just check out the live stream video starts later. So yeah, because Ali lost, there was a split between the Shia and the Sunni, and the Persians are going to be mostly Shia, they're going to spread to other places, and it's going to be another reason why the Persians hate Arab rule, and that's going to become even more relevant in the future. There's the split now, and Muawiyah, what does he do? He sent the Arab fleet to invade Africa, and then it baits the fleet from the Byzantines to go deal with it. But then Muawiyah does a 180 and just completely turns around and goes straight to the Bosphorus to attack Constantinople. And here starts the first Arab siege of Constantinople. And not really, because this whole crappy story comes from a guy named Theophanes the Confessor. Theophanes the Confessor is the most bullshit, outright liar that I've ever read, the primary source. That guy, he didn't write a history book. He wrote a fan fiction about what he thought should have happened, what he think happened, and who were the good guys and who were the bad guys. And it's both infuriating and hilarious to read. Like, you should totally do it. Go in the Internet Archive, there's a free version of his book. Search up Theophanes the Confessor translation, something like that. It's gonna pop up. And it's hilarious. Dude calling emperors, they were favored by God, and something happens, he says that it was because of our insurmountable sins that this happened, and this emperor was super ultra gay, and this emperor was an ultra degenerate, and this gay, this, and this emperor did that, and dude is hilarious to read. We're gonna go all over him. But infuriating too when you want not to learn the actual truth. So yeah, the first Arab siege was kind of a joke, the invention by Theophanes most likely. He says that the Arab fleet just camped out on the Bosphorus, and every single summer they would sail out and siege Constantinople for a bit, but then they would get out of there and just chill back there for a year. And they did this for 4 years. So imagine, you have this huge Arab fleet just sitting outside of Constantinople, and once every year in the summer they just sail out and they try to siege you and they fail and they go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Is this how Theophanes thought sieges worked? What kind of brainlet, smooth brain writes crap like this? Does this sound like any single damn siege? Like you lift the siege for most of the year, every year when... No, the first Arab siege, it's a meme, didn't happen, most likely an invention. But the reason why people take this seriously is because Theophanes includes an important story on this whole thing. that the reason why the Byzantines won the first siege of Constantinople was that an architect from Syria, he had fled Syria and moved to the empire. He got up to the... Oh, wait a second. Damn it, I missed a lot of shit. I'm thinking about the wrong emperor. Okay, so freeze that a bit. We gotta cover Constans II, because he wasn't the one here. Constans II, before this whole first siege of Constantinople thing, he had gone to the west because he wanted to deal with some Lombard invaders. They were wrecking South Italy. You see, there's still little scraps of South Italy over there in the empire. So Constans II went west, he dealt with some Lombards, and he was the first Roman emperor to visit Rome since the West's fall. Think how damned insane this is. Not Justinian, not Anastasius. No one thought to even visit Rome. Of course, Anastasius couldn't. Okay. No one even thought to even visit Rome. And it just wrecked me like a man, the first emperor to the when I first read it. Anyway, he visits Rome and he scraps the city of leftover metals and he takes them to Sicily. And he just starts raising taxes and raising taxes and raising taxes. And a conspiracy breaks out because people started hating him. And a Chamberlain is one of the dudes that stand around him for you doing stuff. It looked like a man-made, a Chamberlain just got to him one day when he was taking a bath, I think it was, and hit him in the head with a bucket, and he died. Must have hit really hard with a bucket. And that's how Constans II died. Bucket to the head. And there was a rebellion, some dude tried to take over in Sicily, but then Constans II's son, Constantine IV, took over, and he crushed the rebellion, and he was in Constantinople here. Right, so back to the first siege of Constantinople. So when we were back here, I was saying about Kallinikos. He was this architect from Syria that he got. So Kallinikos went up to Constantine IV, and he said that, dude, I just invented the sickest shit ever. You're gonna love this. And then he just showed his invention to Constantine IV and like, mate, put this on ships now. And then, like, imagine you have this Arab fleet and he's just sieging Constantinople there for on their annual siege of Constantinople. Must have been 4 sieges by now. And imagine there's this ship. There are a few ships that come from the distance. And there's this horrible hissing noise that starts playing, it's like a train. Imagine a train, like an engine train playing. And you never heard something like this before. You're an Arab commander on the fleet, and you hear this hissing noise. It gets louder and louder and louder. And then all of a sudden, you start seeing some thick black smoke coming from the distance. And it starts covering the sky. And you have no idea. You're completely confused. You order your dudes to shoot arrows at the ships, but they just keep going. They don't care, and they don't shoot arrows back. It's not arrows that they have on those ships. And then you just said, okay, fuck it, let's ram those guys. And then what happens? Greek fire happens. Greek fire was this inflammable, secretly produced substance that Kallinikos or someone came up with. Don't know if it was Kallinikos, probably another invention from Theophanes. But someone invented this secretly produced flammable substance that when you set fire to it, it's very combustible and it's like petroleum, Like you set fire to it and the whole thing sets up in fire. And what the Byzantines did, Kallinikos did, was that they put it in ciphers. Ciphers were like these proto flamethrowers, and they put it in ships. And whenever they got close or in a medium distance from ships, they just threw the burning liquid at them, and it wrecked entire fleets. How do you defend against that? It's like a dude comes up with a machine gun and starts wrecking your army. It's straight up technology from the future. They had fucking flamethrowers. It's the closest thing to giving the Romans machine guns, AK-47s. It's the closest thing as it gets. And yeah, the Arab fleet got completely toasted. Another fun fact, that Arab Muslim fleet was mostly Christian. Yeah, not many people were Arabs, Muslims by then, you know? Like the conversions still hadn't kicked in fully, still pretty soon. So most of that fleet were impressed ex-Roman Christians that lived in Syria or Egypt, and they got sent on this huge Byzantine fleet, and they got to fight just to get burned by their once emperor and their new like a doomsday weapon, flamethrower. Yeah, what can I say? Like even when fighting Muslims, Byzantine history remains Christians killing other Christians. Yeah, yeah, that's not gonna change up until the bitter end. So yeah, the first siege of Constantinople never happens, but that's where we get from the Greek fire story. What happens next? Oh yeah, Constantine IV, he condemned monophylletism, so we don't need to deal with that meme anymore. Monophylletism, he got rid of it. He condemned it in a council, and yeah, that's the end of that. Also, by the way, the Bulgars come in by then. And I already displayed the Bulgars in previous videos, but they're mostly just raiders, blah blah. The full-on horde of the Bulgars, they get independence from the Avars and they start conquering the Thrace. They start invading. And Constantine IV, he just went up to fight them, and he got wrecked, returned to Constantinople, and he said, okay, you dudes, just stay there, stay still, I'm gonna pay you to stay still. And they did, and stay there they would. The Bulgars are never leaving. Something's gonna happen to them in the future, but we're gonna cover it, but they're never gonna quite leave. Still up to this day, still Bulgars there. What else here? Let me see. Okay, yeah, Constantine IV, he died of, God, dysentery, I think it was. You know, dysentery is when you just start shitting, you can't stop it, and you die of dehydration. Pretty shitty way to go, literally. So, yeah, we're still on this pick. And Constantine IV, he did something before he died. Constantine IV, he had this son named Justinian. And he wanted to secure his rule, so he deprived all of his brothers of imperial titles by sending them to monasteries. Or just one brother, maybe it was. Yeah, he sent his one brother to a monastery, and remember this, by sending someone to a monastery, by making them join the clergy, the church, it deprives them of imperial claims. Someone that has joined the cloth, you know, become a man of the cloth, a woman of the cloth, has no longer any imperial titles. That's how it worked on the empire by then. So that's what he did. He deprived his brother of imperial titles. Just his son Justinian could rule alone. Yeah, Constantine IV dies, and Justinian takes over. Justinian II. Justinian II, as you can see here, the slit-nosed. I'm gonna explain this later. So, Justinian II, when he takes over, he had to deal with some Arab raids because they weren't in a civil war anymore. And what he did is that he sent a popular general named Leontius. Let's write this name here. Wow, yeah, get the hell out of here. Leontius. Okay, so this general named Leontius, he's really damn popular. Everyone loves this guy, and Leontius, he just carves a bloody path through... Oh shit, I said they weren't in the Civil War anymore. They still were in the Civil War because it's the second Fitna now. It's the new Civil War. So yeah, Muawiyah died, and the second Fitna started because Muawiyah, he didn't want to do the same way that the Rashidun Caliphate wanted to do. He wanted to do it in a new way, by blood succession. He wanted his son to succeed because, God, another thing I forgot about to say was that when Muawiyah took over the Caliphate, it ended the Rashidun line, ended the Rashidun Caliphate, and started the Umayyad Caliphate. That was his surname, I believe. Yeah, Muawiyah Umayyad, I think was his name. So the Umayyad Caliphate starts up. Anyone that has played CK2, CK3, or any strategy game knows that name very well. And he wanted it a blood succession, and people were pissed. Like, what the hell do you mean your son succeeds you as the caliph? What makes your blood tie? What makes your blood succession so precious that it gets to rule all of Islam? You know, Mr. Successor to Muhammad and his successors. Like, the hell out of here. Started a whole second fitna, a second civil war, and they're fighting the civil war. So when Justinian II gets to send Leontius to invade the caliphate, he carves a body path all the way to Persia. It was impressive to look at a map, read about it. But then Leontius comes back, and Justinian does as Constans II did. He starts beating up some Slavs and moving them over to eastern Anatolia to repopulate it, because remember, the Arabs are constantly raiding that place. And there's this battle that's fought after some back and forth in the caliphate. The second fitna ends, and a dude named Malik takes over the caliphate. Now Malik, I always am reminded of the Yu-Gi-Oh dude with the crazy hair, you know, Malik with the crazy eyes. So Malik takes over, and he has this battle against Justinian and Leontius is leading the Byzantine forces. And Justinian makes it a priority to include those Slavs that he forced migrated to the east into this army. So you got Justinian, Leontius, and the Slavs here fighting against Malik and his army. And what Malik does is that he bribes the Slavs to join his side, because the Slavs had no damn allegiance to the Byzantines. They had just been forced migrated there. So the Arabs and the Slavs, they just gang up on the Byzantine side and rack them and beat them back to Anatolia. And Justinian II gets furious. Justinian II, he blames everything on Leontius. He has him arrested in Constantinople. And then he has also another dude named Philippicus arrested and sent to Brazil, read, Cherson in Crimea. So Leontius got arrested, and this general named Philippicus got sent to Crimea in Cherson over there. And he also got in a beef with the Pope, where he said, like, he tried to affirm some more Eastern ways of interpreting religion. The Pope got angry. He tried to arrest him, but people in Rome resisted, and he couldn't do it the same with the other one. But what happened next for Justinian? Am I missing something? See. Okay, yeah, there's... Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that area again. Yeah, so yeah, Justinian II, he was scared that he was getting unpopular with the people of Constantinople because he just arrested their popular guy, Leontius. So what he does, Justinian II, he frees Leontius. And what does Leontius do when he's freed? He starts a prison riot. He plots together with the Patriarch of Constantinople, and together they start this mob. They start this riot in Constantinople, and they charge Justinian II's residence, and then gang him up, and has him held, and they chop off his nose. You know. Because remember, crippling someone, in the eyes of most Romans, it deprives them of imperial titles. And it was a merciful way, it was a merciful thing to chop someone's nose. They're the emperor, because then you didn't have to kill him. Chop off, you're now crippled. It's mercy, you're no threat to me, to the empire anymore. That's how it was seen. And then Justinian II got sent to Brazil. You go to Cherson. And we're gonna leave him there. So this Leontius takes over the empire, and he has to deal with Malik now. Malik, who had just sent a massive fleet to Africa and conquered it. Yep, the empire just lost Africa, the home of Heraclius and everything. So let's update the map here. Bit. Things, the way that it's organized here on the stream, man. Okay. Can we reduce this thing here, the Rashidun Caliphate? Yeah, you're not Rashidun anymore. You're Umayyad. Here, we have the Umayyad Caliphate here, and I need to explain these borders here. So under Malik, I think it is under Malik, the Umayyad Caliphate just keeps expanding. They just conquer Africa, as I just said, and they're gonna conquer Mauritania. And in Mauritania, they're gonna convert a guy named Tariq, or Tariq. Tariq, what was his name? Tariq ibn al-Walid? No, I'm confusing with Khalid. So Tariq, he sees Hispania. Hispania, remember, is ruled by the Visigoths, and they are just broke down into this terrible civil war. And he sees like, well, yeah, he gets invited by one of the claimants, and he just transfers his few thousand of newly Muslim Arab Mauritanian troops, and they just start conquering the place, and they conquer all of Hispania, pretty much all of Hispania, not all of Hispania. Asturias starts to resist there, and it's the only Christian bastion in Hispania. And Tariq conquers Hispania, and later on, I need to mention this, his successors, some Arabs, they raid into Gaul, into France, and they get into the Frankish kingdom. And they start raiding all the way to Tours. Tours is in central northern France, if I recall, somewhere in the west. But then they are met by Charles Martel, the king of the Franks, and he beats them at the Battle of Tours. And Charles Martel is an ancestor of Pepin the Short, who is the father of Charlemagne. So that's why I needed to mention it. We're gonna get over Charlemagne. He's gonna be very relevant to our story. Anyway, that happens, and Malik conquered Africa. So Leontius, he sent a fleet to deal with the Arab invasion, try to retake Africa. But when he sent the fleet, they kind of revolted because, yeah, when they got there, they saw that the Arab fleet was so big that they cowered away. They didn't fight it. They just camped outside Sicily, and they thought to themselves, man, we're such pussies. We're gonna get reprehended for this so hard. The emperor's gonna get angry. So, okay, I know. Let's overthrow him and put one of our dudes in power. So yeah, they acclaimed this admiral called Apsimar as emperor. And they sail back to Constantinople. They land there, bribe their way in, and usurp Leontius. They chop off his nose and force him to join a monastery in the city. So they don't exile him. They put him in the city in a church over there. So now this dude named Apsimar. Oh wait, I forgot to update the list here. Oh yeah, new list. Yeah, we had Leontius here, and then yeah, you see, Tiberius III Apsimarus. His real name was Apsimar, but he changed his imperial title to Tiberius, becoming Tiberius III. So now we have Apsimar over here. He is ruling. And what does Apsimar do? Well, we're starting to get into these emperors that they didn't do much. Let me try to remember. Oh yeah. So Justinian II, he's in Brazil over there, in Crimea. But he just heard that Leontius got usurped back in Constantinople, so he starts plotting, ooh, I'm not gonna rot here in this third world jungle, help. I hate Brazil, I'm gonna get out of here. So the Council of Brazil, they start noticing that Justinian is just plotting to usurp the government, Apsimar. So Justinian notices that they noticed him, so he flees to the Khazar Cognate. The Khazars, they dominated Crimea and the whole steppes over there. I don't have a map of them to display here. So yeah, the Khazars, you saw my previous videos, the Khazars. And he gets an audience with the Khazar Khan, and he convinces him to support him, and he marries his daughter. He marries the Khan's daughter. But then Apsimar, he tells the Khan that he'll pay if he sends him Justinian's head. So the Khan is conflicted there, trying to think what to do. But then Justinian, he notices this and he says goodbye to his wife for now. And he sails through the Black Sea and he wants to get help from the Bulgars, the Bulgar Khan, to go and take over Constantinople. And Constantinople... no, wait, there's this great story. So when Justinian was sailing through the Black Sea, he was with his friends here, his ragtag group of friends, plebeian friends. And imagine this dude, he has his nose chopped off, he's bitter as all hell because he used to be emperor and he's crippled now and he wants to take everything back. And then a storm kicks in, a really bad storm on their little wooden canoe or something that they had crossing the damned Black Sea. And his friend, he just says, "Please, Justinian, please swear to God that you will renounce revenge and not pursue and try to kill everyone who has wronged you in the past, and so that God may spare us this voyage." And then Justinian looks back at him and shouts from the top of his lung, "If I should spare a single one of them, then may God strike me down right now." And then the storm ended. That's the story we get from Theophanes. Which, you know, it's absolutely BS. I doubt something like that happened. I wish it happened. But it's one of those great stories. You get to do that when you're a medieval historian, or even before. You just get to insert whatever crap you want into the history books, and people just gotta buy it. Like, what the hell, he really said that? Was that really story? Like, a modern historians gotta debate this kind of crap. And I imagine could invent just the wildest shit and just have fun with future historians. I bet they would have done it if they were aware of how their books would have been read. Okay, so Justinian lands in the Bulgar lands over there. He talks to the Bulgar Khan and he convinces him too. Justinian must have been a very persuasive guy. And he marches with the Bulgar Khan south to Thrace. They dodge Epsimar's army and they just camp outside Constantinople. And what do? They can't siege the city, obviously. So a Bulgar finds an abandoned water tube, an abandoned water pipe, like an aqueduct pipe that led straight into the city. So what does Justinian the madman do? He says, okay, he got a ragtag of groups, Bulgars and his supporters, and the madman just crawls through the sewers with the cockroaches and all the fungus and old crap that's there, and he just crawls his way through the subterranean parts, and he emerges on the other side of the city, probably stinking as hell. So as his soldier starts popping up, he just knocks on the imperial palace, and all his old troops that used to serve with him, like, holy crap, it's Justinian, my dude, and they joined his team. I don't recall exactly why he joined his team. I don't think Justinian bribed them. I think they legit just joined his side because, oh yeah, I grew up with you, my dude, Constantine the Fourth and everything, yeah. So they joined him, and he just starts getting more and more support. And yeah, Absamar gets scared shit, he tries to escape, but he gets captured and sent back. And Justinian, he has Leontius dragged from his monastery, his little church in Constantinople, and he has both of them publicly humiliated. And he has them serve as his personal footstools in chains as he watches games and races in the hippodrome. Just watching the horses race there with these two once emperors at his feet. And of course, he chops off their noses and everything to get even. And he beheads them and displays their heads on pikes, I think it was. Was it in front of the city gates? Something like that. He displays their heads, I think. And Justinian gets restored. And we get here, Justinian II again. This is where we should have seen the little text that said the slit-nosed, because Justinian II, he attaches a golden nose to where his nose used to be. And it's another BS story. I can't believe this one. I can't believe it, because I think it's something Justinian would do, and it's something that emperors could do. Yeah, I choose to believe it. Justinian did place a golden nose in his face, and then you can see art about him online, Justinian II, and it's kind of funny. So Justinian II, we're told from here on, from our sources that despise him from this point on, that he just started ruling like a tyrant. Like, we get tales, some weird tales, let me remind them. Remember. Oh yeah, wait. So the Khazar Khan, he agrees to send over Justinian's wife, and he names him Theodora, because why not? He's Justinian, and he names his wife Theodora in her baptism as she's converted into Christianity. So we got a new Justinian and Theodora, because Theodora was this prostitute, lowborn, and this new Theodora is this barbarian princess, kind of two outcasts in imperial society. And he has a son with her, and I'm not gonna bother you telling the son's name. You're gonna see why. Okay. There are some stories. I'm trying to remember the stories about Justinian's rule. Well, I need to check some sort. I think I need to check some things here. I need to get some details back. Okay, yeah. So the stories about Justinian was that he just started being a tyrant. He invited people into dinners and butchered them on the spot. He sent people to drown on the ocean because he disagreed with them. And yeah, there's these tales of him sending entire fleets to go fight their enemies, and God strikes them down with lightning, and they all burn up and get destroyed. So we get all these stories of Justinian II being a tyrant, and not much else. It's kind of funny. We shouldn't buy this kind of crap. Right. So what else? Oh yeah, we gotta talk about Muslama. Okay, so Malik, you remember, he's ruling the Umayyad Caliphate over here. And Malik was what you would say little clip there. Malik was what you would call a CHAD. He had 19 children with his 6 wives, and 3 of them was one of them was Muslama. He had a slave girl, and pretty brutal stuff, having sex and forcibly impregnating. It was a practice back then, but God, it's kind of brutal. He had this son of a sex slave called Muslama, and he had this other son, more noble-born, called Al-Walid. And then when Malik died, they succeeded him, and Al-Walid became the new caliph, and Muslama became leader of the armies, the main general. And what these two dudes were set on doing was conquering Constantinople. They were focused. Like, man, look at this map. Look at the Umayyad map over here. They conquer all the way to Hispania and a little bit of southern France. They conquer all the way to damned Pakistan and northern Afghanistan. But they can't get through the Taurus Mountains. What's happening? Their capital is in Damascus, right there. They can't get over the Taurus Mountains. They are pissed. They want to conquer Constantinople once and for all. So that's their focus. So Muslama starts gathering this huge army, and Al-Walid starts building these huge fleets. And meanwhile, Justinian II, he goes to fight the gathering forces there because Muslama invades the empire. But when he does, we're told by Theophanes that Justinian II, he ordered the entire council of Cherson in Brazil to be sent over for torture because he was just such a tyrant. He hated them. And like the council gets spooked. They get some support from the Khazars to help defend the place. Justinian sends a fleet because Cherson names Philippicus. Remember, he was in prison there. They named Philippicus emperor. And when Justinian sends a fleet to go fight them in Cherson over there in the little dot, they joined Philippicus. So the fleet he sent to deal with them joined the rebellion. And then they just ferry Philippicus all the way back to Constantinople. And they just take over the place and they kill Justinian's like a 3-year-old son, 1-year-old son, I think it was. And it destroys Justinian. He goes full doomer. To lose his son. He just doesn't care about anything anymore. He's on his camp and he's just destroyed. He just lets his army deteriorate, and Philippicus is meant to come over his tent and murder him. And that's the end of Justinian II. We don't know what happened to his wife Theodora, because historians of the age didn't bother writing about the fates of women. And it's a shame because she was the first barbarian empress of Rome, barbarian origins. It would have been interesting to know what happened to her, but alas, we don't. Next one here. Yeah. Justinian II got succeeded by Philippicus. Okay. He's named Bardanes too. This is going to be confusing. There's like 10 different individual characters later on that they're called Bardanes. I'm gonna have to deal with that later. So Philippicus takes over, and he is immediately faced with another coup by a general named George. And George, he just invades Constantinople. He was camping outside Thrace, and he takes over power, deposes Philippicus, and then George, he is counter-couped by the bureaucracy, the bureaucrats in the governing apparatus of Constantinople, and they one-up him, and they install one of their own, Anastasius, as emperor. So we now got Anastasius III, and that was the short rule of Philippicus Bardanes. Yeah, Anastasius II. Yeah, Anastasius II takes over. So Anastasius II takes over, and he has to deal with the incoming troops that are coming from Muslama and that huge fleet. So, yeah. Anastasius II, he starts preparing for the siege. He kicks plebs that can't feed themselves from the city, and he sends a fleet to go try to burn up the fleet that the Arabs are building, you know? Try to burn it up with Greek fire. I don't know what the plan was. But the fleet, it was mainly composed of the troops that George had used to try to coup, try to take over the place. And they were pissed that their man George was one-upped by that, like that. I think he was killed or exiled. I don't remember his fate. And so what they do, they 180 and they start returning to the empire. They start returning to Constantinople. But they realize they don't have a good choice to replace the emperor, Anastasius II, with. So what do they do? What do these madmen do? So they're chilling around these islands near the Anatolian coast, and they hear of this great tax collector that everyone loves that's in the area, named Theodosius. And they conclude that, man, to be a liked, well-regarded, popular tax collector, you gotta be a pretty chill dude. So what do? They go to this guy's village and they force him under the threat of death to become their emperor and to go with them all the way back to Constantinople. And Theodosius doesn't want any of this. He pleads with them not to go. He implores them, but he's forced under the threat of death. So he goes with them, and they land outside of Constantinople, they bribe their way in and install Theodosius as emperor. He becomes Theodosius III. And Anastasius, he flees Constantinople at the face of this. And he lands in Anatolia, Asia Minor over there. Ah, crap, I forgot to introduce a major character. This is the shit about doing it from memory. You forget important stuff. Okay, so pause. Rewind. Let's go back to when Justinian was marching on Constantinople. Remember that? Justinian was marching with the Bulgars on Constantinople. Okay, on his way there, Justinian, he met a rich farmer called Conon, right? Conon. He met this rich farmer, and he pledged him like 500 sheep to help help supply the Bulgar host that he had going. And he becomes friends with Justinian II. When Justinian II takes power, he sends him over to try to recruit some Khazar mercenaries to help fight the Muslims. But then he got pissed with him for some reason, and he recalled the money, so Conon gets stranded in northern Anatolia, and Conon has to do some magic, has to pretend that he has an army with some scrappy border guards, and they convinced a Muslim fort. They have an army, and they forced them to give them better ships, and Conon sails all the way back to Constantinople. By then, Anastasius II was in power, and Anastasius II, he names Conon a strategicos. Remember, strategicos were these governors in each little province in the leftover empire. He becomes a strategicos of Anatolia over there, one of the big parts. And when Anastasius II comes up asking for help from Conon, Conon just refuses. Like, dude, no, you're out of power. You're expired. And Conon renames himself as Leo III, and he just revolts against the guy. And he groups up with some other strategicos. Got his name started with A, and together they just forget the Muslamas there. He's conquering Anatolia. By then, he's on central Anatolia, just raiding the place. Okay, forget about Muslama. Let's go fight our own dudes. And then, Anastasius, he just fucks off. He goes to Greece, and we can forget about him for now. And Leo and his dudes just march there on Constantinople. And am I forgetting a detail? Let me think. Let me think. Okay, yeah. So Leo Muslama, he takes over a city called Amorium. Amorium was this major city that was on Leo's theme, Leo the Third's theme. And he just starts sieging it, and he tells Leo to come back to him and like prove that he was on his side, because Muslama wanted to support Leo. Like he was super happy that the Byzantines were fighting each other like that as he invaded. He wanted to prop up Leo because he thought this would prolong a civil war. Little did he know. And Leo comes back for some reason, all alone with, I don't know, 2 border guards. And he talks with Muslama and he tells him, dude, we're friends. When you come over to Constantinople, I'm just gonna open the gates of Constantinople for you. We're gonna join the caliphate. We're all gonna convert, inshallah, my brother. And Muslama says, swell, my dude. Right? And Muslama tries to keep Leo with him, but Leo, the second the Muslama looks away, he just gets on his horse and bolts out of there. He goes into the forest, and they just return all the way back to Constantinople. 1 second, we have spammers here. Let me deal with these guys. Come on, guys. Alright. God, it's brutal. I need an army of moderators. Next. Oh, where was I? Oh yeah. Leo III just bolted out. He returned to Constantinople. And he got his armies out of Constantinople. And he told Theodosius that he could just leave. Like, no one needed to die for this. And Theodosius is super happy. He gets to leave out of there. Oh shit, I forgot to update here. Yeah, Theodosius III. So we had Theodosius III. He ruled there. Didn't do much. And he was allowed to leave. Leo III was a swell guy. And so we have, wow, spoilers. Leo III the Isaurian. Leo III the Isaurian here, he's gonna start the Isaurian Dynasty, that's after him. And these dynasties are always kind of a meme. It's not really blood related most of the time. Like a dude married a relative of a guy that was a friend with that guy from that dynasty kind of vibe. You know, we're gonna see this with the Isaurians. And yeah, we get the Muslama just marches on Constantinople, and we get the second siege, the second Arab siege of Constantinople. And this is the big one. People having fun here. Papadova, save us from the spam. I'm trying, man. I would need to make some people mods, but people who ask to be mods right now, high chance that they are just trying to get a power to start racking up shit. Yeah, this is the thing with trying a big stream right out of the gate. But anyway, let's continue here. Leo III, the Isaurian. There's a lot to be said about Leo III, but we'll focus on the siege of Constantinople for now. So Muslama, he just gets this massive army. Some accounts say 300,000 troops. And I doubt it. Yeah, 1 hour, 15 minutes past, and I need to accelerate. Right, so he gets this massive army, 300,000 people, and he just crosses into Europe, the first Muslim army to do so, and he gets into the gates of Constantinople and starts sieging the place. It's, you know, the thankless job of getting sieging Constantinople, a city with indoor farmlands and fisheries, and you know, it was at the coast there, you could resupply. Sieging Constantinople was a pain. And Muslama gets his troops there, sieging Constantinople, and then he also gets his fleet to come over. And God, it is a mess, man. Being a streamer must be hellish. 1 second here. 1 second here. Alright, let's get to the Arab siege of Constantinople. So, you have this huge army, 300,000 people, and the massive Muslim fleet sieging Constantinople. And how does this go? Leo, he hires the Bulgar Khan to go harass the Bulgars. Yeah, the Bulgar Khan to harass the Arabs. And so Muslim has to deal with this constant pain in his back. But here's what Leo does that wins him the whole thing. Leo tells Moslama that he was still on his side, but that he needed to convince the people of Constantinople that it was on their interest to surrender as fast as possible. He says that the people were very confident that they could hold. So Moslama had to do something to convince people that he was very sure he was about to breach in and conquer the city, to scare them. And so what Leo suggests is that Moslama, he burns like all of his food, all of his supplies, because man, what kind of madman would do that, right? You burn up all of your supplies and stuff, you must be really sure you're about to take the city. And Leo said if he did that, he would have an easy time to convince people to open up the gates, and everything would be pretty good from there. And Moslama falls for this. I'm not kidding. This is what we get from the sources. Moslama falls for this. He burns all of his food. I doubt he burned all of it, but that's what we're told from the sources. He burned 90% of his food, all the wheat and fruits and everything he had, and he sent what little scrap he had left to Leo as an offering of good gesture. So I don't know if Moslama had like a 5 IQ, but we get this from Arab sources, dude. Arab historians are telling us this story. And it's not Byzantine propaganda, that's what we can say. So, Moslama did something very stupid. I think that's very likely. And we're told he burned all of his food. And so he started the process of starving to death. Because when Leo saw this happen, he just left and said, Lamau, idiot. What deal? We had no deal. And after that, kicks in, almost as if God was on the side of the Byzantines, that it starts the coldest winter possible. Like, it starts snowing in Greece, you know, Thrace over there, like a Mediterranean Turkey. It starts snowing there. Brutal 4-month, snowy-ass winter. And the Arabs just starts... they're freezing to death, and they're all starving to death. And we get tales of how some Arab soldiers are so starved that they start eating corpses. They start eating their own excrements. Damn phone. They start eating their own excrements, and it's brutal. And like the Al-Walid sent some reinforcements, or his successor, I think it was, sent some reinforcements to the siege. And the Leo ambushes the entire army that's sent to reinforce them with the Theme armies and destroys it. So the 80,000 or so Arab soldiers that are sent, they are completely killed. All of them are killed, or routed at least. And the Muslims by then had ran out of most of their ships, so they had to send some Christian fleets to go reinforce the Arab fleets that's sieging Constantinople. But the Arab fleet had been partially burned by Greek fire by then. So when they got there, the Christian fleet, when they started getting a little bit burned by the Greek fire, they said, we surrender, and they joined the Byzantine fleet. So what were supposed to be reinforcing Moslama ended up reinforcing Leo's fleet, and Leo uses this to go and burn up the rest of the Arab fleet. And then Moslama, he just gets the orders from the new caliph, I think it was Suleiman, I don't really remember his name, and like, dude, it was a failure, come back here. And the Bulgar Khan starts harassing his army, and as he does, Moslama starts fleeing with the few ships he still has left, and the Bulgar Khan like kills thousands and thousands of them as they try to flee, and some of them do flee, and Moslama just sails all the way back to Syria in complete defeat. And we're told that a volcano erupted right around then, really shook the earth, and the ashes from the burning ash from the volcano landed on some of the ships and burned them again. Burned them alive, all the sailors, burning ash falling from the sky, almost as if God, or almost as if a historian wanted to portray God as being on their side. So yeah, the complete utter disaster, the Arab siege of Constantinople for the Arabs. Their losses were catastrophic, huge victory for the empire, and Leo III became really famous. Complete victory. The Christian kingdoms from the west just start sending gifts to him. They hear the stories of the great victory, and yeah, he's all loved by everyone, and maybe it was because of that. Maybe it was because Leo was now the most popular man in the world, even before the Pope, I bet, that he proposed something really radical. So, Leo is gonna start the iconoclast controversy. Iconoclasm, we're gonna have to explain here. So, who here has read the Bible? Who here is a good Christian, or the kind of Bible that's written in the Quran or the Old Testament? Who here has read the commandments? Yay or nay? You know, because we're gonna be talking about the second commandment, and the second commandment might have been the third commandment. So the second or third commandment says, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." And what does that mean? Basically, what this has been taken to mean was that you shouldn't make idols. Idols are like pagan statues or stuff like that from other religions, and then you worship this kind of thing from other religions, and it's not God. You're worshiping an idol. You're being a little filthy pagan over there, and that's what it's been generally interpreted as. But Leo, he took it one step further. He thought that what an idol was any graven image. Like it says here, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." And you know what a graven image is? If you make a painting of Jesus, that's a graven image. If you make a painting of the Virgin Mary, that's a graven image. It's literally an image that you have engraved into. You know, you see his logic? And Leo just starts saying, dude, these icons here, I think they're heretical. I think they're against our religion here. So if we're gonna take the second commandment seriously, we need to be iconoclasts. Of course, he didn't name himself an iconoclast. Iconoclast is an insult. Breaker of icons. Iconoclast. So yeah. He just thought he was being a good Christian. But that's what he was going to get called, iconoclasts. And the people that refused him, that opposed him, were the iconophiles. Icons. Phile is a fan of or a lover of icons. And the iconophiles are the mainstream position of the church, the Pope, the Patriarch, everyone that liked the icons. And he starts this controversy. And the thing too about Theophanes the Confessor, the historian we're getting this kind of crap from, is that he was a raging iconophile. Dude was an iconophile before he was a human. He had this position to the soul, the most partisan guy ever. It was written on his forehead, iconophile for life, you know? And so he absolutely despised every single iconoclast emperor that ever came before him. And dude is writing this from the 800s, you know, later 800s, no, early 800s or so. And so he just shitting on iconoclast emperor one after the other. And he's gonna come up on our narrative. So what he tells us about Leo is that he just started persecuting the good people of the city that tried to protect their icons. The tyrant Leo just destroyed the statue of Jesus that was outside the imperial palace, and he did this and he did that, and he was a devil, and it's kind of funny. But Theophanes' disdain is gonna be saved for Leo's son, Constantine. So Leo III had his son named Constantine, and he was an iconoclast as well. He shared his father's belief. So, yeah, Leo III, he married Constantine to the daughter of the Khazar Khan. Kind of repeating history here. And her name is great. The name of this Khazar princess is Zigzag. Zigzag. I gotta write this down. Zigzag. Here. Zigzag. What a great name. I love saying it. So he got married to this Khazar princess, and then Leo, he also, remember Anastasius II? He kind of revolted around here, and he got crushed by Leo, and I think he was killed or exiled, one of the two. And then Leo, like this massive earthquake hit Constantinople, we're not gonna get much over it, and right after it, Leo died. I think it was dysentery as well. So when Leo died, Leo III died, he was succeeded by his son, Constantine. Let's get it over here. Constantine V. Now, I really like Constantine V. He was everything you would want an emperor to be. But because of the fact that he was an iconoclast, he is outright demonized by Theophanes the Confessor. Dude completely craps all over him. So, Theophanes tells us that... Man, what was the phrase? I remember I had memorized the whole paragraph which Theophanes had introduced Constantine V, but he said that he was a precursor of the Antichrist, that he partook in magic pagan rituals, that he indulged in dung, that is, feces, that he was a tyrant, that he confiscated the property of clergy and paraded them as married couples through the hippodrome to humiliate them. And he said a lot of shit. He said that he was gay, of course. Like every time a historian wants to shit on a Byzantine emperor from the Middle Ages, they just say that he's gay. We're gonna see a lot of that. Have gay sex everywhere he went. And yeah, completely shitting on this guy. Demon, literal precursor of Antichrist. Literally. Doesn't get worse than Constantine V, which makes you wonder, how bad was Constantine V? Constantine V was one of the best Byzantine emperors in all of history. Yeah, dude was everything you'd want, as I said, Roman emperor. The dude, the moment he came to power, he crushed a rebellion from a power-hungry general, and he just secured power. So the dude isn't gonna fall for some shitty usurper. And then he just starts fighting against the Bulgars. The Bulgars, they started raiding Thrace again, and Constantine starts wrecking the Bulgars on battle after battle after battle, and he just keeps pushing them and starts raiding Bulgar territory. I don't think he goes as far as to raid the Bulgar capital, but he just starts raiding. He might have burned the Bulgar capital, I don't recall it very much. So he starts taking over the Danube over there, and winning battle after battle, and he starts engaging in these massive reconstruction projects. Like, remember that water pipe that Justinian II came through to sneak into Constantinople? Some people speculate that it was part of the aqueduct of Valens, and that was this ruined aqueduct that was in the city. And Constantine V, he rebuilt the whole aqueduct by himself. He led the effort, and there's some stories about how he's laid a dragon on his way to gather resources and reconstruct the whole aqueduct back to the original water source. So this guy was loved, and he was, because of his constant victories and fair leadership, and he just did all these things for the people, he was renowned as the victorious and prophetic emperor. And Theophanes just says this in the most bitter way possible, these foolish plebs calling him the victorious and prophetic emperor. Little do they know that he's a filthy iconoclast. Yeah, dude, you're completely shitty. I imagine him as this weak, frail, completely bitter dude just riding in a dark dungeon, all about this past man that he could never compare to. That's what I imagine Theophanes the Confessor as. Yeah, so this is the guy we got our histories from. So what else is to be said about Constantine V? Oh yeah, Zigzag dies, unfortunately. She dies giving birth to Constantine V's son, Leo IV. He's gonna be Leo IV. And he is known as Leo the Khazar because he's half Khazar. And he is pretty bummed out about it, but he's not so bummed out about it that impedes him from remarrying. He remarries a noble woman, and he has 6 children with her. So, he has 6 noble children with her, all legitimate, right below Leo IV the Khazar. And that's a problem if you've ever accompanied medieval history, having all these legitimate people competing for the throne. So Constantine V was out there fighting on his Bulgar campaigns, and he just did it. The one day he got really wounded, and he just died from his wounds. I think he was just died from a bacterial infection, something like this. And he passed the throne to his son, Leo the Khazar, Leo IV. And let's update here. Oh yeah, Artabasdos was this guy, as I said, he tried to confront him and Constantine crushed his conspiracy, didn't rule for anything. So Leo the Khazar. Leo the Khazar here, and you see all this Byzantine art, they all look the same, you can't distinguish them at all, that's why you need the names here. I hate Byzantine art, man, looks like crap. Like, you know the civilization is falling if the quality of art starts deteriorating. You can trace this all the way from the Tetrarchy. You know, that's when the art style really started declining. And yeah, Leo IV takes over, but we don't care about Leo the Khazar. Leo the Khazar, completely non-entity. And Leo the Khazar, what we care about him is that he married this girl called Irene of Athens. Irene of Athens was this noble woman that we were told was very pretty, and she married Leo the Khazar in perhaps the first bride show. Now, bride shows were this... Oh wait, let me name here, we're gonna remember this. Irene of Athens. So Irene of Athens, she was probably picked on the first bride show, maybe. The bride show was when the mother of the emperor, the father of the emperor, gathered all the acceptable noble women around, and they displayed before Irene, displayed before the emperor, and the emperor got to pick which one she liked the most, or his mother picked for her. And Irene got picked, married Leo IV, but then Leo IV, he was there ruling, was now emperor, and the caliphate invaded. So yeah, Leo IV, the Khazar rule. His rule started with the caliphate invading Anatolia, and it ended when he died right after. He just died, dropped dead. And I don't remember the cause, some kind of illness, I think it was. And Irene was now the regent for the son that they had together, Constantine V. But the thing is that Irene of Athens was now the regent, and she was a very intelligent, power-hungry woman. She really wanted it all, man. So, Constantine VI here, his mother, Irene, was now in power. But before we get into Constantine V, we need to get back to the West and talk about the Pope. So, the Pope, he was having troubles. The Lombards had just conquered Ravenna. Yeah, they had just conquered Ravenna, and the Pope was really spooked. They were trying to conquer Rome. They had pretensions of conquering Rome. So the Pope asks for help from the leader of the Franks, Pepin the Short. And Pepin the Short comes over, wrecks the Lombards, and gives the Pope authority over this strip of land here in Italy. You know, Ravenna and this little strip all the way to Rome. And this becomes the Papal States. The Pope now rules this directly as his own territory. And it becomes more and more of a thing with time, so keep in mind, we have the Papal States now. And Pepin just ensures this authority over it. So this just happened, okay? Let me try to see. Is the next map the updated version of that? Yeah. Alright. So this is the situation now. So Constantine VI is now the emperor, but not really, because it's Irene of Athens who is now ruling the empire. Now, what Irene does is that she gets an army of eunuchs, to rule the administration of the empire. And she does with eunuchs because she can't trust men to do it, Can't trust men because they could rival her. She was very distrustful of it, so she gets eunuchs to rule the administration for her. And Irene tries to get some kind of alliance with the new king of the Franks, the son of Pepin the Short, Charlemagne. And Charlemagne is someone you could talk the whole day about, but I'm just gonna give the essentials here. So Charlemagne, he was the son of Pepin the Short. I think he had a civil war with his brother Carlomanos, something like this. And there was this whole deal with Aquitaine. There was a civil war, I think there was. And anyway, Charlemagne took power, and he was now ruling the Franks. And she tried to get an alliance with Charlemagne, marrying some daughters and everything, but it didn't get going. But anyway, Irene, then she sees the situation in Greece, that it's really deteriorated. Like, just look at the map over there. Like, this lava just took over Greece. And she just sends an army over there and reconquers Greece, essentially. That's what she does. As easy as that. I don't know why Constantine V didn't do that. Oh yeah, here. And reconquers Greece. And pretty swell, she starts celebrating triumphs outside of Thrace, or she's gonna do that. What else does Irene do? Okay, so Irene also welcomed some Armenian migrants that were fleeing the Caliphate, and among these Armenian migrants is a little kid called Leo. Leo the Armenian, we can remember him by, okay? I might start writing some more names here. It's hard to keep all these names juggling in your head. Okay, so Leo the Armenian just sneaked in, just saying. And then... You see, Irene, she has a bride show she throws for her son. She just marries him to a noble girl, and he has absolutely no input on on who he gets to marry. Irene she just keeps ruling, like Constantine VI just keeps growing up under her regency, and she never gives up power. She just really knows how to keep power, really intelligent and really power hungry. And she just uses her skills to stay as regent, and Constantine VI, he blames her eunuchs for this. So he tries to overthrow some of her eunuchs. She gets mad at it, and so she sends him to his room. Literally, she puts him under house arrest. So Constantine just starts rotting on his own bedroom. And what Irene does is that she wants to rule alone. She asks the army, the legions, the strategicos armies over there near the capital, to proclaim a personal oath of allegiance to her. Not to Constantine VI, but to her. But when she asked these 8th century Byzantine soldiers to renounce their allegiance to the grandson of Constantine V and to her, a woman, the standards of the time were far more misogynistic. They got really angry, and they revolted against her and pressured her to release Constantine VI to rule on his own. So Irene was deposed, and Constantine V just takes power, and what does he do? He gets an army, goes fight the Bulgars, and gets wrecked. Completely wrecked. So he goes back crying to Mommy, and he re-empowers Irene. Mommy, please help me, Bulgars are mean, stuff like that. And Irene uses her power to deal with a conspiracy from the sons of Constantine V. Remember, he had those 6 sons with that noble girl. So they conspire against him, but she has all of them exiled. And then they revolt again, and they conspire. And she has them all exiled again, but this time she mutilates them. She cuts off their hands, she chops off their noses, and blinds them. Blinding. You see, this is going to be more effective. There wouldn't be a Justinian II if he had been blinded. People are going to realize this is more effective. So Irene retakes power, reassures the regime against conspiracy. But then Constantine VI, he has a son. And this is a problem. You see, it was bad enough that Irene had to compete with her own son for legitimacy, but now he just had a legitimate grandson. And what would this make her? Well, even less needed for authority, right? So, what she does is that she meets up with Constantine VI. She reassures that everything is alright. And then she gets her goons to kidnap Constantine VI, and they drag him all the way to a dark little room. She unveils Constantine, she has her thugs hold him down, and orders one of them to gouge his eyes out as she watched. She blinded her own son as she watched. And then, as he was blinded, they didn't treat him and they just threw him on the ground, blinded, screaming, and left him to bleed away in agony on that dark room all alone. They just left. Irene took over power and became the first empress to rule on her own rights as over Rome, over the empire. And it's kind of a shame that it happened this way, you know? Filicidal maniac, power-hungry maniac. Yeah, poor Constantine VI, you know? Just mommy's boy. And no one knows what happened to Constantine VI. He is kind of a mystery. His death was never confirmed, because Irene never talked about it. Like, one day Constantine VI just vanished and she never addressed it to the population. A lot of people just thought that Constantine VI was still their emperor, but he was just chilling in some room and no one got to see him. So anyway, Irene took over power and she ruled as the first Roman empress. She was technically a usurper, but she did rule on her own right. And first woman to do so, as I said. Now, she tried to buy the loyalty of other people by lowering taxes and all, but it wasn't enough. People weren't very supportive of her by the time that she had committed double filicide, because I think she killed her grandson as well, you know? She killed her grandson or let him die, I think it was. So Irene, pretty heartless bastard, that woman. Heartless bitch. Killed her son, killed her grandson. And what did she do later? Is this when she does it? Or am I missing something? Okay, yeah. So let's get back to the Pope. So the Pope, he was seeing everything happening over there in the East, and he said, okay, it's one thing to have a double filicide as emperor, but a woman, no. And we shouldn't dismiss this as just a blatant act of misogyny and oppression. It was in part that, but there are theological problems with accepting a woman as the head of the Eastern Church, because that's what she was. Irene, was above the Patriarch of Constantinople. She got to dismiss him and everything. So this was a theological problem. So Leo, yeah, confusingly enough, the name of that pope is Leo III as well. So Leo III, the Pope Leo III, he got all confused, like, man, there's no Roman emperor, it's vacant, there's just a usurper over there, what do I do? And then Pope Leo III, he was kind of a pleb, he wasn't a nobleman, and people were angry that he was pope and not a nobleman, so some of his noble rivals tried to usurp him. They get a mob going, they try to blind him. So the Pope, he flees to the court of Charlemagne. And Charlemagne, he agrees, like, oh yeah, Pope, welcome. I'm on your side, man. And they march down all the way back to Rome, and Charlemagne purges all of his rivals and reinstalls Leo III. And Leo III as Pope, one day, as Charlemagne was praying on his knees on a church in Rome. I forgot what church it was. Must have been St. Peter's Basilica. But it wasn't built right then. It was a medieval... Some details, man. Can't get right. He was praying in a church. And Leo III just came up to him and put a crown on his head. And acclaimed him as the Roman Emperor. This was the crowning of Charlemagne as the Roman Emperor. And he straight up, he named him Romanum Imperator, or Imperator Romanorum, one of the two. And he was seen as like a, pretty much as Augustus was named the Roman Emperor, they saw him as the Roman Emperor, you know? It wasn't just some bastardization as he later became. So Charlemagne was now seen as the successor of Constantine the Sixth in the eyes of these guys in the West. Okay, this guy is the Roman Emperor now, and we have these plebs in the East doing their own thing. This is how he was seen from here on. So Charlemagne, he just accepts the titles eventually. There's some titles about how he tried to deny it or he wasn't into it, but anyway, in the end he did accept it, and he returned and he got the Carolingian Empire going. And can we get a map of this over here? Let me see. I do have a map of it. But let me just get it. Here. Alright, so this is Charlemagne's Empire over here. Let's get rid of the Umayyad. So Charlemagne's Empire over here, pretty massive. Like on this map it includes the Papal States, but it shouldn't really, although he did have authority to protect it. And Charlemagne just keeps expanding the territory, he's fighting Saxons and everything, and he gets this massive super state. So if you're gonna call him the Roman Emperor, like in pretty much all effects in the West, he pretty much was. But you know, like the Pope pulled this authority to crown a Roman Emperor from his ass. He didn't have the authority to do that. So he is technically an illegitimate Roman Emperor. The direct line of succession, uninterrupted, is still with the Byzantines. So the Byzantines are the real Roman Empire, and now we have the Carolingian Empire claiming to be the Roman Empire. Yeah, we have these two different claims of authority now. So, oh yeah, I forgot to up here. But yeah, this is gonna be a long stream, if you people haven't realized. We're 2 hours in, almost. And still a lot of ground to cover. So Irene of Athens, as you can see, she took over power. But then Charlemagne, as the new Roman Emperor, or Roman Emperor in his eyes, he asked Irene to marry her. He proposed to marry her. And it was this huge proposal, you know, you could have united both empires. But Irene just, like, she was into it, she liked the idea, but then came an eunuch called Aetios. Aetios, kind of like Aetius, but it's Aetios with an O. He didn't like it, he wanted to usurp power for his own, and Irene marrying this giga-powerful Western dude would have ruined everything, so he ruins the whole plans, and he compels Irene to not accept it, and she goes along with it, and the plan is ruined, and they don't get married. We don't have a new Roman Empire, sorry. So, Irene drops the idea because of Aetius, and Aetius then starts planning to usurp power, as I said, his own machinations. But people didn't like Aetius, so they counter-coup him as he was couping, and they installed a new guy, one of their own, the finance minister, Nikephoros, as emperor. Don't confuse him with Nikephoros Phocas. Nikephoros Phocas comes later. This guy is just named Nikephoros. So let's get the list here. Nikephoros I. Irene was exiled to a monastery and she died there. Like weaving some clothes, I think it was, the sources tell us. And Nikephoros I is not the emperor, and the thing about him is that, as I said, he was a finance minister. Will the stream be archived? I don't know what I mean by archived. It will become a video. It will be publicly available for everyone to watch. So Nikephoros I became emperor, and he was a finance minister, so he was dead set on improving the economy. So he started raising taxes and trying to run things more effectively. And what he does as well is that on the territories that Irene reconquered in Greece over there, he starts force migrating Greeks from Anatolia to Greece to repopulate it, you know, because there were too many Slavs there. They were Slavifying the land. And because of his efforts, I would say that he is one of the main reasons why Greece isn't today a Slavic country, you know? The Greek identity survived. He's one of the pillars for why that remained the case. And he started force converting Slavs as well, so they were integrated into the Greek culture. So Greek people watching, you have a lot to thank for Nikephoros I for preserving your culture and language. So Nicephorus the first, he has these reforms, but yeah, he really strengthens the economy, but that's not what he is remembered for. Nicephorus the first, he is remembered for his conflict with Krum. No, it's Krum in English, but that's so lame. God, Krum, what a lame name. Krum, the Khan Krum, much better. Do I have a photo here of Krum? Let's see. I think I do. Let me get the archive here. Yeah, I do. We have Krum over here. So it's a huge spoiler, this picture, but I had to do it. This is Krum. Imagine him Krum. Oh yeah, let's put the name here too, so people can accompany. Krum. Yes, Kum. The Emperor Kum. So Krum was the Bulgar Khan. I bet he's one of those dudes the Bulgarians are forced to learn about in history. And Krum was this super powerful Bulgar Khan, and he was just ruling there. And he started raiding Thrace and other places of the empire, Macedonia and such. So Nicephorus the First, to solidify his new settlers over there, he starts campaigning against Krum. So he gathers this huge army and manages to push Krum back a bit, or his raiders back. And he starts to try to rebuild forts on the frontier. And it's a funny story. Like, it really broke my heart when I first read it. Nicephorus, he ordered his soldiers to rebuild the destroyed forts that Krum had ruined on the frontier. But when he ordered his soldiers to do it, they said that we will not do it. We are Roman soldiers, not builders. Which, man, it just forces you to realize how far the empire has fallen. God, like, it forces you to remember the ages of Caesar when they were building against Pompey. You know, they had these building wars to build a huge wall against each other. Like, man, builders and Roman soldiers, they used to be synonymous, man. But yeah, it really destroyed me when I read that the first time. Yeah, you have this hilarious moment. And then Nicephorus, he sets up for a campaign against Krum. And it is initially very successful. He gathers again this huge army and starts raiding the lands of Krum in Bulgaria. He sacks multiple villages. He sacks the capital, the Pliska. And Krum is just watching from the forest over there with his cav, because he did not want to fight the huge Byzantine host. And Nicephorus I, he starts marching back because he didn't meet Krum in battle. He just raided his capital. But the passage back to the empire was blocked by a bunch of rocks. 1 second. Is there a background noise? I don't know what the mic can pick. There's some loud stuff happening outside of my apartment. Anyway, I'm gonna try speaking and you tell me if it's bothering anyone, okay? Okay, so Nicephorus I, he marches back, but the path out is blocked by rocks. Krum had the path blocked by rocks. And Nicephorus I is like, meh. And he camps outside of the passage. Oh, you can't hear the car? Damn it. I'm gonna have to wait for this car to get out. Okay, it should be getting out. I'm sorry, very, very plebeian stream here. First time doing it, I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to make even more stringent settings here on the mic, so sounds like this can come in. Anyway, so the sounding should be back to normal. So Nicephorus I, he was blocked by these rocks. To the stream at the library, yeah. So Nicephorus I, he camps outside these rocks, this blocked passage, and he doesn't build any walls. He just camps outside of there. He doesn't build any fortifications whatsoever. Dude was so sure he had this massive army, and he didn't make any provisions for defense. And then Krum sees this and is like, well, so much for that. And he gathers all of his cav and he, at the dead of night, he charges the Byzantine camps and starts killing soldiers non-stop. And Krum himself, with his own forces, he beelines for the camp, the imperial camp of Nicephorus I. Is this huge, very extravagant camp, and his soldiers kill Nicephorus I. And yeah, not much to say about it. The army is completely routed. It was all in the dead of night. Their leader just got killed, and most of the leadership. The Byzantine army is almost all of it is slaughtered, and a few survivors, they just crawl back through the mountains back into the imperial territory. And it was this crushing victory for Krum. And as you can see here in the picture, Krum did something that is remembered by all historians. He took the skull of Nicephorus I, had it laminated, I think it was, poured with metal and everything, and turned it into his own drinking cup. And we don't know for sure if he did this or not, but I'm just gonna act like he did, because this fuels so much mythology. Like, so many writers just took this for themselves, Like, you can see this kind of stuff in the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire and other books as well. Like, rulers just doing this left and right. And it's really funny. That's what we have the picture for. Krum, the madman. And then Nicephorus I was dead, and he was succeeded by his son, Starikos. Let's get him over here. Starikos. Now, Starikos, he was crippled by the battle in the Krum. He couldn't walk anymore. So the soldiers that came up, that survived the battle, they wanted to acclaim Nicephorus I's son-in-law, a guy named Michael. Right? So Michael, Michael took over power. But Michael took over power, but initially he didn't want to do that. Like, he renounced all claims to try to usurp the emperor, but Starikos, he ordered Michael blinded when he noticed that there was a lot of support for him. So then Michael usurped him, and Starikos, when the soldiers came up to him, he preemptively made himself a monk. Had him tonsured, had a little monk hair, and joined the church, so that when they got to him, they couldn't blind him. What are you gonna do? You're gonna blind a monk? You couldn't do that. So he got exiled, and he later died of gangrene. Awful sickness. I'm not gonna write it here. Gangrene. Don't Google it. It's not gonna be very pleasant for your eyes. And now Michael I was the emperor. And now I can bring up a revolt that happened in Nicephorus's first reign, because it's important here. So back when Nicephorus I took power, he had usurped Irene. There was this revolt under a general, and this general, he consulted with a holy hermit that allegedly could see the future, and he said that his revolt would fail, and that of his 3 generals, 2 of them would become emperors. So who was these generals, his subcommanders? It was a dude named Thomas the Slav. It was a dude named Michael, not that Michael. The Michael we're talking about is a nobleman. This Michael is a general. And it's that Leo, the Armenian, the guy that came in during the Armenian migration during Irene's rule. So we have this general that has a revolt, and it has Thomas the Slav, Michael the general, and Leo the Armenian. And he says that 2 of them will become emperors. And after the revolt failed, because it did fail, when Michael I took power, what did he do? Michael I, oh yeah, he led some campaigns against Krum, and he got absolutely crushed by him. He got wrecked battle after battle after battle with the few soldiers he still had left, and Michael I eventually just said, man, fuck being emperor, fuck this, I can't do this, and he gave the crown to Leo, the Armenian, which was a better general. You, Leo, you're a better general than me, take this over, I'm out. So Leo, update here, Michael I, Rangabe, he gave out the crown. And then we get Leo V, the Armenian. Okay, let's reduce Krum here. It's only proper. Krum takes a lot of space, but it's pretty reasonable. Yeah, let's reduce the Carolingian Empire there too. Okay. Okay, so Leo V is now given the task of fighting Chrome, which is not something that you want. So what does Leo V do with his newfound power? He invites Chrome to meet outside of Constantinople. And it's just three people. It's Chrome and two dudes, and it's Leo and two dudes. And they do this like right outside of the walls of Constantinople. And he shows this as like he proposes this as a diplomatic thing, you know, trying to restore diplomatic ties. But then out of nowhere, Leo orders a dude with a bow and arrow from a bush to shoot at Krum to try to kill him. But Krum dodged and it killed one of his friends. And then Krum just bolted out of there, got back into his horse and ran away from there, mad as hell. And not much actually came out of this. Krum, he later died of a brain hemorrhage. And it's unclear if he survived much longer after this, but he did die of a brain hemorrhage. And that was the tale of Krum. Interesting guy. Okay, so Leo V, let's just outright campaign against the Bulgars. But before he does that, I must say that Leo V was an iconoclast. So he supported the whole thing that Leo III and Constantine V were going through. So I forgot to mention. I remember Irene. Irene, she was an iconophile, and she had condemned iconoclasm. You know, it's kind of funny actually. You remember Constantine V was this massive iconoclast, and Theophanes hated him. When we get to Irene, because she was an iconophile, Theophanes loves her and shouts praise after praise after praise, which is not something you would expect about an historian talking about a woman ruler from the medieval age. But because she was an iconophile and Theophanes had only one setting on his mind turned on, like a praise iconophiles and shit on iconoclasts, he just Irene is this godly princess to him. And then Irene, she condemned iconoclasm and restored the iconophile position. And then when Leo comes to power, Leo V, and he's an iconoclast, he restores iconoclasm. So it's really shitty to hear about this because it's this back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But it's how it happened in history. It's hard to not portray it that way. And we're going emperor after emperor here, man. We're doing this the brute way. Now, Leo V, he was an iconoclast, and he bribed and convinced and threatened the other bishops to restore the position of iconoclasm. And then the Patriarch of Constantinople, he was an iconophile, and he was against all of this. And he said that just because we were losing battles under iconophile emperors, because Michael I and Nicephorus I were iconophiles, so people were associating iconophile with imperial defeat, military defeat. Some people thought that being an iconoclast would bring back the favor of God in battles. So Nicephorus, the Patriarch of Constantinople, it says that, dude, military triumph shouldn't dictate religious rights. If that were the case, then we should go back to the pagan gods of Julius Caesar. It's a sound argument. But then Leo V just gathered his army and he took advantage that Krum was likely dead, and he beat up a lot of Bulgars and won a lot of victories, and because of those victories he got support for iconoclasm. So no one heard to the poor old iconophile patriarch over there. And yeah, we got Leo V now, a solid emperor, iconoclast, won against the Bulgars. And is there anything else to say about Leo V before we get to the thing that happened? Oh yeah. So Leo V, remember that general called Michael? Michael the General? So Michael the General, he revolted against Leo around this time. And he tried to usurp power, but failed. And Leo V, he had him arrested and wanted to execute him. But it was Christmas time, and his wife convinced him that... Okay, I don't know how true these stories are, but his wife convinced him to spare Michael the General during Christmas Eve, because it would have been unchristian to kill him. It would have been cruel, and he could execute him later. And Leo V was convinced by this and just left Michael to rot in his cell. So Michael was then visited by some of his co-conspirators, and he said they would completely spill the beans and tell everything about the whole conspiracy if they didn't help him out of prison. And then the conspirators get all spooked, and they just gather this whole plan to just like Leo V was marching, he was going to church in a Sunday, and right on his way to church, these conspirators just got to him and slashed him down, just completely gutted him on the way to church, and just left him to rot. They run away, and they got back to Michael, and they got him out of prison, but they didn't have the keys to his. They didn't have the keys to his how do you say it in English? The cuffs, the metal cuffs, you know. So he was cuffed on his legs principally. So they had to drag him, carry him all the way to the imperial palace on chains, and made him emperor on chains. This prisoner just being made the emperor, it must have been quite a sight. So yeah, we have Michael II as emperor now. So let's march here on the list. Michael II. Oh, this one ended. Michael II the Amorian. Yeah, I'm gonna call him the Amorian. Remember, Amoria was this city out there, often a military post. Okay, so Michael II. Michael II was quite a character. He was quite a brutal guy. Because if you remember, as I said, on the revolt, there were 3 men that were among them, but only 2 of them were to become emperors. We had Thomas the Slav, we had Michael II, we had Michael the General, and we had Leo the Armenian. Leo the Armenian became Leo V, Michael the General became Michael II, and now we're left Thomas the Slav. Poor Thomas the Slav. Thomas the Slav revolted against Michael II, proclaiming that he would avenge Leo V, and it didn't go very well. He did beat an army from Michael II, and he did claim to be Constantine VI. Thomas the Slav claimed to be Constantine VI, and he would probably named himself Constantine VI if he gotten back on the throne, which would have been confusing as hell. But yeah, he beat an army, but he tried to siege Constantinople, and it was a failure. It just dragged and dragged and dragged. His fleet got burned by Greek fire, and his armies were eventually beat, and they marched north into Thrace, and Michael II marched out with his own troops. Michael II had bribed some Bulgars to harass him as well, and then his army agreed to surrender Thomas the Slav if they agreed to be merciful. If Michael agreed to be merciful. And Michael said, okay, let's be merciful. And he agreed to give mercy. He is delivered Thomas the Slav to his encampment, and then Michael II just taps on his head on the ground and forces him to proclaim that he was the rightful Roman emperor. And then Thomas the Slav says that yes, Michael II was the rightful Roman emperor. And then Michael II had his hands chopped off, his nose chopped off, and impaled him. And that was the mercy that he gave him. Thomas the Slav, that is a doorknob. And Michael II, he was quite the element. He married a nun that was a daughter of Constantine VI just to get legitimacy, even though he was a nun and it was illegal and the church hated for him. Michael II didn't care. And Michael II had this son named Theophilos. Quite a name. We'll get to him. Theophilos. He had his son. And he also... What else did he do? Well, I have to check my notes. Oh yeah, it's under Michael II that another thing happens. So remember, each theme has his own strategicos, his own commander. And Sicily was still under Byzantine control. Remember, you can see there in the map. So the strategicos of Sicily, he revolts against Michael II, and to get his revolt going, he invites the Muslims from Africa down south to come over and help him take over the island. So this galaxy brain idea this strategical have, the Muslims come over with their fleet and they land to support him. But then an imperial fleet is sent and burns the whole Arab fleet with Greek fire. So the Arab soldiers are stranded on the island. So what do? They start conquering the island for Islam out of necessity, out of survival. If they don't do that, they're gonna die. And the strategicals completely loses command over the whole situation. And eventually, the Arabs use him to try to get one of the cities that are resisting to come over to their side. And the populace of the city, once the general comes over, they lynch him. They mob him and kill him on the streets because they are pissed that this guy just invited a Muslim army to go conquer their homelands. And that's the fate of Sicily. Sicily started being conquered by the Arabs, and it's gonna fall. So we're losing Sicily there. And by the way, a Muslim fleet that was originally from Hispania and they traveled through the Mediterranean all the way to Egypt, they landed on Crete. They just landed on Crete and took the island. So the empire just lost its 2 major islands. Oh, and by the way, Sardinia was also lost. I don't remember the reason. It just kind of faded into the background. I think one of the emperors just forgot to name a governor for the island and they just became autonomous. So I think that the next map over here, it should be an updated version of that. Oh, man, I keep committing this same mistake. My mind is a bit fried. Yeah. So this is the Roman Empire now. And let's turn off Chrome. That guy has died for a while. So, Michael II is the emperor. He just lost the 2 main islands, and plus the Lombards never stopped raiding sovereign Italy, by the way. They just keep conquering piece after piece. And Michael II, he has this brilliant plan, this revolutionary plan to deal with these 2 lost islands. He died, and he was succeeded by Theophilos, his eldest son, and I think his only son. Theophilos. And Theophilos is an interesting emperor because he used the increased wealth, the stronger economy and taxation amounts that he could levy that Nikephoros I had given the state, and he started making these massive extravagant building projects. He renovated the imperial palace with golden statues, he increased soldier pay, but most of all, he oversaw the construction of the beacon system. And the beacon system was this line of towers, of forts that had this flame burn at the top of them, and once one fired, the other fired, and the other fired, and in 1 hour, Constantinople could be informed of an Arab raid all the way from the frontier, all the way to the capital. And that's the inspiration that Tolkien got from The Lord of the Rings. That's where he got it from. The beacon system towers of Theophilos. So now the Empire got this neat little tool to inform them very quickly of Arab raids, and it's going to be very useful. Okay, let's take a small pause here so I can read some chats. I haven't been doing that at all. I wanted to focus a lot on the stream, so sorry everyone. Let's see some donations here. What's your opinion on Civ 5? I once played as a chief. Bacha Gutsi, who that is. Beaten Suleiman, yeah. Askia, but couldn't hold the Chief Imperial. I love Civ 5, I played the hell out of it, and my favorite civilization was the Shoshone, the Native Americans, because they were OP as hell. And I played a bit as Rome there, but it wasn't very interesting to play as Rome in that game. The Shoshone were powerful. Yeah, Civ 5, love the game, love the intros, love the DLCs, great game. Will the VOD be available for the stream ends? Yeah, definitely. Last stream. I hope so, man. I'm trying to make it fun. Dova, I realized something. Based Rome, oh god. Roman fanboy twinks own Canadian twinks. Yeah. Dova, what was the song you used for Man, even here people ask me these questions. Man, I don't know. I would need to go back to whatever video you're talking about and make a check with the timestamp and everything. It's hard to do that. I'm often very busy. But anyway, thanks. Brazil is the new Rome. I wish, man. Not really. Love watching your videos alongside this history. Thanks. DTNJ. What is DTNJ? What does D stands for? Determined? I don't know what D is. Ayo, some money. Thanks everyone. I missed something here? You're amazing, thanks. God bless. Do you like him as an emperor or a skull cup? I bet he made a very good skull cup. I bet because of Nicephorus I was this finance minister and he had to deal with a lot of intricacies and complicated stuff. He must have had a very big skull, so I bet he made a very good drinking cup to drink from. So I bet Crumb was very happy with his efforts to make it into a drinking cup. Alright. Oh, a new one. A surprise stream to be, sure. Yeah, I'm really surprised here. No announcement, not everything. Just binged and biased history stuff on a friend's recommendation. Keep it up. Yeah. I might try different videos in the future. I want to give some different things a try, but I might make a whole announcement about that. But I definitely want to keep high effort, good videos going. So yeah, thanks for everything. Okay, let's get back to the narrative here. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about Theophilos. He just built the whole thing, the whole beacon tower system. What else did Theophilos did? Oh yeah, the Caliphate invaded. Oh shit, I forgot to mention. Remember the Umayyad Caliphate? Let me put the picture here. Umayyad Caliphate. Where is this damned thing? Okay. Remember the Umayyad Caliphate here? Oh, second. Really hard here to still learning a lot of things. Okay, the Umayyad Caliphate here. Yeah, it got replaced. There was a whole revolution on the Caliphate, and they got overthrown, the Umayyad family, by the Abbasids. So now we have the Abbasid, but do I have a picture of the Abbasids? God, I don't think I do. But anyway, the Abbasids were just the Umayyad Caliphate, but they were weaker because they lost control of Hispania, they lost control of Mauritania, and like Persia was really rebellious, but still under their control. So we have a weaker caliphate now, and this is an important detail. Weaker caliphate. So Theophilos, he had to deal with another invasion from the Abbasid Caliphate. And they invaded Anatolia, he went to deal with them, but he fails to stop them, and they go west, and they raid deep into Anatolia, and they sack Amorium. And it's the destruction of Amorium. It's this major centerpiece in Byzantine history. It was this major city, and it got destroyed by the Abbasids. But it also marks one of the turning points. This was one of the last really bad things that happened, because up until now, the Byzantines have been getting beaten all the hell out, and things are going to start changing really fast. The turning point is to come. The Macedonians are coming. Yeah, Theophilos, he went to deal with it, he failed, and then he went back to Constantinople, and he got some kind of sickness, and he was talking with his wife. Theophilus' wife was an iconophile called Theodora, just to confuse us, another Roman empress called Theodora. And Theodora, Theophilos named her as regent for the son they had together. And the son they had together was named Michael. He named him after his father. And Michael became Michael III and succeeded Theophilos after he died, but he was under the tutelage, the regency of his mother, Theodora. Okay, let's move the list. One emperor goes, another emperor goes. Michael III the Drunkard. So you know that he's called the Drunkard, and the reason for that is because historians despise this dude. No, Theophanes the Confessor, he had died by then. His histories, they ended on Michael I around then. Oh, by the way, Theophanes the Confessor, he was on the council that Irene, the ecumenical council Irene had gathered to condemn iconoclasm. And can you just imagine Theophanes just shouting out of his lungs in some ecumenical council place, just screaming in the face of these bishops about how the devil was behind iconoclasm and just ranting and ranting. I wish I was there to watch it. But anyway, Theophanes was there, Theophanes was dead by then, and his history is ended. And now the historians that we get most history from are from Macedonian historians. Macedonian historians, I mean writers that wrote around the times of the Macedonian emperors. And they despised Michael III for the reasons that will become very evident as we will soon get into. So Michael III took power, and his mother, as a regent, the first thing that she did, Theodora called another ecumenical council and condemned Leo V's condemnation of Irene's, condemnation of Constantine's, condemnation of Iconophile. So 4 negatives make a positive, so Theodora just ended up winning. Her council made the Iconophile position mainstream again, so icons are good. Icons are good. And this is why the church, including the Orthodox Church, still has icons. They don't think it's against the second commandment. And that's why we get statues like the Pietà, the Pietà from Michelangelo. That's why we get the Christ the Redeemer. That's why we get all these kinds of beautiful Christian arts, because they didn't go the iconoclast route. The iconoclast route was much closer to the Muslim line of thinking of aniconism, I think is the word, where they think that creating life is God's prerogative, so you shouldn't even depict it. So that's why a Muslim art doesn't have any depictions whatsoever of people or living things. It's all writing. And yeah, iconoclasm would have gone down that route, but they lost. And Theodora, the iconophile, she ended this dispute. And yeah, that was her contribution. But Michael III, when he grew older, he got 15 years old, he got tired of his mother and deposed her. I don't remember if he exiled her, but I do know that he deposed her. And, started ruling as the Roman emperor. He didn't want to share the fate of Constantine VI, I bet. And yeah, Theodora got deposed, Michael III as emperor. And how did Michael III rule as emperor? Well, let me remember some details. What did he do right out of the gate? Oh yeah. Back when his mother was still around, she threw a bride show to marry her son to a noble girl. But Michael III wasn't into it. He was actually into the daughter of what word should I use to describe it? Yeah, what the heck? Of a Kievian Rus trader. And she was this Nord girl, blondie and everything. Should have been very exotic back in the day. And, well, not that much. Slavs were around, but okay. And so Ingarina, this little Nordic girl from Kievian Rus, daughter of this trader, and Michael III was completely smitten by her. And now I gotta explain what Kievian Rus is. So, up north, way up north, there was this massive superstate called Kievian Rus, and it just dominated all over Ukraine and what would become Belarus and Russia. And it would eventually expand, and it was ruled by a Nordic elite called the Varangians. You know that word, don't you? The Varangians were these Nordic, mostly Swedish invaders that came under Rurik, I think it was, and who later was used to proclaim lineage of the Rurikovich dynasty in Russia. And so we got this massive superstate composed of Slavs but ruled by the Varangians, the Nords. And Angelina was probably of the Varangian elite class, and she was the daughter of this Nordic dude that was coming down from Kievan Rus. But this dude, he was probably down there to spy on the empire, and the reason for that will become evident. So anyway, Michael III is smitten by this girl Angelina, important thing to remember. Next thing here that Michael III did, let me think. Yeah, the Abbasid Caliphate invaded Anatolia again, and Michael III went to deal with it, personally. He got some armies to deal with it. And when he was fighting them, or at least overseeing the battles, a massive Kievian Rus fleet came up from the north and started sieging Constantinople. And they couldn't do it, they couldn't siege Constantinople, so they started raiding the countryside, all the suburbs around Constantinople, killed a bunch of people, a lot of pagan stuff, you know, brutal stuff, and yeah, most of them just sailed north with the booty that they got. So Michael the Third, he had to march all the way back to Constantinople, but he left his armies back there to fight the Abbasids, and eventually it led to the Battle of Bishop's Meadow. The Battle of Bishop's Meadow. It has a different name. It has the Arabic name on Wikipedia. But anyway, it was the battle that completely changed the dynamic between the Byzantines and the Caliphate, because it was a decisive Byzantine victory. The Arab host was completely destroyed, their leader was killed, and the Byzantine generals that were leading the forces just raided outside, started raiding the Caliphate territory. So the tables are starting to turn, you see. The Muslims were raiding Anatolia all this time, raiding Cilicia and everything, but now it was the Byzantines who were raiding the Muslim lands over there, because the Abbasids were increasingly weaker. They could host smaller, well, first of all, they could pay less and less attention to the Byzantines because they had their own problems holding what they had together. They were losing province after province, and they could host like a smaller armies and everything. So yeah, the tables were turning, as I said. So huge victory there, the Battle of Bishop's Meadow. So Michael III, he returned to the capital, Constantinople, and he eventually named a guy named Photius as patriarch. Photius, if you're Orthodox and you're up with your liturgy, you might remember as Photius the Great. Photius the Great is this great Orthodox Christian saint, and I don't know why exactly. I don't remember the reasons, because I know the context, but yeah, he was just this friend of Michael III. He got named emperor, and he got rushed through the ranks, you know? He was just like he got made into a priest, and then a deacon, a priest, and a bishop, and then patriarch. I think that was the line. In a week. In a week, he got through all of these ranks. And the Pope was really angry at this. The Pope, because the patriarch, or the Orthodox view, the patriarch of Constantinople, he outranked the Pope, who was, on their eyes, the patriarch of Rome. But the Pope saw himself as his own thing, his own supreme authority. In the eyes of the Orthodox, it was not, so he was pissed at this. So he wrote to Michael III saying, "How could you do this? You just rushed this pleb through the ranks. It was completely done unethically, and you just blah 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 blah." And then Michael III replied, "Shut the hell up. You had no authority to complain, and Latin is a barbaric language." Latin, a barbaric language. The Roman emperor just said this. This is the moment that we might as well just call them the Byzantine Empire exclusively, because, you know, forget 476, forget 1453, the Roman Empire fell the second Michael III sent that letter. And it's kind of base, it's kind of hilarious for him to give such a response, but really calling Latin a barbaric language? Holy shit, man, that burns. It was a huge burn, yeah. But then there was another burn as well. The Pope, he replied to Michael III, "If that is so, why do you call yourself the Emperor of the Romans?" And Michael III never replied. Because how do you reply to that? What are you gonna say? The real Romans are Greeks? So yeah, this is the moment where the Latins, the Western people, really start to see the Byzantine Empire as its own little Greek kingdom. Increasingly, more and more, they start seeing them in that way. And it's funny how these things develop, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, I covered that incident. I had to cover it. It was one of my notes here. Alright. Yeah, the Photius thing. Oh yeah, we should talk about a bit about Bulgaria. Bulgaria, if you remember, was this pagan tribe of Western nomads that came to conquer Thrace and everything. They were around Romania and Thrace by then. And under Chrome, they had conquered the Avars and they expanded, and they were this massive superstate by then. Do I have a picture of the Bulgarians by this point? Let me see. Bulgars. I don't think I do. Yeah, okay. So imagine the super Bulgarian state here, and it's gonna become the Bulgarian Empire because one of their leaders, called Boris the First, I bet it's the George Washington of Bulgarian schools when they study them. Boris the First, he converted to Christianity, and after a back and forth between the Western and Eastern Orthodox churches, he decided to convert to the Orthodox faith because he got the concession to get his own patriarch, so they were kind of an independent church. So Boris I converted, became an Orthodox Christian, and started converted his own populace. And by then, the Orthodox populace, by the way, constituted of not just the nomads, but the Slavs they had incorporated, and the Romanians. Romanians were a thing, remember? There were still people, they were descended from the leftover Roman colonists back from the days of the Roman Empire in its peak, and they were still kind of there. And the people around the Romanian lands, they survived, and they still spoke a Latin-ish language, and it's going to become a Romanian language, and they were one of the many subjects of the Bulgars. So the Bulgarian Empire are becoming these Western Empire, mishmash. They became less and less Asiatic and more Western, and now it's really done. They converted to Christianity. What is about Boris the First? Oh yeah, this is when it really gets interesting. We are 2.5 hours in, and it's time to introduce the first. So, we start talking about the Macedonians. So, Basil the First, it's hard not to talk with him on the language that I've been using on Bias history. Okay, so Basil the First, he was this plebeian-born dude. He was born on the theme of Macedonia. But it was technically a geographical phrase, so it's kind of confusing. He wasn't born in Macedonia, he was on the theme of Macedonia. And he was this huge dude, strong, smart, and he got captured by the Bulgars at some point, and he broke out of it on his own accord, all alone. And one day, he battled the strongest champion that the Bulgars had and won against him in single combat. He was friends with this billionaire widow MILF from Greece called Danielis. You know, this billionaire, she had a lot of slaves and estates around the Peloponnese in Sparta. She was giga rich, and it's heavily implied that they had a romantic thing going, you know. I think Basil was into MILFs. And we just get praise after praise after praise after this guy from the historians, because it's the Macedonian historians, remember? And they start saying about how this guy was great. We're gonna get a fabrication later on that claims that Basil I was a direct descendant of Constantine I. I'm not kidding. And of Armenian royalty. So yeah, they couldn't deal with him being a pleb, so they had to link him up to the guy, the Constantine, and Armenian royalty for a good measure. It was Photius that wrote that bullshit, you know? He wrote a whole genealogical tree that explained the whole thing. You know, see these lines? You go through 100 lines, and here's Constantine III, your ancestor. Did you know that? Because I know that. Okay. Okay, we're at Michael III, yes, and we're introducing Basil. So, Basil was a really skilled guy, and he got recruited into imperial service. He became the stable master for Michael III, and when he met him, they became good friends, and really good friends, actually, best friends. And Basil became like the companion to Michael III, and started living in the imperial palace, became his chamberlain and stuff like that. And we need to get over the sources that really shit on Michael III. So, Michael III, we are told, he was this massive drunkard. He just drank all the time, couldn't give up the cup, you know? Wine, wine, wine. It was like Bobby B, you know? He just couldn't stop drinking. And we're also told that, I need to get some of the notes I wrote for this. What are the insane stories we're told about Michael III? Let's see here. Oh yeah, so he was a massive drunkard, and we're told that he destroyed the beacon tower system of his father, you know, Theophilos, because he didn't want signals of Arab Muslim raids coming from the east to interrupt him during his races in the Hippodrome, because he had these races in the Hippodrome, so he destroyed the beacon tower system not to alert the people of of an Arab raid and got them all worried and getting distracted. And I doubt that's how the beacon system got degraded, but I think it did get degraded. And another story is that he sang lewd versions of songs, of holy songs, church songs, with his mates when he was drunk, saying about dick and vagina and shit like that. And it was an affront to God, these historians are trying to convince us of. And of course, Michael III is told to be a massive homosexual. He had gay sex everywhere he went. He just couldn't keep it in his pants. He couldn't keep it out of his ass, We're told he's a massive degenerate, ultra gay, gay. It's really weird to read this from a modern perspective. It just kind of makes you laugh. Of how being gay was so unthinkable back then. It was just this moral degradation. And they just they always resorted to it. It was like calling someone a pagan, I guess. A massive insult. And yeah, Michael III, bad. Okay, you got this? Everyone got this? Michael III, bad. Right. So, we can justify what happens to him later. So, Michael, it's a bit funny too. Michael III is sold as this massive, ultra gay degenerate, but the guy that guarded the door to his room was Basil. He guarded his room, so well, what are we to make of this guy that had sex with everyone around him? The guy around him was Basil the First, the guy you're gonna try to prop up, whatever. So Basil the First guarded his room, and there was this one day when they had this plan. Like a Michael the Third, he had Basil marry Ingerina because he wanted to live beside her in the imperial palace, so they could shag and everything. And that was done because Michael III, he couldn't divorce his wife because it was a lawful marriage, his noble marriage that his mother had set up with, and he had no grounds for a divorce, and he couldn't do it. So he got Basil to marry his love, and so she could live together with him. And Basil I, I keep calling him Basil, he convinces Michael that some rivals of his were trying to conspire against him, so he is given permission, and Basil, with his bare hands, strangles these rivals of his on the corridors of the Imperial Palace, just strangles him with his bare hands and leaves him on the ground there. And then, later at some party, like Michael III, he was flirting with some dude, and he was having all these evil, unchristian gay degeneracy, And Basil, in his pure Christian virtue and his morals, he reprehends Michael III, and he tells him to stop being such a gay dick up in the ass pussy. Let's use that word. And Michael III just reprehends him, saying, "How dare you? I'll make this gay lover of mine co-emperor if I want to." And that was after Michael III had named Basil his heir. So Basil at this point was his heir, his legal heir. And after Ingerina just came up saying that she was pregnant and she had a son. Yeah, Ingerina, she was pregnant and she had a son named Leo. And Michael III was claiming Leo as his own son. Basil then said, "Okay, this is it. I had enough." And then one day, after Michael got drunk, he fiddled with his daughter's room, broke in, and killed Michael. And brutally, if you believe some sources. Some sources say that he got a gang with him to do it. They chopped off his hands and tortured him and stuff like that. And I don't know if I believe those sources. Quick stab to the throat there would have been quick and enough. So yeah, Michael III is dead, and Basil acclaimed himself as emperor. Legally, he was the heir. And he seized power and started the Macedonian Dynasty. Except he didn't really. It's conflicted at least. That son, Leo, that he had with Ingerina? We gotta decide, was he Basil's son? He could have been. Or was he Michael III's son? He could have been. I think he was Michael's son, because the way the historians write right, the history that comes from here, it seems very likely that Leo was Michael's son, which would mean that the Macedonian dynasty wasn't really the Macedonian dynasty and was just a continuation of the Isaurian dynasty. But screw that. Like a Basil, he was a pretty entertaining dude. Yeah, Macedonian dynasty sounds better than Isaurian dynasty. So let's go over the narrative a little bit. So Michael the First takes Basil the First takes power, starts the Macedonian dynasty. What does he do? No, legit. What does he do at the start of his reign? Let me remember. Okay, yeah. So he took power and he started raising Leo as his own son. He told everyone that Leo was his son because he didn't want to be seen as a cock, you know. No, that won't do. Can't have that. And so he raised Leo as his son legally, blah blah blah. But Basil also had another son, the son that was actually his and that he really loved, a son named Constantine. And he later had another son with Ingerina that was actually his, called Alexander. So it's three children here. It's Constantine, which Basil had before, that was actually his. There's Leo, which is probably Ingerina's son with Michael III. And there's Alexander, which was Basil's son with Ingerina. Like I wish I had a genealogical tree here to show, but it would have been extremely spoilerful if I did something like that. Oh shit, someone donated $50, so yeah, I'm gonna have to read that donation. Just 1 second. I'll get over all the donations, I swear. Yeah, so Basil took power, took Leo as his legal heir. And, but God, what did Basil do in his early reigns? I'm having a little lack of memory here. Hey, this is the game, right? I need to remember from memory. Okay, so Basil I, he had this treaty with Kievan Rus that permitted Kievan Rus to allow their mercenaries to go serve under the imperial banner. You know? Like, so this was the start of the Varangian Guard. So these Nordic and Rus mercenaries are starting to serve in the imperial banner. This was the start of it. This was a treaty that he had signed. And also persecuted Jews. I think he did. You know, a lot of anti-Semitic stuff going on. And he... Oh yeah, Basil I, he sent a general named Nikephoros Phocas the Elder to go reconquer South Italy from the Lombards. That name ring a bell? Yeah, it's his grandfather, Nikephoros Phocas the Elder, and he was a great general as well. And he completely wrecked the Lombards and started to retake southern Italy. I'll have to update that map later. So yeah, there was that. There was a treaty. There was the Lombards. Oh yeah, right after that, Ingerina died, and so did Basil's son Constantine. So he left Basil all alone with Leo. And they didn't get along at all. It wasn't all that alone. Like, Alexander existed, but Alexander was Alexander. He was his own little thing. So it was Leo and Basil. And Basil must have known that he wasn't his son because he treated him like shit. So Leo, as he grew up, he became a bookworm. He was taught to study by Photius the Great, who was still around. And he became so literate that people dubbed him the Wise. Leo V, the Wise. Forgot to update the imperial theme, damn it. Right. Basil I of Macedonia here. Right, so Leo the Wise, he got taught up to be very wise, as the name implies, and he just became a bookworm. He grew up in the imperial palace, he was studying a lot, and he was in direct opposition to Basil I. He had been a pleb, not imperial family. He was born to join the soldiers, became a stable master, a very rough job. While Leo just grew up in the imperial palace doing stuff that begets royalty, and they didn't get along at all. There was this moment where Leo, he tried to cheat on the bride that he was promised to, with another girl, his real love, a girl named Zoe. And when Basso discovered, he punched Leo bloody and forced Zoe to marry some random pleb as a punishment and forced Leo to get back to his engaged marriage. And he was a teenager back then. Like, real. Imagine getting punched bloody by Basso. God, must have hurt. So yeah, they didn't like each other, and Leo tried to usurp Basso after that in a coup attempt, and it failed, and Basso got really angry, put him under arrest in prison, and he almost had Leo blinded, but Photius agreed, but Photius convinced him to be more merciful. And then we get one of the best deaths in history. Are you ready for this? I wasn't ready. I thought Basso had a boring death when I first researched him, like in detail. But no, man, it's a great. Okay, I gotta tell us. So Basso the First, after these incidents, he went up hunting, like as you do, Bobby B style, you know. Just took up his bow and arrow and went up with some mates, like 3 or 4 dudes, and started hunting on some forest nearby the capital. And he was hunting for some deer, and they were traveling around, like probably killed some animals, stuff like that. What do you do in a hunt? I never actually hunted. I wish to do it one day. And there was this one deer that got really close to Basso, and they began struggling. And the deer got his antlers stuck in his belt, you know, like he must have been trying to push him off, so the antlers of the deer got on his belt, and he got stuck there. It must have been this massive male deer, because when that happened, he bolted out of there and started running, and Basso just getting dragged through the forest, all the forest, getting hurt and hit and bones broken. And we're told that this happened for 16 miles. You know what 16 miles is? Like my European friends and non-American friends. 16 miles? What is this? God, it's like 24 kilometers? I don't know how much. 23 kilometers? How the hell? Just back and forth through the through the forest, just getting hurt as all hell. And his soldiers just watching, must have been running after this deer as the guy got fucking wrecked. And at some point, one of the dudes managed to cut the belt with a knife. He got hold of him and freed Basso, who was all fucked up behind this tree, all injured, broken, and blah blah. So the soldier with the knife, he approached Basso to try to provide him some first aid. He must have been a trained medic or something. And Basso, he got really paranoid. He thought that a guy was trying to kill him, approaching him with a knife. And he ordered him, who tried to provide first aid, he ordered that guy executed by the other dudes that were with him. So the guy got killed, and Basso was relegated to just sitting down the tree, all broken, fucked up where he was, and he died. And that's how Basso the First died. Or that's how we're told that he died. He died in a hunting accident of some sort, at least. Okay, Basso the First has the second best Roman imperial death of all of them. Valentinian still has the crown, but this is a great death. Alright, so Basso the First died, and then he was succeeded by Leo the Sixth, the Wise. Now, Leo the Sixth, when Basso died, he took his corpse and buried him in the Temple of Holy Apostles, as you do. But he also dig up Michael III's grave and buried him alongside Basso in the Temple of the Holy Apostles. And you can take that as you wish. I take that as proof that Michael III was his father, or that Leo saw Michael III as his father. And, well, I don't know, might have been another fabrication by historians, but if you go down their route where everything is a fabrication by historians, you can't get anything done, you know, can't talk about anything. Right, so Leo was a cursed man. He had a curse on his head. God hated him for some reason. And the curse he had was that every single... Okay, let me just do it line by line. So, Leo's wife, she died of something, and they didn't have a son together. So Leo, he married Zoe, you know, that girl that he had hooked up with, tried to cheat with his original wife, and he married her, and he had a daughter with Zoe, but they didn't have a son, and she died shortly after. And this was all tragic, he must have been bummed out, but Leo, he really wanted a biological son. He wanted a son that was his own. And maybe to compensate for something, I'm just saying. And so he had to get a third marriage. And a third marriage in the eyes of the church was fornication. You couldn't do it. It was against the practices and norms. But Leo didn't care. He eventually convinced his friend that was patriarch by then, wasn't Photius, that it was okay, that they should do it. And Leo married another noble woman, and Doggo. And Leo married another noble woman, and they had a son together. She died in childbirth, and the child didn't survive a day. Okay, so Leo, third time that his wife dies, third time that he can't get the son that he wants. Well, he did get the son, he just died. Yeah. And so he was cursed. So Leo VI now had to marry for a fourth time. A fourth time. To the church, this was unthinkable. What kind of man marries 4 times? Like, you're supposed to have this unbreakable bond with your first wife, you know? And here's this guy marrying for a fourth time. But Leo didn't care. He wanted that son. He wanted a legitimate male son that was his. And god damn it, if the patriarch wasn't gonna marry him, he dragged some priest to marry him in secret. And he married a noble girl named Zoe Coal Black Eyes. She must have had those really dark, beautiful eyes. And and together they actually did have a son, and they named him Constantine the Sixth. No, Constantine the Seventh. Constantine the Seventh. And Constantine the Seventh, he was born in a purple room made of porphyry. Yeah, porphyry, I think is how you say it, the name of a purple rock. Igneous, I think it's like igneous rock. And there was this room in the Imperial Palace that was entirely made of porphyry, entirely purple. And the Byzantine emperors started giving birth to their sons there because then they became porprogenitos, you know, born in the purple. And porprogenitos is going to become this whole thing where it gives someone legitimacy to be born in that purple room. And it's also another aspect of porprogenitos. It's a whole word. I don't wanna write it down because for sure I'm gonna spell it. What the heck? Let me try. So Krum here. Porprogenitos. Porprogenitos. God, this is wrong. Okay, there's an H here. Okay, so porprogenitos, something like this. And being born in that purple room gave you a new legitimacy. For everyone curious about the new video where it is, you need to watch the beginning of the stream. I explain everything there. Yeah, so when this becomes a VOD. And okay, so porprogenitos. There's also this thing about porprogeniture, where it's the son that's first born to a ruling emperor that becomes the legitimate emperor, not the one that was first born overall. And this was a whole thing, but it doesn't really apply here much. But anyway, Constantine the Sixth, Leo finally had the son that he wanted, and he takes his son to the church, and the church says, "Okay, we're gonna accept your son as legitimate. All right, you can have that. We need an heir, or civil war is gonna break out." But they said they refused to acknowledge Zoe Coal Black Eyes as the empress, as a legitimate empress. They didn't even let her inside the church. Like they didn't even acknowledge her existence. And Leo was really angry at this because no, it was his wife, and I bet he loved her. And he tried to demand the church to accept her, and he tried insisting. But then came this priest that asked Leo VI the following: Why can you not dismiss this woman who has given this child that you desire, as one dismisses a ship when its cargo has been discharged? So, it really gives you how people thought about women, how the church at least thought about women at the time. And, you just pump the seed in, out comes the boy, and you can forget about her. And that's the attitude that the church wanted Leo to have about his wife. But yeah, as I said, he probably loved her. He wasn't treat her like a cum dumpster. And but yeah, I need to talk about the Bulgarians. Second year. Checking notes, because I don't remember exactly what happens here next. Oh yeah, Leo, he had a failed attempt to retake Crete. You remember Crete, right there on the map? It was taken by the Arabs, and it was a home for these Arab raiders that were raiding the Anatolian coast and islands. He tried to retake it. It was a massive failure. And right after that, Leo died of dysentery. Furious shitting, you get dehydrated. Plenty of emperors dying of that. And when he died, Constantine VII became the emperor. Let's drag. Not gonna commit the same mistake I've been committing. Yep, here. Wait. Yeah, here. Alright, so you can see that it's written Alexander here and not Constantine VII. So Constantine VII should, by all legal rights, have been the next succession to the empire. But Alexander, for some reason, people acclaimed him as emperor first, and I think it was because of Constantine VII's age. I think he was just a toddler back then, 2 years old, 3 years old, I don't remember exactly his age. And so Alexander was recognized as emperor, and it was a terrible choice. Alexander was a terrible emperor. He didn't care for ruling, and he was a drunkard as well, if we're going to believe our sources. And our sources go over and over about how terrible of a person Alexander was. They say that he partook in magical rituals, and that he worshipped a pagan statue of a golden boar for some dark pagan gods, and that he legit dabbled in magic and summoned demons and shit like that. Historians, man, they're the actual primary sources here, and and yeah, he just said that he was this super weird guy, and Alexander didn't get to rule much. He ruled for 1 year, and one day when he was in a game of polo, he got so exhausted that he died. He died from exhaustion from a game of polo. I don't know if they called him gay or a gay degenerate. It seems to be the standard back then to call emperors who don't like gay degenerates, but I don't think it happened to Alexander. I don't know. Okay, so Alexander died, fucking exhaustion from a game. So Constantine VII takes power. Constantine VII takes power, pretty much, but it's actually the regents around him that take power, because he's still a child. So the regents around him are, for example, his mother, but there's also the Patriarch of Constantinople. And one important event that happens was that, if you remember Boris I back in Bulgaria, he didn't... he died, and his son, Simeon I, took over. So Simeon I is heading this huge, massive Bulgarian empire that are dominating all the north of the Balkans there, conquering the Slavs and everyone. And they are pressuring the Byzantine Empire. And Simeon personally invades Thrace, right outside of Constantinople. And so what the Patriarch of Constantinople does is that he he promises to marry Constantine VII to Simeon's daughter, so that he would be calmed and piss off. And Zoe, his mother, was furious. She usurped power and deposed the Patriarch just so that he could get from the authority of the state and yell at Simeon I's general direction. My son won't marry some filthy barbarian girl. My darling little prince wouldn't ever do something like that. And Simeon got really angry, but he beat an army that Zoe sent in his general direction to. And what Zoe did to get him to piss off is that he stirred up some rebellions. I think she bribed, some Slavic dudes to incite rebellions in his Bulgarian territories. He forced Simeon to go piss off. And Simeon didn't take this lightly, so what he did when he came back was that he just declared war against the Byzantine Empire and started conquering all lands that he could in the Balkans, everything that he could take hold of. And we get to update the map now. The map now looks like this. If you remember, like Nicephorus Phocas, the Elder, he had reconquered a little bit here of Italy from the Lombards, and yeah, Simeon just started wrecking everything he could and formed this massive Bulgarian empire. And it was a Bulgarian empire, I think legally, because ever since Boris I, they started calling their rulers Caesars, you know, to copy the Roman Empire because they were Orthodox now. And Caesars, after he got bastardized in the Slavic, quote, Bulgarian language, it became Tsar. So Tsar Boris I and Tsar Simeon I. So yeah, we can see that the Byzantine Empire is really deteriorating. It's looking really grim. And yeah, like by then Sicily had been completely lost, almost completely lost. I think there was still one fort left, but that's for later. And yeah, Simeon I got really angry, conquered all those lands, but Zoe didn't care. She just wanted to secure her son. But then out of nowhere, the admiral of the Roman fleet came up to Constantinople, landed there, and forced Constantine VII to name him his co-emperor and married him to his daughter Helena. The name of that emperor was Romanos. Romanos I now. Completely out of nowhere. Dude just saw a chance to completely yoink power and did it. So let's up the list here. So Constantine VI was still emperor, technically, but he now had to share power with Romanos I, who was named the Neo-Roman Emperor and Senior Roman Emperor. He was an adult, unlike Constantine. And what Romanos I did is that he named his 3 sons co-emperors as well. So there's 4 Roman emperors, Romanos, his 3 sons, plus Constantine, who is the actual legitimate Roman emperor. So there's 5 emperors. But then there's also Simeon out there claiming to be emperor. So that's like the 6 emperors. And there's also, of course, the heirs of Charlemagne, who were calling themselves Roman Emperor as well. So there were 7 different dudes at this time who were calling themselves Roman Emperors. And wait, do I introduce the HRE now? Let me see. No, it's a little bit later. We'll get to the HRE. So, okay, Romanos I. Yeah, he just yoinked power and himself co-emperor, married Constantine to Helena, and what Romanos I did is that he had to deal with a new, like a Rus fleet that came sailing south because they really wanted to sack or take Constantinople, which they called Tsargrad, you know, the city of the Tsar. So a massive, we're told 10,000 Rus ships carrying 100,000 Rus sailors just sailed down the Black Sea and cornering Constantinople. And do I have a map of Constantinople here? I think I do. I can show this. Yeah. Okay, so imagine here a huge Rus fleet just sails down and starts sieging Constantinople. And it's led by the leader of the Rus estate, of the Kievan Rus. His name is Igor the Old. So Igor the Old is heading this fleet down south to siege Constantinople. And what he does when he arrives is that he sees this small little detachment of ships just flowing off the coast, and he orders his entire fleet to go corner that little detachment of ships. But little did he know that those ships were Greek fire ships, and so they started flaming up his entire fleet, everyone that got close at least. So Igor's fleet is dispersed, and he gathers what survived of it, most of it, and he sails back north, through the Bosphorus all the way north and starts sacking the suburbs around there. And after he's done killing everyone around there, he He tries to sail out, but then Romanos I, he sends the entire entire Byzantine fleet, the imperial fleet, that he himself commanded, let's not forget, and he had him torch the entire Rus armada. We are told that the entire Rus armada was destroyed by some sources. Some other claims that it was a decisive defeat, but not all of the ships were destroyed. And imagine like 100,000 Russians burning alive, he's screaming in Proto-Russian. Igor himself fled the battle and he got to survive. And by the way, Igor the Old is also remembered as Igor of Kiev, and that's going to be important for later. So yeah, massive defeat for our Kievan Rus. Yet again, the Byzantines survive yet another siege of Constantinople because of Greek fire. Now, okay, we don't need this map anymore. Alright, back to the narrative. We have Romanus I and the other 6 Roman emperors that we had around this time period. And after dealing with the Rus fleet, what else did he do? Oh yeah, he sent one of his better generals to go raid the Abbasid Caliphate, which by the way had disintegrated. The Abbasid Caliphate you're seeing right now over here on this picture, it's technically the Umayyad Caliphate, but anyway, the Caliphate had disintegrated by then. The Abbasids had completely messed everything up. It disintegrated. They lost province after province. They lost they lost Africa, they lost Persia, they lost the Levant, they lost Iraq, and then they lost Egypt. No, they stayed in Egypt. But then the Abbasids were just remaining there in Egypt, and then a new family, they had taken power in Africa called the Fatimids, took over Egypt and crushed the Abbasid Caliphate. So now what we have in the Middle East, I don't have a map for that, is the Fatimid Caliphate all over in Africa, in Egypt and the Levant. And then we have these break-off successor states, weaker states in the border in Syria and Iraq, and these new Persian empires that were now fighting each other. Now, yeah, it was a complete mess. And Romanus took advantage of this by sending a general to go wreck everything down south. And this general, his name was John Corcuas, he goes south and starts raiding all the cities that the Romans once ruled, He sacks Dara, he sacks Nisibis, he sacks Martiopolis, he sacks Amida, and he starts raiding everywhere. And he gets to the city of Aleppo, now a pretty Muslim city, and going to be relevant for the Syrian civil war in 1,000 years from now. And Aleppo is pressured by Corcuas, who forces them to hand over the Mandilion, which is like a piece of paper or of paper towel, not paper, it's a towel or something of the sort that had the impression of Jesus's face on it. I imagine it as some kind of Jesus toast kind of thing. So it was pretty relevant. It was a religious artifact, and he took it to Constantinople. So that happens. So the empire now had the freedom to completely raid the Muslims with impunity. Next, what happened here? Oh yeah, one of the generals that had to mop up the Rus invaders that were still ransacking the Anatolian coast, his name was Bardas Phocas. Bardas Phocas was the son of Nikephoros Phocas the Elder. And Bardas Phocas himself had his own son, who he named after his father, confusingly enough, named Nikephoros Phocas, the Nikephoros Phocas. And Nikephoros Phocas, do I have a picture here? I think I do. No, I actually don't. Damn it. Okay, so Nikephoros Phocas was this very gifted general. He wasn't an ascetic, so he didn't give a crap about eating extravagant food or having sex or going to parties or drinking. He lived the, am I saying the word right? Ascetic? Something like that. And he just focused on the military. He only cared about the military. And yeah, unfortunate name, Phocas, I know. Fuck ass. Let's write that name then. Nikephoros. There, Nikephoros Phocas. So Nikephoros Phocas was this ultra gifted guy, gifted general, and remember that he exists. He's running around doing general stuff. Getting back to the narrative with the Roman emperors, where do we go from here? Oh yeah, one of the sons here of Romanus I, I forgot who, man. Christopher, Stephen, Constantine, you're all the same to me. One of them died, and after he died, the two others conspired against Romanus I and usurped power from him and exiled him from the city to some, a monastery. That's what he did. But when they took power, the wife of Constantine VII, Helena, remember her? She was on to her brother's machinations, so she ordered Bardas Phocas, the father of Nikephoros Phocas, to come over and exile the two brothers to the same monastery that Romanus I had been sent to. And then Romanus I, we're told that when he saw his brothers getting exiled to join the monastery with him, he said something to the effect of, I suppose that you... Yeah, let me remember exactly. I suppose that you were voluntarily compelled to give up the imperial life for the monastic life, as I was. So, complete dab on that guy. I wish they actually said that. I bet it has something to that effect. Okay, Romanus and his sons dead, exiled, killed, not killed. So we get back to Constantine VII, but not really because we need to go back up there. Let's get here. Yeah, we can only go down here, whatever. So Constantine VII was now the ruler of the empire, not only in name but in effect. And he starts ordering raids, letting his generals like Nikephoros Phocas to fight against the emirates that were arising in the east. One of those emirates was the Emirate of Aleppo, and it was led by a guy named Saif. Saif in Arabic is sword. Now let's make another text here. Saif. There. Oh wait. Damn it. Alright. We got Saif here. And he was a pretty good general, this Saif guy, and he started leading raids even though he had a much smaller force than the Byzantine army could muster. And he started being a problem, and he started wrecking Bardas Phocas, the father of Nikephoros Phocas, repeatedly. And Constantine VII was confused, what the hell, what is this little guy in our border doing, wrecking our armies? So Nikephoros Phocas was called, Constantine VII called Nikephoros Phocas to court to ask him about why his father, Bardas Phocas, was losing battle after battle to Saif. And Nikephoros Phocas, if I recall the story, I forgot the source to this, but I swear I read this in a trusted place. He replied like this: because my father is a senile fool and you don't know anything about warfare. He spit this at the face of the emperor. I think Nikephoros Phocas was autistic. I really do. I think he had a mind of his own, that guy. Gonna become more evident as we continue to talk about him. And then Nikephoros Phocas was named to rule the campaign against Saif. And when he's expelling the raids from Saif, he captured the younger brother of Nikephoros Phocas. His name was Constantine Phocas. And he was just a little kid, so he got captured and he died in captivity. And no one knows the exact reason why. So Constantine Phocas died in captivity, and every single perspective gives us a different story. The Muslims tell us that Constantine died because the empire wanted to avoid Bardas paying a huge ransom for him, so they sent agents to go kill him. Now the Byzantine Empire says that Constantine Phocas died because he refused to convert to Islam, so he was killed for it. And I think it was Saif that said that the boy just got sick and died. So whatever happened, like making Nicephorus Phocas think that you just killed his young brother turned out to be a very big mistake for the Muslims. Now, what happens exactly next? We're getting more and more into territory where it gets very detailed. Oh yeah, by the way, Constantine VII launched yet another failed attempt to retake Crete, and I think that was part of the reason why Nicephorus said that he didn't know anything about warfare. So yeah, there was that. Right, so... Oh yeah, Constantine VII with his wife Helena, they had another progenitor. They had a first progenitor son. They called him Romanos. Romanos, yeah, he was a progenitor, like a fully born of the purple, and Romanos is the father of that guy. You know what guy I'm talking about. He's gonna come up soonish. So Romanos, as he grew up, he fell in love with the plebeian girl, the daughter of a tavern owner, of a Spartan tavern owner, and she was called Anastasia or Anastasio. That depends on the translation you get. And the nobles hated her. The nobles hated Anastasia because she was a pleb and because Constantine VII dropped dead shortly after she was married to Romanos. And they accuse her of poisoning, accuse her of being a conniving little cunt, and I don't know, maybe she was, I don't know. Ambitious women, so far in our narrative, haven't been like above poisoning or resorting to such measures. But anyway, she could have done it, I don't know, no one knows the truth. And she got married, as I said, to Romanos, and after Constantine VII died, maybe poisoning, Romanos became Romanos II, and she became empress. And Romanos II had 3 children. He had his youngest daughter, his youngest child, was a girl named Anna. His second son was a boy named Constantine. But his first son, his eldest son, he named Basil. That Basil. Now, we'll get, there's plenty to be said about that Basil. So let's just continue the reference, the story so far. Let me recollect here a bit. Because now I'm thinking about boogers right now. Oh yeah, so the 2 boys, Basil and Constantine, Romanos II names both of them as emperors, co-emperors. So you know, at one point we had 5 emperors, why not have 3, you know? So Romanos, Constantine, and Basil. Now, I guess this was the point at which he was named Basil II, now that he was officially crowned. But then, Romanos II, he died of some mysterious circumstances. He might have been poisoned by Anastasia. Some people speculate that. So I don't know what it was about Anastasia and poisoning, but maybe she did it. And Anastasia died, and now Basil II and his brother Constantine, now Constantine VIII, were now the emperors. But they didn't get to rule yet, because who actually ruled right now was a bastard son of Romanos I. Romanos I had this bastard son called Lacamenos, something like this. And he was a powerful regent, he was the president of the Senate. President of the Senate. There was still a Senate around then. What the hell the Senate did, I have no idea, but nothing pretty much. But there was still a Senate. The people still thought that they lived in a republic. Did they still think they lived in a republic? Oh no. President of the Senate. God, I couldn't get over that title when I first read it. But yeah, we got this Basil and Constantine, and they got this regent, Lacamenos. And when after Romanos II died, there was this little commotion here in the capital, and Nicephorus, leading the armies in the east, he got acclaimed emperor by his troops because his troops loved him because he was such a great general. And so Nicephorus Phocas marched on the capital, And he got welcomed there eventually by Lacomenos, who saw him as the yeah, he was the shortest way to secure his own position. So he welcomed Nicephorus Phocas into the capital and agreed to name him emperor. And what did Anastasia think? Oh, so Anastasia wanted two things. She wanted to secure her children, both their lives and their claims to power, and she wanted to secure her own power, of course. And what she did is that she seduced and married Nicephorus Phocas. I don't know if seduced is the word. I doubt Nicephorus could be seduced by anything. Dude just lived for military things. But anyway, she married him and Nicephorus Phocas. Yeah, she was into it. But she also became the lover of another prominent general that was on Nicephorus Phocas' entourage. It was a guy named John Tzimiskes. John Tzimiskes. I need to write that because no way to write that shit. John Tzimiskes. Something like this. So, John Tzimiskes was a general on par, on skill with Nicephorus Phocas, and he was his mate. I think he was his nephew. Yeah, he was his nephew. So he wasn't a Phocas necessarily, because I think his mother was the Phocas, so yeah, the name didn't translate there. So John Tzimiskes, and Tzimiskes means red boot. I don't know if this was called the Red Boot because he walked on the blood of his enemies or something like that, but he was called the Red Boot for some reason, and I choose that to be the reason. So John the Red Boot became the lover of Anastasia, and who was now married with Nicephorus, who either didn't know or didn't care that she was betraying him and cucking him. I choose to believe that he knew and just didn't care. Only military on Nicephorus Phocas' mind. Okay, so what does Nicephorus Phocas does as emperor? Now he goes on campaign, and that's all he does. He ignores everything else, he goes on for conquest. The first thing that Nicephorus Phocas does as emperor is that he leads an invasion of Crete. And on Crete, he starts sieging the capital. I think the capital's name was Chandax. And it had been a pain for past emperors to take Chandax, but eventually he does do it. And on the way to do it, he had to beat, with a much smaller force, an army of 40,000 Arabs, we're told. Which, I must ask, what is a 40,000 army of Arabs doing in Crete? Was it really that large? I don't know. But maybe he did it and crushed a 40k horde of fucking Arabs. And with a much smaller force and retook Crete. And after that, he went on to celebrate a triumph. A triumph. What was the last time that a victorious Roman general or emperor celebrated a triumph? Damn, it was back in Heraclius when he did a victory against the Sassanids. Now, what did he do next? Oh yeah, so Nicephorus Phocas, then he goes march on with John Tzimiskes on his side, and Nicephorus Phocas, he reconquers Cilicia. You know, Cilicia is the land down there on Anatolia, and he starts sieging all over the place near Antioch, because his main goal was to retake Antioch. And he starts taking all the sieges around, all the little forts, and starts preparing for it. And one of the things that he did is that he took Aleppo and sacked it. And it was the seat of the emirate, so the emir had to flee, and he stole all of the silver that the emir had, some 390,000 pound silver coins. And he's starting to enrich the Byzantine state with his booty. And it was around this time that Nicephorus just kept winning battle after battle against the Arabs, because I say conquered this province and another, he's just winning battle after battle. And they started calling him the Pale Death of the Saracens. Saracen was an antiquated way of calling a non-believer that was Muslim, you know? Saracen just means Muslim, in a slightly derogatory term. The Pale Death of the Saracens, because of how white their enemies became when they saw Nicephorus Phocas or his army from a distance. Update map. Yeah, like I'll update it shortly. Just 1 second. So then we come to the siege of Antioch. So here's what Nicephorus Phocas does. he doesn't want to damage Antioch. He wants the city like in good shape for when it's taken over by the empire. So what he wants to do is to starve it out. So he just sets up all of these garrisons around Antioch, you know, all these little forts there to completely cut it off from food, and he explicitly tells his generals not to storm the city and take it by force. He doesn't want to damage the city. So one of his generals, just says, "Dude, fuck waiting. I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna wait until winter for these plebs to starve out." So what he does is that he conspires with a dude inside the walls, an Arab trader, and he lets him sneak some soldiers into the city at night. And when in the morning they take over one of the towers, the dude calls back reinforcements, and in comes this army all the way to Antioch and takes it by force. And they actually take Antioch, and it's this huge victory, but some buildings are damaged, and Nikephoros Phocas, he's livid at this. So he demoted the general that just gave him Antioch, and eventually he would take on the conspiracy that would target Nikephoros Phocas. So yeah, that's why I say he was autistic. Like, dude, at this point, just congratulate the dude. He did go against your orders, but I think there's a law or something in the American military where soldiers are allowed to disobey orders if it's in the greater interest or of the army or something like that. So yeah, Nikephoros Phocas didn't share this mentality. Like, he was really pissed at that general. Now, oh shit, I forgot to update the emperor list. Sorry, I'm doing this live, so it's difficult. We had Romanos II here, and then we have Nikephoros Phocas here, as we said. This is the Nikephoros we're going to talk about. He doesn't look that impressive, doesn't he? His physique doesn't show much. But he was a great military mind. So he retook Antioch, massive victory, massive triumph. And after that, oh yeah, I think he celebrated another triumph, I think it was? No, I don't think he celebrated another one. Maybe some festivities. Let's see here. Just checking some notes here, because again, I'm trying to play the game of remembering, but it's hard, man. Ah, yeah, we need to talk about the Holy Roman Empire. So way back in the West, well, we get a Carolingian Empire here, Frankish Empire. Let's see. Okay, so we have here the Frankish Empire, and I forgot which Frankish emperor did this, but one of them, he had the brilliant idea to split the Frankish Empire among his 3 sons. And one got Western Francia, one got Middle Francia, and the other got Eastern Francia. Now, this was a terrible idea to preserve the empire's autonomy. Western Francia ended up evolving into France. Eastern Francia ended up evolving into its own German state called the Holy Roman Empire. And Middle Francia was butchered, cannibalized between the two. And some independent states came out of it, mostly. And I think Italy was mostly lost, but the HRE would still claim power over it. Okay, so let's talk about the HRE. So, Otto I becomes the first Holy Roman Emperor. And what does it mean to be a Holy Roman Emperor? Well, let's look at in their eyes. So, they were the descendants of Charlemagne, who had been crowned pretty much illegitimately by the Pope as emperor. It wasn't the Pope that crowned, it was the Patriarch of Constantinople crowned. But anyway, the Pope crowned Charlemagne Roman Emperor, and their successors have been calling themselves Roman Emperor, and now we had Otto I calling himself Roman Emperor. And what became the Holy Roman Empire was Eastern Francia that conquered the remains, or what they could, about Middle Francia, most of it actually. Right, so some noise outside of my apartment again. Again, very noob stream. Now, he conquered all of these places, and they were too autonomous to actually form an empire. You know, all these city-states, they were increasingly more and more autonomous. Although at this point, it was the point they were strongest, more an actual empire. And Okay, so holy because they supposedly had the support of the Pope and were Christian Catholics. Now, Roman, because supposedly they had the claim of being Roman emperors from Charlemagne, and Empire, because they were this massive superstate, right? Now, all three of these words are going to start meaning less and less and less as we go through with time, but just let it be known, there's now a Holy Roman Empire over here, and they don't like the Byzantine Empire because they compete with the claim of being Rome's successor with a better claim, and this pisses Otto I. So there was this point where Otto I invaded southern Italy, you know, the Byzantine possessions there, but he got nothing. He got completely stalemated and had to beat his sorry ass up back to the Holy Roman Empire. And I think it was Otto I, he had some disputes with the popes. Yeah, some weird popery was happening back then as well. No time for that. Now Holy Roman Empire. We have that. And now it's time to update here the map. Finally, right? Damn it. Same mistake again. Right, so Nikephoros Phocas and John Tzimiskis just reconquering it all. And I forgot to mention, Nikephoros Phocas, he sent a division of armed men to take over Cyprus, and it was successful. So Nikephoros Phocas, he reconquered Crete, reconquered Cyprus, reconquered Cilicia, reconquered Antioch, and yeah, who's gonna stop him? A conspiracy is what's gonna stop him. So let's get into that. So Anastasia, if people want Basil, we'll get to him. So Basil, wait. So Nikephoros Phocas, he didn't have sex with his wife, most likely. So Anastasia she fell in love. Damned cars. My god, this car won't fuck off. I'm still here, I'm just waiting for this car to fuck off. Ah, finally, I'm free. God, man. Ugh. Alright, we're back to the narrative. Nikephoros Phocas, we're talking about a conspiracy against him, yes. So, Nikephoros Phocas, he wasn't very liked about his people. He taxed people a lot, and he didn't have sex with his wife, so people started to conspire against him, especially one of those generals there where he reprehended him for taking Antioch. So what happened exactly? One day, Anastasia, she slept with him because she was married to him, she left the door open to his bedroom, and John Tzimiskis came in with a knife and murdered Nikephoros Phocas on his bed. And John Tzimiskis did that because he had been exiled. You know, like Nikephoros Phocas had exiled him a while back. But he got recalled because Anastasia kept imploring him to come back. And when he came back, he was pissed with Nikephoros, so he partook in this conspiracy to kill him. So Nikephoros Phocas, dead. Next. Well, next was... Well, technically, Basil and Constantine VIII were in power right now, so... Let's just talk about John Tzimiskis a bit more. John Tzimiskis, he took power with Anastasia, but he concluded that Anastasia wasn't popular at all. Like, she was really hated by the nobility. And what he did was that he refused to marry her and married some other noble girl. Yeah, she married some other noble girl, and he exiled Anastasia to some monastery. And he just ruled on his own. And John the First Tzimiskis, John the First Tzimiskis. Let's get him here. Emperor's list. John I Tzimiskes. So he was a great general. And what happened was that before Nikephoros Phocas died, oh my crap, I forgot to introduce another major character. I mean, from memory, my dude. So let us recall Constantine the Seventh. Remember Constantine the Seventh? Oh, the way back. Oh, not even on this list. So Constantine the Seventh back then, you know, when he was in power, when his wife Helena had freed him, he had welcomed a woman called Olga of Kiev into the capital, Constantinople. And Olga of Kiev was the wife of Igor of Kiev, Igor the Old, you know, the guy that had led that armada against the fleet, against the Rus. And Olga of Kiev had converted to Christianity, and there's this whole tale about Constantine VII fell in love with her, but she used some tricks to make him his godfather, so making a marriage illegal so she could reject him. And Olga of Kiev returned back to Kiev, and she met with her son, Savioslav, something like that. Savioslav. Let's write that name right now. Savioslav. Wait. Svyoslav. God, some really crap. Svyoslav. I don't recall his name, man. And he was the son of Olga of Kiev, and she was the one that she was regent for, the son of the previous leader. Sviatoslav. Yeah, that one. Sviatoslav. Let's correct this. Sviatoslav. There we go. Now, Sviatoslav, Olga of Kiev, now a Christian, wanted him to convert to Christianity. But Sviatoslav didn't care for Christianity. And in fact, he said that he wouldn't convert to Christianity because his friends would laugh at him if he did, you know, his pagan friends. And Olga said, no, my darling son, they would follow your example. And they're like, no, you'll laugh at me. And so on it goes. Sviatoslav remained a pagan. And Sviatoslav, he was a great military commander. He destroyed the Bulgarian Cognate. Outright destroyed it. He just invaded and wrecked their shit so hard that they disintegrated as a political entity. And so, after that, Nikephoros Phocas, he was angry that the Bulgars were just letting the Magyars raid into the empire with impunity. So he asked Sviatoslav to invade Bulgaria to distract them. And Nikephoros just expected him to be a distraction, like, well, whatever, dude, you go distract them, maybe get these Bulgars off my neck. And what Sviatoslav actually did is that he conquered Bulgaria. He just invaded and beat their armies and captured their czar, conquered their capital, and just started taking over the place. And Sviatoslav must have been so full of himself that he then betrayed the empire as their ally and attacked them. But by this point, the ruler was John Tzimiskes. So John Tzimiskes, he just led an army north. Well, he sent an army north and had him beat in the Battle of Arcadiopolis. In the Battle of Arcadiopolis, Sviatoslav, his armies were beaten and pushed back, and then John Tzimiskes himself went on to lead him, being sieged, and Sviatoslav was forced to give up all of his conquests in Bulgaria, and he had to piss off back to the north. So John Tzimiskes just took all of the conquests that Sviatoslav had taken from the Bulgars to the empire. So we get to update the map, and it looks much better than this absolute gore that he has been looking at in the Balkans. It looks now... wait, maps. Right here. Much better, right? It's a relief. The empire is looking more aesthetic. So he reconquered parts of Greece, reconquered Thrace, and he celebrated a triumph for having destroyed the Bulgarian Empire. But that wasn't true. The Bulgarian state was still alive and well in the eastern parts and the northern parts of the Balkans, and it was eventually united by a nobleman named Samuel I. So let's talk about Basil. Basil II, he was emperor, co-emperor in the scenes while watching all this drama unfold, and he didn't much try to get involved in it, not because he didn't want to. Basso II was an extremely active and independent-seeking person, but he just focused his youth, the years that he was growing up, in learning how to administrate and how to lead armies in battle. And military science, everything. He wanted to learn how to rule and how to lead armies. And that's what he did in his private time. His brother, that was also co-emperor, Constantine VIII, didn't care a single toss for any of that. He just had parties non-stop, he whored all the time, he drank all the time, and I'm not gonna say that the historians hated him. I'm gonna say that from the political context here and what's gonna happen, Constantine VIII was probably a legit degenerate. He didn't care for anything, just party boy. And yeah, here we have Basso II studying to be emperor and Constantine VIII be a degenerate. And John I Tzimiskes as the emperor, what did he do after he retook all those lands? Oh yeah, John I Tzimiskes then went on this madman dash against the Muslims back after retaking Antioch, and then he just started retaking city after city from the Muslims. Do I have a list here of every single city he took? God, 1 second here. Well, he took Beirut, he took Caesarea, he took, and he didn't take Tripoli. He took Nazareth. What else did he take? He just started beelining south, and he took a bunch of coastal cities for the empire, which is why you can see the little stretched out mark over there on the empire, south of Antioch. And maybe his plan was to take Jerusalem eventually, but unfortunately he had to end the campaign because it was winter. He returned to Constantinople, and he died there. I think he died in Constantinople. He died around this period. And some sources claim that he was poisoned by Komnenos. Remember that bastard from Romanos I that was regent during this time period? And it is said that Komnenos poisoned John Tzimiskes because Komnenos had acquired a bunch of estates and gold through ill-gotten means. You know, he stole a lot of stuff, so he thought he was gonna be prosecuted for it. So, you know, better kill the emperor before the emperor kills me. That was probably the logic. Little did he know the guy that was standing next in line for succession. So John I Tzimiskes has died, and you know what that means, or you know what that means. That means that Basil II, the Bulgar Slayer, took over the throne. And we have already introduced Basil II because we had to, because he has been co-emperor ever since he was a little kid. But it's now that we can actually solo focus on him. So let's just take a little pause here. I can read a few donations maybe. Let's see. I'm taking a shoe right now. Whatever suits you, man. 8 Bulgars, simple as. Yeah, Phocas took Crete before he became emperor. That's true. Like, because I'm doing this mostly from memory, I'm getting some things mixed up, so I hope people can forgive that. I'm trying to remain accurate. God help if you make an unbiased France. Your pronunciation is terrible. I bet it is, man. A Brazilian accent on top of being on a second language and trying to pronounce French names. Ugh, God knows. I'm terrible at French. I tried learning it once and I absolutely sucked. French is not for me. Your series on Rome has been the highlight of my day whenever I catch a new video. Thank you for the hours of joy. Yeah. Thank you for the comment. Best videos fans since high school. Talking like I'm one of those YouTubers that have been doing this for 10 years now. But yeah, thanks. Hey though, we keep the live stream on your channel. Yeah, sure. Of course. Surprise stream, but a welcome one. Yeah, sure, thanks. Good to see you alive, Imperator. Yeah, every time a YouTuber doesn't post for 2 months or so, people assume that he's dead and shit, you know? God. He's still alive. And it's time to talk about Basil II, the Booger Slayer. And, yeah. As I said, I already introduced him, so where do we get from here? Let me read up on some stuff. Because he's early reign. Let me try to remember. Because like I did with Focus, I don't want to get some stuff wrong. Alright. Okay, so Basil II was a very smart, very energetic person. He wanted power and he was good with power. And he knew that. But the people around him, like for example that regent, Komnenos, they just wanted a puppet. They just wanted like a Constantine VIII, you know? Someone that would just sit around and fucking around with whores and drinking and having games. And Basil II wasn't that in the least. So what they did is that some generals that wanted to succeed in the steps of Nikephoros and Tzimiskis and take power by force, like some relatives of Nikephoros, Phocas, and Tzimiskis, like a son-in-law and a cousin, they, like, oh, well, first of all, the son-in-law of Tzimiskis, Skleros, I don't need to say names, he revolted, he got crushed, but then and he got crushed by that nephew of Nikephoros, but then that nephew and that son-in-law, they conspired with Komnenos, the three of them, to seize the empire for themselves and divide it among them. So it was a really Machiavellian plan, and Basil II, I think he got up to it at some point, and he exiled Komnenos, and he engaged in a... Oh yeah, I'm remembering one tiny detail. During the after Skleros got crushed, the first little civil war here, Basil II, he led a 30,000 strong host to go deal with the Bulgars, you know, under Samuel I, who are now leading an invasion of the Thracians, an invasion of Thrace. And what happened is that Basil II led an army, 30k, and he led them to the Gates of Trajan. Gates of Trajan was this old fort that Trajan had built to mark a division between the provinces in the old empire. And then, some noise out there. And then, what happened is that he got ambushed hard in the mountainous terrain by the New Bulgarian Empire under Samuel. And his army got annihilated. Really bad loss to the Bulgarians. And he got saved by some elite troops that smuggled him out of there and some scraps of the remaining army. And Basil just went south, all defeated to Constantinople. And it was then that the conspiracy to take over the empire between those three men, Komnenos and the two generals, started. And so Bardas Phocas, the nephew of Nikephoros Phocas, revolted, Bardas Phocas the Younger. And Basil II didn't have the means to defeat this second rebellion. 1 second. Yeah, he didn't have the means to deal with the second rebellion. And what is left him with was that in this moment of deepest desperation, where he didn't have the man to fight this kind of rebellion, in came a proposal from Vladimir the Great. Vladimir the Great was I think he was the son or the grandson of Savioslav. He was one of the two, I think. I think he was related to Olga of Kiev at least. He took over power in Kievan Rus, and Vladimir the Great, he had this ambition to convert to a new religion. He wanted to abandon the pagan gods. Do I have a picture of him? My god, I should have imported more pictures here. So, imagine Vladimir the Great, this great ruler of Kievan Rus, and when the diplomats came up with proposals telling him of what other religions around him were, he was told that the Muslims didn't permit drinking, and he said, that won't do. Drinking is the joy of all the Rus. So he rejected Islam. And then in came a proposal to convert to Judaism, but he rejected the Jews because he was informed of the fall of Jerusalem to the Romans, and he thought, well, any god that allows their chosen people to be taken over by their enemies mustn't favor them very much. And so he rejected Judaism. And then in came reports of Christianity from the Orthodox Christians in the Hagia Sophia. And looking at the Hagia Sophia, these wonderful architectures, it convinced him to convert to Christianity. So Vladimir was convinced he was going to convert to Christianity and convert his people to Christianity. But what he did to get a good deal out of it was that he invaded Crimea and conquered Cherson. He conquered Brazil. And he said that he would return Brazil to Basil if he married him. He let him marry his sister, Anna. You know, Anna Proprogenita. Yeah, the younger sister of Basil II. And there was no precedent for this, for the sister of the Roman emperor to marry some barbarian king. And they were very conflicted, but eventually they gave up because Vladimir the Great was also offering to give 6,000 Varangian mercenaries to him in exchange for the whole deal, in exchange for converting all of his people and Cherson. So Basil agreed, and he sent him the 6,000 Varangian mercenaries after he got married to Anna, and Vladimir went on his spree of destroying pagan statues and converting the Rus people, and that's very important for later on, but anyway. Basil II got these 6,000 Varangian mercenaries, and with them, he united with his own loyalist forces and crushed the revolt of Bardas Phocas the Younger. And now he had the undisputed rule of the empire. And as thanks, and because he didn't trust the nobles very much, he liked this mercenary force to stay with him. He named him his own personal bodyguard and formed the Varangian Guard. This Varangian Guard, which would consist almost solely of foreign northern mercenaries, mostly from Sweden, and some would come from England as well. Damn dogs, man. Now, it's a funny thing, the Varangian Guard, because... Yeah. Is everyone hearing this dog? I legit don't know. You guys gotta tell me. I don't know what the standards for streams are. I don't know what sounds are picked up for the mic. Anyway. Let me just get some feedback on that. Stream. Thanks for all the donations, everyone. No doggo? No one? You don't hear the doggo? Alright then. Alright then, where was I? Oh yeah, so Basil II now had an uncontested rule over the whole empire. And he used it to exile. He got rid of Komnenos as his regent, because Basil II by then was 30. So yeah, he got rid for conspiring, of course. And Basil II was now focused on beating the Bulgarians for good. He suffered a humiliating defeat, and he just consolidated power, and Basil II focused on the Bulgarians. And this is where the Great Bulgarian War starts. I can't give all of the details of the Great Bulgarian War, would be here for a longest time. I can give you the broad strokes. So, let me just check some stuff. Alright, so the Bulgarians were encroaching on more and more of the lands of the empire because they had to fight these civil wars here because of the generals. And they were conquering Thrace, conquering Greece, and Basil was set on to stop it. Now, Basil gathered his armies and marched onto Thrace. What was the name of the first battle? Oh yeah. I don't recall the names of the first battles, but what Basil did is that he marched north into Bulgaria, all the way to the Danube. You can see the Danube on the map here, and he split Bulgaria in two parts, you know, right up to the north. So there's western and eastern Bulgaria now, so that he could cut communications between them. And then he starts trying to isolate Samuel, but he picks up on it, and Samuel goes on as a mad dash towards the capital and sacks Adrianople, which is this major city outside of the capital, near Constantinople. You already know that if you've been watching the series. And now, what happens next? A lot of details here. Oh yeah, Basil I came down with his armies and crushed Samuel in battle, destroyed his army in a surprise attack. Samuel survived this, but then he was forced to move to eastern Bulgaria, and so Basil II took his troops and started cornering him from all fronts. He allied with Bulgarian governors on the other side in modern-day Albania, and got all of his troops to isolate and build forts and cornered Samuel in eastern Bulgaria. And he just stayed like that for a while, and then... Wait, did something happen in the meantime? Oh no, yeah. Basil then launched a final attack to crush the Bulgarians, and met Samuel I in the Battle of Kleidion, right in eastern Bulgaria, I think it was. Right in the heart of enemy territory. And the short of it, I can't display a battle with just words, it's kind of shitty, but you have these two armies meeting, you know, the classical two armies clashed, but Basil sent a division of cavalry and soldiers to go around the mountains and outflanked the army of Samuel I and his Bulgarians, and sandwiched them between those two forces and completely crushed his army. Well, the ones that survived surrendered, and Samuel I himself again fled the battle. He escaped it. But Basil II had now almost completely conquered Bulgaria, but he wanted to make this very clear. So what did Basil II did? He took every one of those 15,000 soldiers, 15,000 surrendered Bulgarian soldiers, had his soldiers pull out a knife and stabbed their eyes. He blinded 99 out of every 100 Bulgarian soldiers on both eyes, knives to the eyes, brutally. None of them were professional blinders, I bet, so it was very rough stuff. I bet a lot of them died on the procedure. And it was done so that 1 out of 99 Bulgarians kept one eye not blinded, so that they could guide their companions like on single file all the way back to their Bulgarian lands, you know, all the way back to Samuel I. And when Samuel I saw his blinded army all butchered and destroyed and crippled, the prospect of having to sustain all of these soldiers, or the sheer shock of the situation, had him had a stroke and he fell dead at the sight of their blinded soldiers. The Bulgarian state completely disintegrated, and Basil II conquered the Bulgarian Empire, crushed all resistance, and solidified imperial rule over the Danube once again, ever since the days of Heraclius. And when the Croatians, for example, the Serbs and Croatians heard of the destruction of the Bulgarians and the brutal way that Basil had pursued it, they offered their vassalage to Basil II. And from that day on, Basil II would be remembered as Basil, the Bulgar Slayer. There's a Greek word for that it's based on. Did I have it saved here? Let me see. But I don't have the word. Anyway, Greek viewers know the Greek word for that, but Basil, the Bulgar Slayer. And can we just reflect on what Basil II had just done? With his own hands, he destroyed the entirety of the Bulgarian Empire. And he did it very methodically, mostly from knowledge he had gathered from books and the limited experience he had fighting the civil wars. And just like that, he destroyed the Bulgarian Empire. Let's update the map here. What Basil did. Look at that. The vassals in Bulgaria, the vassals in Croatia, in Serbia, and after doing that, he just kept going. After crushing the Bulgarian Empire, he sent a general to go retake southern Italy, and it was a massive success. He reconquered southern Italy almost in its entirety. he almost retook Naples, I think it was, but most of it went back to imperial rule. And he also, because the Georgians and people around in the Caucasus had supported some of the rebels, Scleros and Bardas Phocas the Younger, he led a campaign against the Georgians and beat them in some battles and solidified the eastern front of the empire, annexing a lot of mountainous land that was to serve as a buffer. And he got more Armenians under his rule, and Armenians were great soldiers. And and he also sent a small army to go retake more of southern Brazil over there, more southern Crimea, because remember the Khazar state had been destroyed by Sviatoslav, and it just allowed him to retain. They could have retaken more if he wanted, but I guess Basil just wasn't interested in Brazil. And yeah, let's just look at this map. It's really aesthetic. The Byzantine borders during Basil II's rule, the Bulgar Slayers, are really good. I really like it. This could have been a modern day country, Borders look great. So let's talk about some of Basil II's administrative policies. Basil II really curbed down the power of the nobles, make them more responsible for the well-being and management of their plebs, which allowed them to live in better conditions and join the army and participate in the economy, which increased the revenue of the state. And other things that increased the revenue of the state was the massive tax reforms that he made. He increased taxes and made some economic reforms that got the economy in a really good shape. The coffers were full. Whoa, don't spam, people, come on. I don't know, is there a way to... Is there some automated way that people deal with spam? I don't know. Really noob streaming, said this a billion times, but it's true. So Basil II, he really got the coffers full of the Byzantine Empire. And he just put the Byzantine Empire in an absolutely phenomenal position. Let's reflect on this. The coffers were full. The emperor had centralized power. The armies were large, native, well-trained, and led and equipped. The borders were extremely safeguarded. The Danube was to the east and the Armenian mountains. The Danube was to the west and the Armenian mountains to the east, and seas up to the north and south. All islands were reconquered. There was now this buffer in Italy, and they now had vassals, Croatia and Serbia. This is a phenomenal geopolitical position. And their enemies were destroyed. Of course, the Bulgarians and the Caliphate was destroyed. So it's very painful to reflect on how fast things go south from here. So I'll give everyone like 10 more seconds to look at this map. The map is going to stay there, but let's appreciate here. It's 10:23 and everything is great. Yeah, he tried to lead some campaigns to retake Sicily, but unfortunately Basil II died before he could realize that ambition, and the plans to retake Sicily had to be abandoned. Now, Basil II's death and burial are even another great story, which I hope is 100% true. So Basil II, he ruled for 49 years. He was the longest ruling emperor of all. He ruled longer than Augustus, who ruled for 40 years. He ruled for longer than Constantine, who ruled for some 30-something years. He ruled for a longest time, the longest time. And I don't recall what he died from. Maybe old age, natural causes. And what Basil, on his will, he had the right to be buried in the last sarcophagus in the Temple of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople, where emperors were buried, right beside Constantine I. But Basil, he reneged, he rejected that opportunity. Instead, Basil II, he wanted to be buried outside of Constantinople in a modest church. I forgot the name of the church. And I forgot the reason why he did that. Maybe it was because he was a military man. He wanted to be remembered as the guy that protected the empire, so being buried on near the walls. Maybe it was symbolic, but I'm just speculating here. I don't recall the exact reason why he did that. I don't know if anyone knows the exact reason why he did that. And it's only fitting that I read the inscription that was written in Basil II's sarcophagus. The inscription read as such. From the day that the King of Heaven called upon me to become the Emperor, the great overlord of the world, no one saw my spear lay idle. I stayed alert throughout my life and protected the children of New Rome, valiantly campaigning both in the west and in the outposts of the empire, the outposts of the east. Oh man, seeing now my tomb here, reward me for my campaign with your prayers. Beautiful stuff. And it's kind of written as like some soldiers or some lowly people were reading it. Like Basil II didn't care much for the nobility, so he really meant this for most people to just behold the great things that I've done for the empire, and please pray for me. Yeah, great inscription. Basil II. Basil II, I think, is easy top 10 emperors of all time, top 10 Roman emperors of all time. Was he top 5 though? You could make an argument for him being top 5. I could buy that for sure. But it's very competitive up there in the top 5. You're competing with the likes of Augustus, of Aurelian, of Trajan. You know, it's competitive up there. But you could do it. You could reason it. But yeah, Basil II, madman, cruel, but very effective, very great, very good for the empire. And now since Basil II had no sons, Constantine VIII takes power. And if you recall, Constantine VIII was a degenerate that was nothing like his brother. Constantine VIII only ruled for 3 years, but the 3 years that he did rule... Okay, let's update here, the emperors. The 3 years that he did rule were pretty shit. And you can see by the drawing, really low quality. He just drank around, he just blinded everyone that he didn't like. Maybe he was trying to emulate his brother. And he didn't care for governance, he just stayed partying all day, every day. And yeah, he died doing nothing much. Well, Constantine VIII himself didn't have sons either. Damn, an ambulance. Yeah, man. Active city. Anyway, Constantine VIII had 2 daughters. The name of the firstborn one was Zoe Purprogenita, and the other one was Theodora. God, are people listening to this ambulance? How do streamers deal with this? Do they just live in the middle, like at the top of a mountain where there's no noise? Yeah, so there's 2 daughters, Zoe and Theodora. And it's very confusing because there's been like 5 Zoes and Theodora so far, but whatever. Zoe and Theodora were both purprogenitus, and they were born... Yeah, crazy 4 hours in a very long stream, yeah man, and still some stuff to go through. And Constantine VIII, purprogenitos, yeah, would like a degenerate and died. And when he died, he forced a noble called... What was his name? Was it Romanos? Check here. Yeah, he forced a noble named Romanos III to succeed him. Romanos III Agrios. And you can see that the art is really degrading really fast. So Romanos III wasn't competent either, another good for nothing. But he got married to, I think it was Zoe Purprogenita, and so that he could claim the empire, and he did, was acclaimed emperor. And the guy didn't do much. He saw himself, oh yeah, that was his thing. He saw himself as a successor to Trajan and Marcus Aurelius. He saw himself as this philosopher king, and Trajan, this great conqueror. So what does this guy do? Oh, I forgot to mention one important thing. Remember when Nicephorus Phocas was in his madman spree, conquering the east? He vassalized Aleppo and the lands around him as a tributary state of the empire. So for all this time, Aleppo has been this vassal state under the empire. But right now, Aleppo has revolted against imperial rule. So Romanos III, he gathers a 20,000 strong army to go crush their rebellion. He marches east and he gets absolutely annihilated by 1,000 Bedouin cavalry. 1,000 Bedouin cavalrymen. 1,000. 1 to 20. His army was completely wrecked and beaten off. And no, one of the things that are gonna start being doing is that the empire is gonna. Oh yeah, one of the things that Constantine VIII did before Romanus III is that he repealed a lot of the reforms that Basil II had done and really weakened the empire. So those reforms that were keeping the nobles in line, paying high taxes, and securing the welfare state of the citizens, they were all abolished because Constantine VIII was he had no backbone, and every time a noble asked him to abolish this or that, he just did it. And now the plebs were further into serfdom, which meant it was much harder to get them to be recruited into the army and participate into the economy. And that weakened, crippled army was the one that Romanus III had marched against and gotten beaten and in an even worse state now. 20 versus 1k, man. How do you lose that? Anyway, he did lose that. Romanos III, military disaster. Yeah. Now. Oh yeah, Theodora, the daughter of Constantine VIII, she tried to usurp power. She was another woman that had ambitions. Rare for this age, although increasingly more likely here. And she got sent to a monastery. But she's still alive. And Romanos III then cuts the expenditures of his wife, Zoe Proprogenita, and she got really angry at this and started to turn against him. What did she do exactly? Oh yeah, she conspired with an officer called Michael, with a general called Michael, to usurp Romanos III, and they poisoned him together. So Zoe Proprogenita, she married Michael, and he became Michael the Fourth. I think he did. Michael the Fourth. That's up here. Michael the Fourth, a Paphlagonian. The Paphlagonian. I forgot where Paphlagonia is, dude. I think it's northern Anatolia. Anyway. So, the deal with Michael the Fourth is that he just used Zoe Proprogenita to take power, and he didn't care for her, actually. When he took power, he confined Zoe Proprogenita to a room where women were mostly kept, and she didn't allow her to leave. She was trapped there, like a house imprisonment. And he refused to visit her, visited her less and less over time, and he just kept power for himself. Now, Bulgarian revolts start flaring up in the Balkans against Michael IV, and Aleppo also had revolted as well. Here's the funny thing. Basil II was such an effective ruler that even though the Emirate of Aleppo had wrecked the armies of Romanos III with 20 to 1, they still chose to remain under the suzerainty of the empire because they feared retaliation of someone competent like Basil II, I bet. But yeah, they were now revolted. They now revolted and gained their independence. And the Serbs and the Croats did the same. The Serbs and Croats, they had revolted, they had submitted to Basil II. But these plebs that were following him, these incompetent fools, no. They just revolted and no one did anything to stop them. Right, so Michael the Fourth. Was he the one? No, wait, I think of another emperor. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's these many revolts that start flaring up across the empire together with the Bulgarian revolt. And Michael IV has to deal with all of them, and he's not succeeding much. And then in comes the Normans. I have a picture of the Normans. I think this one I do. The Normans. Here we have these dudes here LARPing as Normans. Here we have Normies. So the Normans, they were descendants of Viking conquerors that conquered Normandy up in northern France there. Anyone that's played a strategy game knows what I'm talking about. But over time, they were migrating south to the Mediterranean for pilgrimages to Jerusalem. And they got hired more and more as mercenaries to fight. Some of the people that were hiring them were the Lombards, for example, to fight against the Byzantines. But when the Byzantine generals and emperors were starting to hire the Lombards to start to retake Sicily, the Lombards, they revolted against being hired by the Byzantines because they weren't paying them very highly. And so they started taking over bits and pieces of Naples, of southern Italy, and started forming their own kingdom. So the kingdom of the Normans there in southern Italy is starting to become more and more of a thing. More and more Normans over there, more and more arriving by the minute as the stories come up over there and recruit more to come south. And they start getting their thing going down there. And that's the Normans. I had to introduce these guys. And then... Wait, is this true? I don't remember this part. Checking here sources. Okay, so Michael IV apparently had an epileptic attack which left him paralyzed. And even though he was paralyzed and epileptic, he led a 40,000 strong army. Oh yeah, that was the time that he led. Michael IV was the emperor that led a 40k army strong with the Normans, and he was the emperor against which they rebelled and started conquering the parts of Naples. Oh yeah. Yeah, Michael IV was a very sickly guy, and he died, collapsed from his illnesses shortly after that betrayal from the Normans. And he was succeeded by his nephew, Michael V. Let's get Michael V here. Michael V Calaphates, or whatever that is. Shit portrayal. Yeah. Now, Michael V, what was his deal? I don't remember anything about Michael V. I'm gonna have to resort here solely to the sources. Alright, apparently Zoe tried to poison this guy, tried to usurp power. And people were angry about that. Oh yeah, the people were so angry that they declared Theodora as empress. She was in that monastery, still alive. And Michael V, he just fled. He didn't want any of this. He fled and joined a monastery. And then this left Zoe Proprogenita and her sister to rule, but mostly Zoe Proprogenita. She became the second Roman empress to actually rule on her own rights. And yeah, she ruled for a year because she married one of her lovers. What was his name? Constantine the Ninth. And I think it can be said that Zoe Proprogenita had a terrible taste in men. Because this guy that she just married, one of her lovers, Constantine the Ninth, he becomes emperor, and he's absolutely crap. The dude runs a speedrun on how you can rule Basil's empire as fast and effectively as possible. Who's ready for Constantine the Ninth? I'm not. Are you? Alright, let's get this guy out, this little cunt. Yeah, Zoe Proprogenita. But yeah, I forgot to mention that Theodora Proprogenita was also an empress. Wait a second. Here. So she did rule for just a year, but I think I forgot to mention Theodora's rule. What did Theodora do on her rule? She wasn't that liked by someone. I think she was overthrown. What happened to her? Theodora. God. I don't remember what happened to Theodora. Anyway, I'm just gonna skip the notes on it. I do know that she ruled. She was kind of Roman empress when she was very old. She was 76 or so, but eventually she got ousted from power. I don't remember exactly what happened. Sorry, that part of history is going to remain a little obscure. Let's get to Constantine the Ninth, Monomachos. Constantine the Ninth. Okay, so let's go over what this guy did. Constantine the Ninth was a party boy, good-looking guy that Zoe had fallen in love with, was one of her lovers, as I said. But this guy was absolutely crap at ruling, and I'm gonna explain why. He was a decadent guy. He was like Constantine VIII, went to parties and didn't care much for administration, he this and that. He was a very angry dude and very impulsive, and he didn't even care for Zoe. He like took mistresses and betrayed her non-stop. Like Zoe was filled with husbands that kept betraying her with mistresses. The other ones did too. And what does this guy do? He debases the coinage. So the coin, the solidus, he completely debases it and makes it a much weaker with much lesser gold purity so that he can make more of it and pay and bribe people with more of it. Inflation wasn't very grasped by this guy. This is the opposite of Nicephorus the First. And starts wrecking the economy, rises up inflation, and you know the whole drill, right? You ruin the economy, it's only a matter of time before everything else starts falling apart. Constantine also had no sense of strategy, and he just started annexing friendly buffer Armenian kingdoms one after the other. And eventually, he just kept overstanding the eastern frontier so much that he comes in contact with the Seljuk Turks. I said the word, I said the Turk word. And I got introduced to the Turks. So the Turks, they were a steppe nomad. They were part of this large steppe nomad group that originated from Central Asia, and they had migrated south to far down to southern Central Asia, and they had started to raid against the Caliphate and the successor states of the Caliphate, and started conquering Persia per se. And they started forming the Seljuk Sultanate, because by then they also converted to Islam, you know, the religion of their subjects. And as this Sultanate, the Seljuk Turks started conquering non-stop. They were very, very militarily able. And they started focusing on the Fatimid Caliphate, which after conquering the Mesopotamia and Persia. And they wanted to focus on them, but more and more they came in contact with the eastern frontier of the Roman Empire. And because of that, things are gonna go very south, very fast. Let's shit on Constantine the Ninth a little bit more. Okay, what else did Constantine the Ninth did that was bad? I remember I had written a long list of crap he did. Just check here. Oh yeah, he did fight a few battles. He did order. He didn't fight himself. He sent generals to go fight against the Turks in a few battles, and it was a stall. It was like a stalemate for both sides. The Turks did get repelled, but more and more they started nibbing at the frontier. You know, the Armenian kingdoms that Constantine the Ninth had conquered, because Constantine the Ninth, he had this giga brain, ultra genius plan. Like Armenia was defended by some 50,000 militiamen, you know, ready on the frontier, kind of serving as the frontier armies of the themes. And Constantine the Ninth had this plan. Alright, let's abolish this entire army, and instead of keeping your maintenance for them in an effective way, you will directly send me some gold coins in return. Deal? And the Armenians said, okay, whatever. Okay, so Constantine the Ninth just deleted a friendly allied army of 50,000 Armenians at the frontier, right beside the Seljuk Turks. Yeah, I think it's the worst thing he ever did. Like, we can't blame him very much. He didn't know what was gonna happen, but still, really dumb move. Anyway, what other dumb stuff Constantine the Ninth did? Let me remember. Oh no, he did do an interesting thing. He refounded the University of Constantinople for law and philosophy in Constantinople. So, this is not an unbiased stream. Like, if someone does a good thing, I'm just gonna say it. He restarted a university for law and philosophy in Constantinople. For all the good that it will do the empire, that is fuck all, but pretty interesting, pretty cool. Alright. Well, yeah, there was also this new tribe that kind of was taking over the place of the Bulgars left over in the Danube because they had been so utterly destroyed by Basil II. And they were called the Pechenegs. And the Pechenegs started taking over the Danube there and started raiding the empire in Moesia and Thrace. So remember that, the Pechenegs were a thing. And it was by then that the Normans had already completely taken over southern Italy, so I can show a picture here. Let me see here. And we're gonna have to get into the Great Schism. The Great Schism happens around here. 1 second. Normans, get the hell out. I'm just gonna show you the map. Norman Italy. Oh yeah, so yeah. Norman Italy. So the Normans here, they took over here. Naples and Sicily. I think the next map over updates. Let's update the map. Oh, spoiler. Alright. Let's realign this map. You get here, and Saviotoslav, you haven't been relevant for a longest time. Alright. The Kingdom of Italy over here, they're conquering more and more. This map isn't very updated here. And 1054. 1054 is the year of the Great Schism. Now, the Great Schism was when... Oh, let me tell you what happened. So, for a longest time now, you could have seen the series, you could have seen on this stream as I covered it, you can see it on other YouTube videos. The Eastern Christians and the Western Christians have been fighting over who was the legitimate, actual, correct Christianity, the Pope and the Patriarch, and they had these three massive, confrontations that they couldn't get hold with. They kept dividing them. Let me just go over them really quick. One of them was over the dispute over the procession of the Holy Spirit. So there was this line in the Bible that said that the Holy Spirit descended or proceeded from the Father, but there was also, the interpretation that was more common, I think, was that he proceeded from the Father and the Son. And because the Orthodox believed that he proceeded from the Father and Son, and because the Christians believed he proceeded from the Father alone, it was somehow this massive theological difference that completely breached all decency. It's hard to get involved into it now, but I bet it was important back then. I bet this fucks with a lot of theology, but I haven't delved too much into it to learn. Another dispute was one that I will say is very petty. It's the dispute over leavened and unleavened bread. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Leavened and unleavened bread. The difference is that one bread is made with is made with gas to make it inflate and be a little easier to bite on, and the unleavened bread was one where it was not made with that gas. It was pure hard bread. And the Orthodox Christianity believed that the unleavened bread was the only one that could be used for the the magic cookie, the communion, the communion cookie. And the Catholics said that both were fine. You could use the gas on the bread or not. And this was another massive difference. And there was another third difference. The third difference was that, of course, the Pope claimed to be the ultimate authority on all Christianity, and the Patriarch of Constantinople is the one that claimed that title. So it's these three massive differences in the church. And eventually it got to the point that when the Normans conquered southern Italy, they started forcing, because they were Catholics, they started forcing the churches in southern Italy to adopt Western practices of the Western Christianity. And because of that, there started to arise some disputes between the Pope and the Patriarch. And eventually the Pope, he was actually concerned about the Normans, and he sent a delegation to the east, to Constantinople, to try to form some kind of alliance for the empire and the Papal States to crush the Normans because he thought of them as a threat, but instead the legates engage in this petty argument against the Patriarch of Constantinople. It ends with the legates, in the name of the Pope, excommunicating the Patriarch, and the Patriarch, in exchange, excommunicated all of the legates, and then they returned, and both sides, they officiated the stance that the other side was excommunicated, and it became the Great Schism. The Great Schism, the point at which the two churches stopped sharing communion, and they became distinct religions. Mostly, they are 99.9% the same religion, but still, those differences exist, and there was this diplomatical breach there, and this was a great schism, the great divide. And the West is gonna care even less and even less about the Eastern Church and everything, and it's gonna start seeing them as heretical, officially and utterly heretical, irredeemable. Now, back to the narrative. Sorry, important stuff to get over. God. Oh yeah, Constantine the Ninth died, finally. He did a whole crap, he speedrun the worst possible decisions an emperor could have done, really weakened the empire. He abolished even more of the reforms that Basil II had made. And for example, one of the reforms is that he forced the Bulgarians to pay like a taxes in money instead of kind. Basil had led them to pay them in kind, but because of the Bulgarians had access to the imperial economy, they didn't have, up until now, they didn't have like the gold coins and everything. So for them to pay taxes in gold coin was this huge harsh thing that they couldn't get done. So payment in kind is the only thing that they could do. But now Constantine the Ninth demanded them to do it in coins, and it made them really angry and unable to pay taxes, so prone to revolt. And yeah, Constantine the Ninth made his subjects angry, made the army much weaker. He empowered the nobles. Yeah, horrible. But he finally died. And he was succeeded by who? Let me see. Oh, wait. This is when Theodora rules. That's why I was confused. Holy hell, dude. This list here. Damn, is damned wrong. There was succession here, all confusing. Let me check here. Fuck. So yeah, Theodora should be below here, Constantine. I guess she was named Empress with Zoe, so it was co-emperor, but only after he died she got to rule. So yeah, Theodora was a 76-year-old in her 70s, now ruling the Roman Empire as the third Roman woman to do so. And what did he do? Oh yeah, she tried to keep the nobles in line, but she was really unpopular, trying to centralize power and everything, dishing out harsh punishment for everyone who didn't fall in line. And then... God. Oh yeah, this is when we get to introduce a famous dynasty. One of the many people that she replaced with like a plebs that she wanted to please was a guy named Isaac Komnenos. Isaac Komnenos was a very competent general that was serving the imperial service, but she just dismissed him from an important post for some pleb to take over. And this is very important because Isaac Komnenos is the uncle of that Komnenos that we're going to explore plenty about soon enough. Oh, 4 hours and a half. Ugh. Whatever, man. If this thing has to be 7 hours long, I'll do it. We're getting to it. Theodora... Yeah, Theodora got sick, but she refused to appoint an heir, so the dudes around him, they just got this guy called Michael to try to be her heir, but she didn't approve of him. But one of the guys saw the sickly dying Theodora and said, I think she nodded at me saying that we should name Michael, the next emperor, as the heir. And then Theodora died, and they just named this dude Michael as the new emperor. I think it's Michael the 6th. Let's see. Michael the 6th. Ringus. Yeah. I'm sorry, Michael the 6th is one of those dudes I don't remember shit about, and I should read. Right. Oh yeah, he committed more, he started making even more bad reforms and mistakes regarding the military aristocracy. And the army revolted against him under Isaac Komnenos. Because Isaac Komnenos was like Nikephoros Phocas, there's this popular, super competent dude. And 1 second here. And yeah, he just revolted against them, just revolted against Michael, beat the loyalist army, and took power for himself, with Michael the Sixth like abdicating and becoming a monk. So Isaac the First Komnenos took over and ended the Macedonian Dynasty. Like the fall of Michael the Sixth here is the end of the Macedonian Dynasty, pretty much. Isaac can be the fall as well. So Isaac the First Komnenos. And this is not the establishment of the Komnenos Dynasty yet. No. We're gonna get for a dark period before we get to that. Alright, so Isaac, he became emperor, Isaac the First, and he tried to reform the economy, restore taxes, and end the corrupt, wasteful crap that Constantine IX and his predecessors had engaged in. But this made him rather unpopular, and the Patriarch of Constantinople kind of got crazy around this time too. He started wearing the imperial blue, imperial purple, and started insulting the emperor, threatening him. It's a whole thing. I won't get into it. And oh, by the way, the Varangian Guard is still around, just guarding the emperor. By the way, they're still around and pretty loyal too. Right, so while the armies were away from the borders, because recall Constantine IX deleted those 50k Armenians guarding the borders, most of the legion's armies were away as well. The Georgians, they were at the border, they wanted to raid the empire as well, so they hired some Turks to ransack the border, and they got as far as Melitene. Melitene was this city that was like a north of Antioch, so they were really raiding deep into the empire now. The Turks, even as just mercenaries. So Isaac, meanwhile, he was busy fighting the Pechenegs up in the Danube, so he had that to deal with. He was almost killed by a lightning strike. There's a whole story about that you can get into it in the primary sources. And but one day, Isaac, he got really ill during a hunt, out there hunting. And so he named an officer that he trusted called Constantine Doukas as emperor, as his heir, And then he just abdicated and went to live his ill life away in peace. And this was the start of the Doukid Dynasty. The Doukid Dynasty. It's one of those dynasties that I didn't know anything about because it's so painful to read this section of history, So who's ready for pain? Are you ready for pain? It's God. Ugh. Right, so Constantine X Doukas. Constantine X, he did the same as Constantine IX, started doing a lot of dumb shit that weakened the state. He gave a lot of idiot high officers positions for high salaries. He cut much of the funding for the army. He abolished most of the great reforms that Isaac had been implementing to raise taxes and re-strengthen the armies. And he started relying, and this was the crippling thing, Constantine X started the practice of relying more and more on mercenaries. It wasn't no longer the native-born peoples of Anatolia and Greece and Thrace that were recruiting to the army. No, this guy wanted Bulgars and Slavs and Pechenegs and Turks in his army to be his main army. Germans too. I don't know why he was so in love with mercenaries. Why did he make him hate his own people? He didn't want to recruit them. It must have been cheaper, ironically enough. I don't know if that was the case. I don't know, maybe he had some reason. Dude must have some reason. I want to believe he had some reason to make such a dumb move. But anyway, more and more of the Byzantine army under his rule became mercenaries. They had no loyalty to the empire, they just wanted gold. And, how do I get to this? Okay, yeah, so... wait. It was Constantine X, this little prick, that deleted those 50k Armenians. Like, the Constantine X, he did delete multiple armies from Armenia. Like, he told them that they didn't have to do that anymore, guard the border. But it was Constantine X, this little prick, the guy that deleted the last army, the 50k Armenians that were guarding the border. And, okay, I got one small reason, very small reason left to not hate Constantine IX. But it was right then, right after he committed this massive, like a failure in strategy, that the Seljuk Turks were planning an offensive to the west. And their target was the Fatimid Caliphate, you know? It was the successor to the Abbasid Caliphate that took them over, conquered. They were ruling right there in Africa, in Egypt. Yeah, that was their target, but things didn't go that way. So what happened next? Right, he lost the Armenian. Yeah, Constantine X, with the increasing Turkish raids on the border, he lost the Armenian capital, what was the major city in the area, to the Turks, and he also lost Belgrade to the Hungarians. So the Hungarians, if you recall, way back in God, who was the emperor? I think the emperor was Leo, yeah, Leo the Sixth. Way back in Leo the Sixth, the guy that had problems with Basil the First and was actually the son of Michael the Third. He had hired the Magyars to harass the Bulgars at some point, but then the Pechenegs got hired by the Bulgars to harass the Magyars, and so the Magyars migrated to the Carpathian Mountains to flee, and they became the Hungarians, which are they are the same people. If you search up in the Hungarian language, they still call themselves the Magyars, and yeah, the Hungarians were now there, and they were still hostile to the empire when it suited them to be hostile to the empire. They converted to the Catholic faith, so there was strained relations on that front as well. So they just took Belgrade, and the Armenian capital, as I said, was lost to the Turks. And yes, what else? Okay, yeah. Constantine X, he had this popular general called Romanos. He had him exiled because he accused him of plotting against him. So this general Romanos got exiled. But Constantine's widowed wife, after Constantine fell ill and died, yeah, Constantine X just died, he fell ill. His widow actually liked Romanos because he was very charming and seductive, and people really liked him. God, wait. Yeah, just checking some stuff. Yeah, so Constantine the Constantine died, and his widow freed Romanos because she was charmed by him, and she needed a strong man to help him, like secure the empire, you know, because she had her sons over there. I forgot the name of her sons. We'll have to recall them later. Yeah, so Romanos was made emperor. He married her, and he became Romanos the Fourth, the Romanos the Fourth of the Doukid Dynasty, right then in the later 11th century. And those who know your history knows what happens next. So let's get to him. Romanos the Fourth, Diogenes. Alright, so Romanos the Fourth himself, some spoilers here. I think those were the sons of the widow he married. Yeah, anyway. So Romanos the Fourth, he was actually a very competent guy. He tried to strengthen the armies. He tried to strengthen the tax base of the empire. He tried to curb down on corruption. So he had the best interest of the empire in mind, this Romanos the Fourth. And what happened to him was really tragic, but we'll get to him step after step. 1 second here. Access to notes. Right, so he took power, and the Seljuk Turks were by now raiding so deep into the empire that they sacked Caesarea. Caesarea was this major city in the heart of Turkey, southish to the heart of Turkey. It's called Kayseri these days, if any Turks watching, like maybe you're from Kayseri. It's this major city in Turkey today. And it was pretty brutal. So it really got into Romanos' mind that, okay, I need to deal with the Turkish threat. And he got this into his mind, and it would be best for the empire if he did. So he got the armies that he could, all the Bulgar and German and Slavic mercenaries that his predecessors left him, and he went on to try to face the Seljuk Turks. So he went on and marched on to Armenia. Let me just read some details. I don't want to get this part wrong. Alright. So what did the Turks do? As they were raiding the border, they captured a frontier town named Manzikert. Manzikert was this major frontier town. And it was a major fort that had to be held from the... Why is everyone spamming F? Is the stream dead? Or are you just saying F because you actually know what's happening? Okay. So the city of Manzikert was this major fort on eastern Anatolia, and Romanus IV couldn't let it just be taken by the Turks. So he amassed his huge army of mercenaries, tens and tens of thousands, and some loyalist Byzantines, and he marched to retake it. But what he did was that since he didn't find the armies of the Seljuk Turks nearby, he split his army in two. And one army was sent down to secure the area, and with the army that he led, he took the city for good. And all the way down, all the way up there, his mercenaries that were really rowdy, really insubordinate, they were raiding Byzantine towns as they marched because they didn't give two shits. Principally, the German mercenaries were doing this. And he tried to keep discipline, and they revolted every time he did, so it was really tenuous situation here. So, as Romanus IV, he got surprised with a new Seljuk attack. Out of nowhere, after he took the city, the Seljuk army appeared under their Sultan. I forgot the Sultan's name. And they started going out in the city, and Romanus IV marched out to meet them in a battle. But before he did, the Sultan, he offered to Romanus IV that he didn't want to fight the guy. Like, dude, get out of the way. I just want to get all the way to the Fatimid Caliphate, those cunts over there. I just want to get there. Let's have this nice truce. I'm just going to ignore your existence and go there and wreck their shit. Aren't they your enemies, by the way? Like, so yeah. And then Romanus IV, he makes the decision that ended the fate of his life and of the empire. He said that, no, we are going to fight you right here, right now. And so started the Battle of Manzikert. And it was a stalemate for the whole day. Like, both sides were very evenly matched. But the reinforcements that he had, you know, the part of the army that he had back from not in active combat, he ordered them to secure the retreat because he wanted the center of his army to retreat a little bit further back. But the orders were really confused on what he was ordering. And so the general that was leading the forces to the back of the empire, his name was Andronikos. He saw the opportunity and he took it. He betrayed Romanus IV. And he told his army that the emperor, Romanus IV, had died in battle, and told them to flee the battlefield all the way back. And he just did a 180 and marched with, I don't know, half the troops that he had access there. And this doomed Romanus IV. When he saw what had happened, he tried to put out this last stand on the Battle of Manzikert, and the Turks just surrounded him and started slaughtering his army. And eventually, after a bloody battle, Romanus IV was captured by the Seljuk Sultan. Okay, people, I know it's a sad story, but stop spamming the chat, please. Okay, just get rid of some spammers. They don't spam, or you get the ban. Now, the Battle of Manzikert was an absolute catastrophe for the empire. The Roman emperor was captured in battle. The main army of the empire was completely annihilated or at the hands of rebels. And there's this story of how when the Seljuk Sultan, the Turk, he met with the captured Romanus IV, he didn't believe that this lowly, bloodied, dirty dude was the actual Roman emperor. So when he actually was convinced of it, he stepped on the guy's throat as a sign of superiority, but then he just took him under his custody and treated him with respect and freed him a few days later. Because, as I said, the focus of released him for a ransom, by the way. A promise of a ransom, at least. And I think he... Yeah, I don't think he focused on the Fatimid. What did the Seljuk do? The Seljuk Turk do right after that? God, I don't remember what he did do specifically. But anyway. So yeah, let's analyze the situation of the empire. The Seljuk Turks, or the troops that the Seljuk Turk wasn't explicitly under command, just now had a free hand to conquer everything in their path, and no one was going to stop them. So, in a flash, let's update the map about what happens. Let's see here. Boop. Boop. The Turks take all of Anatolia. All of it, pretty much. Trebizond and some cities try to hold out, but the empire loses the access to even the coastal area of cities like Nicaea and every. It's a disaster, complete disaster. And what are the Byzantines happening as this conquest here unfolds? Let's talk about it. Yeah, the short answer is civil war. Right. So let's see here the exact order of events. Yeah, Romanos was released. God. Yeah, so Romanos, he gathers what few troops he can to try to restore his throne, because he, like, regents and powerful nobles are trying to seize his throne for him. So he mounts this army and goes to fight them. I forgot if he did fight Andronikos, you know, the traitor Andronikos, but he got wrecked by some of the new regime's forces, and he got beaten. And when he was beaten, he tried to retreat, but eventually he agreed to surrender himself, and he was sent to he agreed to be sent to a monastery and renounce all power there. And man, who was the Roman emperor right at the moment when he did that? Ah, God, I forgot the guy. Anyway, Romanus was sent there, but the powers that be then betrayed their word, and they just sent thugs to Romanos in his... One second. Yeah, man, the Spanish is brutal. Let's be a concerted effort. Anyway. Back here. So Romanos, the powers that be, betrayed their word that they would spare the guy, and they sent thugs to his residence, his monastery residence, and they told him to blind him. But the guys that were sent to blind him, they were really bad at it, and so they completely botched the operation, and the eyes got completely infected, you know, complete carnage on his eyes, and he just agonized in all alone his monastery, or the room of his monastery, and eventually died of infection on his eyes. Must have been very painful. And that was the fate of Romanos IV. He was succeeded by... let me see. Yeah, the one that succeeded Romanos IV was Michael VII Doukas, but there might be some mishmash here with some dudes that try to take power. My knowledge on this area of Byzantine history, especially during these civil wars that go back and forth, is really reduced. Anyway, here. Okay, let's go over these plebs here. Where was Michael? Oh yeah, Michael here, he's at the top here. Michael VII Doukas. So what was Michael VII's deal? Well, the empire broke down into civil war, and as you can see, emperor after emperor were claiming to be the emperor. General and noble, one after the other, were fighting each other to take over the empire. And all while the Seljuk Turks were advancing and conquering Anatolia. And the currency continued getting devaluated more and more, so much that Michael VII, he got a nickname. He was called the Parapinakes. Parapinakes is Greek for minus a quarter. So the Solidus had been so debased that it was now worth 75% of what it used to be worth, in the eyes of the public at least. Because it was so, the quantity of, the purity of gold had been so devalued. And mind you, this is the Solidus that Diocletian and Constantine had issued for the Empire. The Empire had been using this gold coin for a damn long time, and only by now it had been ruined by debasement. So, really impressive lifetime, actually. So, how did Andronicus get? Wait, how did Michael VII get the X? Because we can ignore these plebs over here. Michael VII, what happened to this guy? Oh yeah, a general named Nikophoros, to be confusing. The general named Nikophoros Botaniates. He revolted with the support of the Seljuk Turks, so he got the Seljuk Turks on their side and revolted against Michael VII and took power for himself. Michael VII had to abdicate. His fate is unclear. I don't remember if he was exiled or he was killed. But anyway, Nikophoros III took power. Nikophoros III, right here. The last of the Doukid Dynasty. Nikophoros III, well, he wasn't gonna fix what had happened after Romanus IV's fall. What he could do, really. Anyway. What happened right then was that the Normans in Italy over here, I kept the map here, was that they started planning an invasion of the empire. You know, they wanted to invade Albania and Greece over there because they really saw the moment was ripe to really conquer some lands. And they had some weird pretexts for it. So, the general that Nikophoros III sends to go deal with the coming Norman threat is a guy named Alexios Komnenos. The Alexios Komnenos, by then a general, the nephew of Isaac Komnenos. And he is sent with a fleet to go there to Naples and go crush the Normans. But he refuses, and he actually revolts against Nikophoros, sail all the way back to Constantinople, as we've seen so many times this happened before, and he seized power for himself. Takes over power, makes himself emperor, and forces Nikophoros III to abdicate and become a monk. There must be this monastery where all these past Roman emperors used to be. Like, how many emperors have been forcefully deposed, mutilated, and forced to become a monk by now? No idea. Someone keeping account. Now, the Normans then invade, because remember, Alexius didn't stop he didn't do what he was supposed to do. So they invaded Albania and they started conquering lands over there. And Alexius then he got beaten in battle by the Normans. He couldn't stop them by himself. So what he did is that he used what little funds the empire had left to bribe the Holy Roman Emperor to march south and go kick the southern Italy, Norman Italy around, and bait the Normans to abandon their invasion and return home. And that's what happens. So Alexius Komnenos, he's free from the Norman threats, and so now he has to deal with the. I mean, how you deal with this? Look at the map, dude. Anatolia was lost, completely lost. It wasn't that long ago that Basil II ruled. How did this fucking happen? Damn Turks, man, really good at conquering. So, yeah, check some things. Yeah, Alexis the First rule is the beginning of it is really painful to relate because there was just civil war after civil war after civil war after revolt after revolt after raid after raid. The Pechenegs were attacking and multiple generals started revolting and tried to take power from Alexius Komnenos. But alas, he killed and beat all of the claimants to the throne, and he expelled all the barbarians that he could at least, and he secured power under himself, and it would be under him that, okay, I forgot to update the list here. Alexius the First Komnenos. This is the guy. You see, the art got better. The art got better, the emperors got better. Now, Alexius I solidified rule, and he would become the founder, the guy that solidified at least the Komnenos Dynasty. Second year. Oh yeah, so the Pechenegs, they had been raiding the Balkans a lot by this time, and what Alexius I did is that he hired another tribe that were rivals to the Pechenegs, or they bordered them, and got some 40k Cumans with an M, to invade and help him crush the Pecheneg horde. And he did it. He destroyed the Pechenegs so utterly and completely that they would only become a mild nuisance from here on, and they would never become a threat ever again. That's some border thing that happened here and there. So this was the destruction of the Pechenegs. I forgot the name of the battle. Anyway, huge victory for the Empire, they really needed it, and the Balkans were secured from Pecheneg raids. The Cumans did raid a bit, but they mostly just left or stayed at the border. And what happens next is the part that everyone knows Alexius I Komnenos for. Is everyone ready? Now, Alexius I knew well that his army alone couldn't beat the Seljuk Turks. What he needed was Western assistance. So he wrote for the Pope, by then Urban II, and asked him for, could you give me some mercenaries, some knights, some dudes, like 3,000, something like this, so you can help me to reconquer some lands here and there, and I want to resecure here, because remember, Constantinople falls, then the water's beating on your ass next, my dude. It's gonna be your next. So yeah, the Pope Urban, he really saw this, the Seljuk Turks, as a threat. So what he does, he gives this speech in front of his bishops, and he distributes the news from this speech all over, and then he declares the threat of the Seljuk Muslim Turks, of how it is a threat to all the church, including the Orthodox Church, especially the Orthodox Church. And he, after this long speech where he tries to call to arms everyone that could provide troops to assist the Orthodox plight, their Orthodox Christian plight, he ended it with Deus vult, God wills it. It's kind of contested whether he said that or not, if I recall my studies of it, but I do choose to say it's not outrageous that he said it. Deus vult, God wills it. And this became the slogan, if not at the time, then certainly by modern times, of what would become the Crusades. The Crusades started with the People's Crusade, where a hermit called Peter the Hermit just gathered a bunch of plebs and they ransacked their way through the Byzantine Balkans, and Alexius just said, okay, dudes, just cross right over, you got this. And they crossed into Nicaea, and they got completely slaughtered by the Seljuk Turks and sold into slavery. Yeah, so that was Peter Hermit's The People's Crusade. Now let's get on to the First Crusade. Now I can't get into the whole details of the First Crusade, it's a whole damn topic, but I can give those broad strokes as I did before on other topics. So the First Crusade, army after army from Frankish, German, English, and other nobles of the time, the nobles and kings, they started marching east on the promise that fighting for the crusade would give them repentance for their sins. That was the main selling point. But also many just wanted to have a pilgrimage, some just willing to fight glory, but that was the main selling point, if I recall the study. I'm not very in-depth over the crusades. And when each of the crusader armies arrived in Constantinople, the Constantinople chief, Alexius I, he talked with each leader as each army arrived and got them to pledge on the Bible that they would restore and return all imperial lands to the empire once reconquered. And each of the dudes that were arriving, Behemoth, for example, of the Normans partook in this crusade. Yeah, everyone agreed, and they were promised the support of the Byzantine state, provided ships and food and provisions, everything for the crusade to be a success. And then when these crusader armies down south and they started winning battles against the Seljuk Turks and the Muslims over there too, the Fatimid Caliphate, and eventually they got all the way to Antioch, and they were sieging Antioch, and the siege of Antioch was this massive thing. And Alexius Komnenos, marched down with an army to go help in the siege of Antioch because he knew it was such a major city. Bohemond. Yeah, I can't pronounce these damn names, dude. I don't know his actual name though. Bohemond? I don't care. Yeah, so they were sieging Antioch with the armies there, and Alexius came down to help them, but he was told by one of the retreating dudes that had given up on the siege that the whole thing was lost and that Alexius should return north, and then he did. He returned north. He didn't want to lose even more territory to the Seljuks because he lost his own army. And he returned north, and the Crusaders, by a miracle, managed to win the siege, and they took over. And that guy that I can't pronounce the name, Bohemond, I guess, he took over Antioch and founded the first crusade. No, the first crusader state I think was Edessa, but then Bohemond founded his own in Antioch, and the Crusaders eventually marched south and took Jerusalem, name status, and they founded the Crusader state of Jerusalem as well. I don't know if they called it Israel. I do remember, I think there was a Christian state called Israel, I think. Oh, I might be recalling things from video games. Anyway. Yeah, there was the Crusader state of Jerusalem, and the Crusaders, the first crusade was a big success. And what Nikephoros did is that he used, every time the Crusaders were sieging a city, for example in Nicaea, he would try to one-up them and sneak soldiers to give the final blow or take the city by night, and so they would be in imperial rule, and he just bribed the Crusaders to piss off to the next, on the way to the Holy Land. And so what Alexius Komnenos manages to do is that you reconquer a bit of land. So let's show it here. Here, he reconquers a little bit of land here. It's not much, but it's a start. It's better than it used to be. Now, this is a better position to be on. Now you control the Bosphorus again. But Alexius I, he ruled for 37 years, I think he was. He ruled for a damn long time. I don't recall the precise amount. And what was his later rule like? Let me recall. Very easy to remember the Crusades because everyone who likes history has this memorized from other videos that they watch. Let me try to recall. Oh yeah, during all of these events, the daughter of Alexius I Komnenos, Anna Komneni, she was writing all over about these events, and she was a history waifu for everyone who's interested in having one. She related about all the Latins and their conquests and how his father Alexius I was very smart in taking what he could for the benefit of the empire, and she was a woman historian way back then. Very interesting. And what people negate to say is that Alexius I had this son called John, and John Komnenos was the primary guy to follow him. Okay, we'll get to that. So Alexius I, he granted trading privileges to the Venetians regarding the trade in the Constantinople Strait. So far, I have completely neglected the Venetians because, my God, 5-hour stream already, and I had to neglect them so far. But the Venetians they used to be a Roman city. They were founded by Roman settlers, and they stayed under Byzantine rule for a damn long time. And over time, they just gained more and more independence. Some brief battles and skirmishes were fought between them and the Frankish Empire and the Byzantine Empire, nothing too major. And eventually they got independence and they became this major trading power. And they started just expanding their influence, getting very rich. And this is the moment where Alexius I Komnenos agreed to give trading privileges to the Venetians. And I think Basil II did something similar. Basil II gave privileges to the Venetians in exchange for them to ferry troops to Italy whenever the empire needed. You know, trades like these started being formed between Venice and the empire. And yeah, the Venetians out there. Very rich, increasingly powerful empire. Trading empire. And Alexis gave them privileges, and after that, he led, he kept leading in an invasion of Anatolia, trying to take more and more from the Seljuk Sultan, but mostly those coastal possessions is what he could take. And Alexis was the guy that abolished the solidus, you know, the debased currency, and he replaced it with a purer coin. It's called the Hyperpyron. Hyperpyron sounds like the kind of doomsday weapon that you'd see in a children's cartoon, right? The Hyperpyron. And later, after 37 years, at 37 years of rule, Alexius I, he died of disease. He caught a random disease and died. And what can we say about his rule? He was good, that's for sure. But was he great? Under the circumstances, I think if he had gotten his way and just gotten a few mercenaries, he wouldn't have gotten as much success as he did. So, because the Western response to the Crusades was orders of magnitudes beyond what he actually expected, it actually really weakened his Muslim neighbors over there. But the Crusader states themselves are going to become rather hostile to the empire. So I don't know how to rate Alexius I Komnenos' rule. It was good, but I don't know if it was great. I'll have to think more about that. But anyway, he was succeeded by his son. Let's get the list here to move. Yeah, he was succeeded by John II, Komnenos. And John II, he was a very skilled military commander. And the part about Anna's story that I said most people don't tell was that Anna and her mother tried to usurp her brother John to seize power for herself so that she could become the empress and rule. Because by now there was a lot of precedent for this, you know? 3 Roman empresses have ruled the Roman Empire. And they haven't been all that bad. They were cruel and they had poor taste in man, but administrative-wise, like Irene was actually pretty good. But anyway, Anna Komnene was tried to usurp her brother John, and she failed, and she got sent to a prison. And on that prison, or house arrest, whatever it was, she wrote the history book. I think it was the Alexiad. Yeah, the Alexiad. That related all of the conquests of Alexius I and all his rule and all his interactions with the Crusaders. And it's a really interesting book, like written by a medieval woman. Very, very rare. And you should try to read it if you're interested in history. You are interested in history if you're watching the stream, especially live. And yeah, it's something that you should try to do. Very rare kind of thing, you know? And yeah, that was her fate. And she kind of faded into history after that. So John II Komnenos, this guy is a whole thing unto himself. So John II Komnenos was dead set to reconquer as much of the empire as he possibly could, taking advantage that the Crusader states had weakened and distracted the Muslim states, like the Fatimids and the Seljuks. So John II, let me get here the precise order of events. Want to confuse stuff. Right, so John, first he tries to secure the Balkan holdings, and he beats the Hungarians, he beats the Serbs, and then after everything that's secured over there, he gets his armies, still mostly mercenaries by the way, and he moves on to Anatolia to fight the Turks. And I mean, he must have been a 5-star general, because to fight the Turks with those mercenaries and have the success that he did, great stuff. So John, he fought a lot of battles, won a lot of battles, sieged a lot of Seljuk-held towns, and he retook the coastal Anatolia, you know, mostly from where Amorium used to be, all the way west, and he started to reestablish Byzantine control over those lands, and it was a massive boon for the empire. And he wait, let me get the precise order of conquests. He conquered western Anatolia and some mainlands. And yeah, he tried to get some alliances with the Crusader states, but they wanted to do their own thing. And Yeah, let me update the map here to show what John II did. God damn it. Brain's getting fried. 5-hour stream. Yeah, these are the conquests of John II. Looking much better, isn't it? Holy hell. So yeah, he reconquered much of western Anatolia and reconquered all of its coast, all the way back to Trebizond, way up there. And I think, yeah, he vassalized some Serbs, I think he was. And he started leading raids down south because he wanted to retake Antioch. Now, the Antioch had been made a tributary state. I think it was under John Komnenos, because they had been hostile, tried to attack the empire, so they blockaded them in return, and so they accepted to become a tributary state, the Crusader state of Antioch. And 1 second here. What else did John II did? Okay, yeah. John II, after all of these conquests and all of this recovery, he had a hunting accident. He had a literal hunting accident. He was out there outside of Antioch, just hunting, you know, as you do. And one day he was chilling with this poisoned arrow on his hands and he accidentally cut himself with it. And then he just tried to ignore the injury and just let it infect and fester. And he died. Oh. God, fuck comedy. Reading history, that's where the fun's at. He ruled for 24 years, and he was a really good emperor, especially military-wise. Now, he chose his youngest son, Manuel, as his successor as he was dying. And what to say about Manuel? Manuel was also a mostly competent dude. But the vibe we're gonna get with Manuel, now Manuel the First, let's move here. Oh, it's how do streamers do this live? Shorter streams, I guess, for one. So Manuel the First Komnenos, what was his deal? So Manuel the First, he married a Western woman. She was called, I forgot her name, but she was from Antioch, and she married a Western woman, and as a Western woman, Catholic and everything, she liked everything Western. And Manuel himself started to like everything Western, and he started to try to rebuild relations with the Western world, the Pope and the Western kings and everything. And he got known for that proclivity. Western historians portray him very positively. Now, what he did for the empire, that is that he tried to he cooperated with the Crusader states. He tried to attack the Fatimids in Egypt during one of the Crusades, but it was an unsuccessful attempt. He didn't lead too much. And he also campaigned against the Seljuk Turks, tried to continue his father's legacy, but he couldn't do it. He wasn't as good as his father, and although he didn't lose lands, he just couldn't take much anymore. The map kind of stayed stagnant. And he got some pretty bad defeats, actually. Got defeated by the Seljuks during a mountainous place because he chose to attack a defended position uphill. It was pretty idiotic, but he survived it. It didn't hurt much. And oh yeah, one aspect of, though Manuel I started to rebuild the relations with the West, the populace itself of the empire... Oh, 1 second. Damn spam, man. Okay. Back to stream. Oh, where was I? Oh yeah, Manuel I, he was pretty pro-Western, but he wasn't very... The populace wasn't very pro-Western. They really didn't like them. And the sentiment was very orthodox, and the Westerns, they are these heretics that do bad things with their faith, the Christian faith. And so there was this dissonance that's going to become very important. So Manuel I continued to try to campaign against the Seljuk Turks, not much success. And what else? Anything? I gotta read here, one second. Yeah, nothing much. Yeah. He just tried to failed to take more of Seljuk lands, and then he died of natural causes. He was called, by the way, Homagus the Great, because even though he had this dissonance between the, the common populace regarding Latins, the people still really liked him. The dude was very popular. And it was said that he was chosen by his father, John II, because he was his youngest son, not his eldest. He was chosen because he was such a courageous dude. He must have been courageous, okay, but he wasn't very as good as John II. No. Oh yeah, he ruled for 37 years, just as long as Alexius I Komnenos. And he was succeeded by his son. His son... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, he was succeeded by his son, Alexios II. And you can see the art gets really crap, the emperor is gonna be really crap. Alright. So what was Alexius II Komnenos' fame? Well, he was very uneducated. He was another one of these degenerates who just wanted to have fun and drink and whore around, didn't care much for the empire. And he just kept giving Venice these trading privileges. I think he was the guy because he really crippled Byzantine trade. And he gave the Latin traders, Western traders, a lot of privileges that made people really angry. So they started to riot against his rule and the Western influence that was guiding his rule. So much so that a grandson of Alexios I, called Andronikos Komnenos, he used these riots to take the city by force. He took Constantinople by force. He revolted. And after Andronikos Komnenos took over, the mob just went crazy and started killing every last Venetian, Pisan, and Italian or Western trader that resided in Constantinople. All the Latins, all the Westerns and Catholics. It was the massacre of the Latins, in which 40,000 or 60,000 Latins, that were mostly traders or families of traders that resided in Constantinople, were massacred and killed. And the Andronikos Komnenos, the guy that succeeded Alexius III here, did nothing to stop this. He just let the population be massacred, 40,000. And he later sold 4,000 of the survivors, women and children and all, to the Turks as slaves. He sold those Italian guys and women and children as slaves to his enemy. What the hell? Or was it traders that did this? I think it was Andronikos I that did this. I just know it happened. God, dude. And yeah, Venice was pissed about this. Everyone in the West was. Gotta hit the hay after 5 hours of listening. Glad you're alive though. Yeah, of course, I've been German. Really long stream. One of those streams that you just hit in the background and play. So yeah, Andronikos Komnenos took power, and we're approaching the end of our narrative here. So, let's talk about this guy. Andronikos, he ruled like a tyrant, very cruel and oppressive, he suspected everyone of treason, he was very suspicious of nobles, he thought everyone was around him was out to get him, so as I said, he ruled like a tyrant, and he... Wait. Just 1 second here, important details. Oh yeah, Andronikos, he has such a bad rule that eventually the Norman rulers of Sicily, they got encouraged to try again, and they invaded with 80,000 Norman Italians, by then same thing, and landed on Albania and started marching towards the capital. And on their way, they sacked Thessalonica. Thessalonica was this major city that's still a major city in Greece to this day, and they were north over there to Greece. This sacked it, like 7,000 people died. Andronikos, easy to say, he failed to stop this invasion. And what else? Yeah, Andronikos, this madman, actually planned to kill every single noble.
I think this was literal. I don't think he planned to kill most nobles. I think he just wanted to exterminate the noble class because dude was so paranoid and hated them so much. And the sources that I read said that he almost achieved it, but then one of said nobles or one of the generals that was of that class, they revolted against him. The dude's name was, what was it again? Oh yeah, it was another Isaac. Isaac Angelos. Isaac Angelos was one of these dudes that revolted against him. So Isaac II, he revolts against him, and yeah, takes over power. And once he takes over Constantinople, he throws Andronicus Komnenos to an angry mob and lets them lynch him alive. So he was just butchered by the mob. Yeah, he was tied to a post, and the plebs just began beating at him in his face, in his chest, everything with weapons or whatever they had, and butchered him to death. All right, so that was Andronicus Komnenos, yet another terrible emperor. Next, Isaac II Angelos. So Isaac II Angelos took over power, as I said, through violence, and he started the Angelid Dynasty. And it's that dynasty from that other famous event that everyone knows is coming. Again, I need to get some primordial details here correct. Alright, so Isaac II Angelos is actually a pretty capable general, and he won a victory against the invading Normans, that 80,000 army that was invading the Balkans. And he managed to expel them eventually, but the Bulgarians then revolted again. And after they did, several other generals began to revolt as well. So everywhere in the empire there's subjects revolting and people invading and generals revolting. So it's the same situation we've been at ever since the successors of Basil II died. And one of the things that happened is that Cyprus was lost to nobles that were supported by the Normans. So Cyprus over there was lost. And Venice was given even more trading privileges over the Bosphorus because, this time they just gave 100 ships in exchange for that. So more and more the Venice is dominating Byzantine trade. And Isaac also gave permission for the armies of the Third Crusade to cross over because, by now we're at the Third Crusade. And the Third Crusade was led in part by Frederick Barbarossa. I think that's how you say it in German, and Frederick Barbarossa in English. And Barbarossa got permission to march around, but eventually he fell out with Isaac II. They started bickering, and Barbarossa started rampaging through the lands, started to beat some Byzantine armies and some garrisons, but he just beelined for the Holy Land and participated and became a legend. That guy did a lot of stuff. You should read about Barbarossa. And that was the Third Crusade. And during it all, I should mention, the Byzantine navy, by this point, consisted of 30 ships. 30. Just 30 ships for the Byzantine Empire. This is what the Roman Empire has been reduced to. It was just a point of trivia I wanted to express. So, the Isaac, he was dealing with those Bulgar rebels that we were mentioning, and he completely wrecks it. He gets beaten by the Bulgars. And his brother, another dude called Alexios, uses this to usurp him. He blinded him and proclaimed himself Alexios III. Right here. Alexios III. More terrible arts, more bad emperors. So Alexios III, how to say this, is gonna cause that thing to happen. So, Isaac's son, Alexios, got... Now, Isaac II Angelus, he got a son named Alexios, just to confuse us. There's the son of Isaac II called Alexios, and now there's the emperor called Alexios III. So Alexios, son of Isaac, he got this brilliant idea. You see, the Westerns, the Venetians, and the Pope and everyone else, they were gathering for another crusade, the Fourth Crusade. And Alexius, son of Isaac, went up to the leader of this crusade, the one that was leading the Venetian fleet, the Doge of Venice, Enrico Dandolo. And he got up to Enrico Dandolo and he said to him, like, dude, like, check this. This usurper, my uncle, just took over the Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire, have you know? And like, it would be just so great if you just came over with your huge army of crusaders and just on your way to Jerusalem, you know? You just restored my father to power and by me by extension, and I'll pay you a huge amount of money for this, dude. You have no idea. We have so much money. He makes this huge promise to Enrico Dandolo. And Enrico Dandolo, by then, a blind guy. He was a very smart guy, but he was also blind, but he still had kept all of his sharpness. And by then also, Enrico Dandolo had been excommunicated by the Pope because he had already used the Crusader army on the way there to reconquer some rebellious cities he had trading outposts he had in Croatia. So that guy already didn't have much to lose. So this guy comes in offering a lot of money, what the heck. So the fleet of the Fourth Crusade came sailing all the way to Constantinople. And like Alexis III was, what the hell? The huge army, what the hell? And it started the Crusader siege of Constantinople. And we get some details here. Yeah, okay, so imagine this huge Venetian fleet. Let me get the map here. Constantinople. Roman Italy, you can go piss. Right, so we have here the map of Constantinople. So this huge Venetian fleet just comes over with all these crusaders. And it's really hard to pay Constantinople. Really hard to siege Constantinople. Got some other things in my head. But the way that the Venetians did it was that they focused on the Golden Horn. The Golden Horn, as you can see on the map here, was this sea up in Constantinople. And it was protected often by this huge chain over the Golden Horn. That was to stop any besieging army from sailing and taking the fragile walls that were over there. And the Venetians, what was exactly, how did they did it? I'm trying to recall. Oh yeah, they took a fort that guarded the passage there and maybe held one of the chains. And after they took that fort, it allowed them to pass through and take the Golden Horn. And the Golden Horn was where the walls were at their weakest. And so the siegers, now that there was a Crusader army just sieging the actual Theodosian walls, but now they needed the few forces that were in Constantinople at this time, they also had to try to guard this huge coast on Constantinople against the navy from Enrico Dandolo, the Venetians, and the Crusaders that they held. So everyone was overstretched. So when the Venetians, they set fire to a whole bunch of the weak walls in the coast and started this huge fire, and they started a double attack on both the land walls and the sea walls, the weak sea walls of the Golden Horn. Alexius III said, dude, fuck this, I'm out, and he fled. And this allowed, the disorganized defense allowed for the Enrico Dandolo and his forces, the Crusaders, to march into Constantinople and take the city. And so happens the first time that Constantinople was violently taken by a foreign army. I think that's right. It's the first time it was violently taken by a foreign army. Yeah, that sentence is correct. And Constantinople got sacked. Hard. Really hard. So, like, Enrico Dandolo must have known that Alexius III wouldn't have the money to pay the huge promises that he was making, so the dude just sought to ransack the city dry of every last valuable that they could find. Like, if you go to Venice, if you go to the Saint Mark's, was it Saint Mark's Cathedral that's in Venice? Some saint. They have these lion statues that's in top of the church, of the cathedral, and they were taken I don't know if those one precisely. I think those are replicas. The real ones are kept safe in some place. But those were taken from Constantinople during the sack, because it was a brutal sack. Like buildings were destroyed, every valuable was gathered, like churches were set ablaze, art pieces were stolen, everything that wasn't valuable was just either destroyed or disregarded. In all, 900,000 pounds of silver gold coins worth of loot was taken either by the Crusaders or by the Venetians. And the Pope was furious at this, like, what the hell are you crusading against Christian cities again, dude? It was bad enough he was crusading against the Croatian cities, but you just ransacked Constantinople, dude, no. And the Pope was super ashamed and really angry, and Dandolo, but what he could do, he had already excommunicated the guy. It was the worst thing he could do. In his eyes, he was already going to hell, so he couldn't do anything about it, either militarily or divinely. So he just had to be, the Pope just had to sit back and like just cringe in horror, because I bet he must have knew what a sack would mean to the degradation of the empire and thus ascendancy of the enemies, of their enemies. Okay, so this huge sack happens, and the empire starts breaking apart. So to the west, the Despotate of Epirus rises up from some leftovers of the empire there. The Empire of Trebizond. Okay, let's get rid of here. The Empire of Trebizond, he started declaring independence from the North Anatolian coast, and what is left over of the Byzantine state coalesces in the center. So they really have less and less autonomy over it. I'll update the map a little bit later. But before we get to that, like the Bulgarians also start getting their independence back. They revolt again. They're really getting their independence back. Really reconquering, reforming the Bulgarian Empire. And in comes another Alexios. So there was this officer looking at this whole train wreck of a situation called Alexios Doukas. And he rebels, he kills... One second. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Remember when this whole crusade was to reinstall Isaac II to power? Yeah, so by the time that the Crusaders had retaken the city, the populace had already replaced Isaac II, now blinded, back to power. And the Crusaders got awkward and said, okay, you're gonna name your son co-emperor as well. And yet there stayed Isaac II and his son Alexios IV now, as the both co-emperors. But looking at this train wreck was a dude named Alexios Doukas, and he rebelled and he killed Alexios IV, and Isaac died shortly after that, and now we have Alexios V. Let's get to it. We're really getting to the end here. Second. So we had Alexios IV, the son of Alexios II, and then we have... Oh yeah, he was restored there because this guy died before he did. And then we have Alexios V Doukas. The Mortsuphilos? What the heck is that word? Anyway, nothing good or bad. Alexios V. So he took power and he didn't like Crusaders. He wanted them out. So he started being hostile to the Crusaders, trying to set fire to their ships. And the Venetians and the Crusaders weren't having any of that. So what the Crusaders did was that, okay, let's just take over the empire for ourselves and rule this as a Crusader state. And that's what they did. The Crusaders went back to Constantinople, they took it back again, they sacked it again. This time they didn't install any puppet or anything of the sort. No, instead they founded the Latin Empire. And the current map I got available here, it doesn't express how dire the situation is. Let me pull a map of the Latin Empire if I have one. Oh yeah, I do. Here we go. The Latin Empire. A Crusader state. Perhaps the most cursed of all Crusader states. So, the Venetians installed the Latin Empire with a Latin emperor, you know, with a Western name, that was Catholic, one of their puppets. I guess they did place the puppet in power. And the empire just completely disintegrated. As I said, the Empire of Trebizond up to the north there, it declared independence. The Seljuk Turks just took over the south. What was left of the Byzantine authority, It became the Empire of Nicaea, and Bulgaria just took over the Balkans again, and to the west, the Despotate of Epirus rose up. And it's pretty awful to look at. And by the way, Venice, they nibbed some islands for themselves, like Rhodes and Crete, and that island, I forgot the name, that island off to the coast of Greece, you can see in green over there. And it's pretty cursed, isn't it? Pretty awful to look at. The Fourth Crusade was the worst thing that came out of the schism, I would say. Or the Christian perspective, at least. Because this immensely empowered the Muslims to just not only retain what they had conquered in Anatolia, but prepare for more. So I'm gonna skip the 60 years of interregnum that happens after this, just because the Byzantine Empire was kind of dead at this point, and it's gonna be restored. But the 60 years up until now, nothing much happens of much consequence, so we're gonna skip. So 60 years, skip. Oh, this map's still irrelevant, I'm gonna keep it here. Right, so what happened during these last 60 years? Well, one second here, let me update this map over here, the back. Damn it. Yeah, cursed. Cursed as hell. Look at this. Ugh. So what happens during this interregnum? Let me pull the Latin Empire map again. So what happens during this interregnum was that over here in the Empire of Nicaea, eventually they get to conquer Thrace again, and they come to be ruled, especially in the Thracian part, by the grandson of Alexios III, a guy named Michael Palaiologos, the last dynasty of the empire. And Michael Palaiologos was a very competent dude, and one day he just gathers his troops and he tries to go for Constantinople. And it's the 1260 siege of Constantinople. They were just sieging there over the city, and one day, like as they were sieging Constantinople, Michael Palaiologos, he just sees an abandoned church, decrepit church out near the capital, and he goes to visit it. In this decayed state, all abandoned and forgotten to time, he finds the corpse of Basil II in a very decrepit, abandoned state. His sarcophagus all wrecked and stuff. And he recovers the corpse of Basil II and he moves it to another church. I forgot the name of that church. And he buried him there. I don't know if his corpse is still there to this day, but it might be. I didn't research that part. And the 1260 siege of Constantinople was a failure. But then, 1 year after, the Latin emperor, whoever that was, I forgot his name, he took most of his troops that safeguarded Constantinople, and he tried to secure an island off the coast that I think it was rebellious or something like that. And this left Constantinople really vulnerable, and Palaiologos saw this chance and he took it. He marched his troops to Constantinople, tried to sneak their way in. He used some underground passages to sneak into the city, his troops in, like Justinian II had done. And he took the city from within, opened the gates for his main troops, and took Constantinople. Retook it. And the Latin Emperor, by then, the Latin Empire was a complete economic mess. They kept drowning themselves in loans that they couldn't sustain themselves. And eventually the Western states like Venice, they just abandoned them, didn't support them anymore. And this is what allowed Michael Palaiologos to just take back the city. And he did. And this was the destruction of the Latin Empire and the transformation of the bigger empire of Nicaea into the restored Byzantine state. So we don't need to look at that cringe anymore. Let's update the map. God damn it. Keep making this mistake, my mind is so fried. Right here. Right here. So this is the restored Byzantine state under what the Nicaean Empire could restore. And yeah, pretty border gory, and the break-off states were still a thing. They weren't recovered yet. And yeah, it's a straight path downhill all the way from here. So let's get at it. Okay, Alexius the Fifth Doukas, we covered him. Let's get the Palaiologos Dynasty going. But yeah, these were the guys that I skipped because they didn't rule the Byzantine Empire. Let's look at them in shame over a bit. Ignore these plebs, they don't exist. Right, Michael the 8th. Michael the 8th Palaiologos. This is our guy here. Yeah, pretty bad art, but it's better than most of this time. Michael VIII took over the empire, and he celebrated a triumph when he retook Constantinople. And what did he do in the beginning of his reign? Oh yeah, he focused his troops, or little troops he had, to fight the restored Bulgarian state that was fighting the Balkans. And he tried to hold them off, and he had some success here and there. But this neglected the Nicene parts of his empire. Which, by the way, the Nicene Empire survived the Seljuk Turks because the previous rulers of the Nicene Empire were really skilled military leaders that preserved the borders. So yeah, there's that whole story over there that I had to skip. Anyway, Michael VIII focusing on the Bulgarians over there. And what happened next? Oh yeah. So Michael VIII engaging his campaigns, he tried to strengthen the army, tried to strengthen the navy, but yeah, too much focus on the Bulgars. And later he died of natural causes, and left the throne for his son, Andronikos Palaiologos. So many Andronikoses here. Let's get this in the emperor list. Second. Andronikos II Palaiologos. And all of these pictures, man, and they have the same art style. They must come from some history, like some Turkish history book, you know, where they preserve the history from the past Roman emperors that no one cared about. Byzantine Roman emperors, whatever. Andronikos II, what was his deal? Because I don't remember, man. You expect me to remember what every single Roman emperor did, like, in detail? Oh yes, it was under Alexius II Palaiologos that the Anatolian part of the empire lost. So under Andronicus II rule, which I think was a very long rule, he just let the Turks conquer all over Anatolia, and they took Nicaea, and it's also like the Beyliks on the Anatolian on Anatolia, they were ruled by the Turks. They were kind of formed the Sultanate of Rome a while back, but they kind of fragmented over time. And among the Beyliks that emerged from the corpse of the Sultanate Rome was a little Beylik led by the Ottoman family, the Ottomans. So I can't introduce the Ottomans because their early history I don't know much of, but yeah, this is where they emerge. After they conquered Anatolia and everything, there emerged the Ottomans, and they started nibbing over the corpse of the empire. We can call this a corpse by now, right? Let me see. So yes, the Turks start taking over Anatolia. Oh yeah. So like Andronicus II, he died. Yeah. Andronicus II, he died, and there was a brief civil war that broke between his widow and his best friend, John, that further crippled the empire. And you're not going to be fighting Ottomans if you're fighting yourselves, right? And not that anyone knew that the Ottomans in particular were a threat, they just thought of the Turks over there, they're taking our stuff. So John V crowns himself emperor. He won the civil war against the widow. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I remember. there was this guy here. Wait, who was Michael the Ninth? Wait, is this yeah, Michael the Ninth? 1 second, I need to check here. Did I miss a Roman emperor? Wait, let me see where the other guy comes in. Andronicus III. Ah, damn it! I confused. I confused Andronicus III with Andronicus II in my head. Ah. Okay, so Andronicus the Head, he took power. The Turks started taking over the Anatolia, Ottomans among them, and oh yeah, what Andronicus II did, his fate. 1 second. And there must be a setting that makes spamming harder. Right, back here. So, what Andronicus II did, the way that his rule ended, was that he had a civil war against his own grandson, and he was forced to retire because he lost to a monastery, and that's how he got off power. And Andronicus III took power. I have no idea who this Marco is. I think it was a relative of it. There was a Crow emperor with him. I don't know. So Andronicus III is the grandson of Andronicus II, took power. And Andronicus III, he failed to stop the Ottomans from taking over all that was left from Anatolia. Like, can we update the map? I don't recall if the update is the one. 1 second. Ugh. Hard. Harsh. Heartbreak. Yeah, this was the map by then. Andronicus III, under his rule, the empire was now this scrap of Thrace and Nicaea, Chalcedon, I guess, and this little scrap enclave of Sparta, down there in the independent Peloponnese. Yeah, we're getting to that point. What happened during Andronicus III rule beyond getting wrecked by the Turks and Ottomans? Well, nothing much. Let's see if I did miss something. Yeah, it was in Andronicus III's rule that when he died, a civil war broke off between his widow and his best friend, John. And John, as I said, a spoilery way, John won that civil war and became the next emperor. John V Palaiologos. So John V Palaiologos, what did he do? He did quite a few things, actually. So he won the civil war and crowned himself emperor, and he had to deal with multiple civil wars, like civil war here, civil war there. How the hell people can commit multiple civil wars in a state that tiny, I have no idea. Everyone with like 2 soldiers under their command must have tried to take over power. And beyond all of this mess where the Byzantines were still killing each other, still each other's throats at death's door, let's appreciate they are still killing each other at this moment. My god, dude. And yeah. Some usurpers actually temporarily succeeded to oust John V Palaiologos, but eventually he returned to power. And it was under John V's rule that the Ottomans managed to cross into Europe. And the Ottomans crossed into Europe, and they conquered Thrace from the Byzantines. So the map is even more dire than it used to be. So let's update it here. The empire isn't this. Wait. There's still a layer behind it that I forgot to turn off. So the empire isn't this anymore. It's this. The Ottomans just conquered Thrace. Battle of Kosovo. Yeah, there was a Battle of Kosovo. I mean, it's not very relevant to the Byzantine story here. But yeah, it happened. You stop spamming it. 1 second. Alright. Let's get back here to get chat back in control. Back here to the narrative. So John V Palaiologos, he just led the Ottomans take over Thrace, and yeah, there's a lot of history that happens here. There's a lot of crusades that are declared against the Ottomans. There's a lot of very pertinent history that happened to the Serbs, and that was very relevant, like the Battle of Kosovo. Like people were spamming this now, and a lot of history pertaining to the Bulgarians and everything, and the Romanians as well, like Vlach the Impaler, and no, Dracula. What was his actual name? I forgot. Vlad the Impaler, I think it was. Vlad the Third, Vlad the Fifth, I don't remember. Anyway, we're not gonna cover that story. We're focused here on what was left of the Roman Empire, those little 2 pink dots, and Thessalonica over there, 3 pink dots. So this was the Roman Empire under John V. And it was at this time that he became a vassal of the Ottomans. John V formally offered the vassalage of the Roman Empire to the Ottoman Turks, which isn't the end of the Roman Empire, but it is the time that they lost their independence, to all effect, basically. And after that, John V just died, and he was succeeded by Manuel II. Who was Manuel II though? I think it was some relative of his, because there wasn't any violent usurpation, I don't recall. Oh yeah, these were the usurpers that tried to take power from him. I didn't cover them because it's not particularly relevant. Yeah. God damn it, John VII Palaiologos. Did I get an order wrong? Just 1 second. And mind really fried. 6 hours. This might be a 7-hour stream. No, we're almost ending. 6 hours and a half. So let me check one thing. Yeah, John V, Palaiologos, those guys were mostly usurpers. I think it was his grandson, the one I was confused about. And then we get to Manuel II, Palaiologos. And the deal with Manuel II was that he knew that everything was trash, everything had gone to the gutter. And he was trying to get help from the Western states, you know, the King of France, the King of England, any Italian state, the Pope himself, and he tried to make every concession that he could. He tried to bribe them, he tried to promise them everything, and Manuel II, he really did. He went on this travel tour through the Western world, as I said, France, England, blah, blah, blah. Tried to get help. He met with the French king, he visited England personally, but no one would give him what he wanted, which was formal promises of an actual army that would help defend and retake the lost lands of the empire. So he had to return back with mostly empty hands, nothing to show for it. Some promises here and there, mostly of monetary support, but yeah, nothing to show for it, really. So, what else did he do? Oh yeah, I should mention that the Ottomans, meanwhile, they were fighting the Serbs and the Hungarians and everything, and fighting repeated crusades. They also repeatedly tried to take Constantinople, multiple sieges, trying to siege Constantinople. But they couldn't do it. It was very hard city to siege, and because of Theodosian laws and everything, the position, thanks to Constantine. And they also had to deal with like a Timur that came from the east and wrecked the Ottomans in battle. Like I think they killed the Sultan and destroyed the Ottoman army, and they had to fight a civil war to recover from that. So the Ottomans are in that state there, trying to recover from those events. And meanwhile, John V was just there, just sitting there, trying to ask for help. Not much help came though. Manuel II, at the face of the inevitable, he just chose to become a monk, and then he died. The throne was passed to his son, John VIII. John VIII was this guy, with this much better painting, because he's gonna do something that the Western painters are gonna really like. John VIII, what he did, yeah. He lost Thessalonica, for one. He lost Thessalonica to Venice, I think it was. There was a story about some dude giving it to the Venetians. I forgot the story exactly. The city may have been just given to them. And also, he did like his father did, and he traveled west asking for help. Like, dude, someone help us, the empire is falling apart. And he got the same results as his father, but before that, he formally converted, he formally submitted the Orthodox Church to the Catholic authority. He tried to give the ultimate giveaway, and okay, we give up, we will convert to Catholics and acknowledge the suzerainty of the Pope and give up to all those points that led to the schism of 1054. Just please, please, please come help us, you know? And he did. He converted, he accepted the union of the churches under Catholic dominance, and he converted himself to Catholic faith. And so did his brother, his younger brother. And after that, even though that happened, they didn't get the armies that they wanted to free Constantinople with. Multiple crusades were declared against the Ottomans, but it was never enough. The Ottomans just beat them one after the other. John. The people in Constantinople weren't fans of this, by the way. I don't think the Patriarch of Constantinople ratified this union. So this union never really did happen. So that's why the churches are still opposite these days. Still two different things. After that, John, he returned to Constantinople and he named his younger brother as his heir. His younger brother was Constantine. And John died of natural causes, and Constantine the 11th came to power. Constantine the 11th. You can see the list ends right here. What to say of Constantine the 11th? Ragaces, Palaiologos. Well, his arts is pretty shit, but we can't blame him for that. Like, we can't... that would be rubbing too much salt on the wound. Constantine the 9th Palaiologos was a Catholic Christian by that time because he converted alongside of his brother. And it was during his reign, like 2 years after he succeeded to the empire, that a certain Mehmet II came to power in the Ottoman Sultanate. And after he dealt again with all the Christians to his east and nomadic dudes to his Christians to his west and nomadic dudes to his east trying to nibble the Ottoman Empire, he concentrated his entire army, or most of his army, to siege Constantinople and take it for good. And it was an army of 80,000 men, or something of the sort, something of the scale. And he built the biggest cannons that have ever been in history to siege the city. Massive cannons that have never been outdone again, I don't think. Let me read some details. The final part, the end of the stream, gotta get this right. Yeah, so here starts the siege of Constantinople. The final siege of Constantinople. End the stream, please. No, dude. We're getting through this. You open your arm, we're gonna be addressing this wound. So the siege started. Let's get that map again of Constantinople. So the siege started. Imagine a bunch, 80,000 Ottoman Turks sieging the city, and the Ottomans, they had this thing about the Janissaries, in which they forced like families, Christian families from their conquered territories to give up their sons, and they castrated them and forced them to grow up, be trained as elite soldiers. So those were the Janissaries. They were slave elite soldiers. It's kind of a interesting mix there. Very cruel, by the way. But anyway, I'm told that they did get eventually a lot of power in the end and become a nuisance unto themselves. But anyway, the Janissaries were a thing, and they led the the assault here on Constantinople, sieging the walls. And of course, he had a massive fleet sieging it as well. And there are many videos, great videos that people talk about the fall of Constantinople, the siege and how it happened, what it meant. Let's go over everything here. So the Turks started firing those massive cannons at the walls, and they were huge. They needed 3 hours to reload, I'm told. And they started damaging the walls, but nothing too out of the ordinary. And what Mehmet did to take over the Golden Horn, as like the Venetians had once did, instead of taking over the forts that guarded the chain, that guarded the channel, he transported by land the ships of the Ottoman fleet all over the land. So, you know, the little strip of land there in the Golden Horn? He transported them over land to land into the to get to the Golden Horn. And now he had this fleet that demanded the attention of more troops inside the city. And yeah, now it split the garrison of the city in the two halves. The next step, yeah, multiple assaults on the walls are made. The Ottomans tried to take the land walls and the Venetian walls. They got repelled quite a few times, and the assault on the sea walls, of course, because they were weaker and tried to demand the attention of the besieged. And eventually, after multiple assaults, the Janissaries led a charge through one of the breached gates, and they took a tower in the Theodosian walls. And this led to an Ottoman charge that breached through the city. The panic started to ensue. The defenders tried to hold it back, but most were trying to flee. And so, what Constantine IX did at the face of the imminent loss of the city, he gave this speech. God forbid that I should live as an emperor without an empire. As my city falls, I will fall with it. Whosoever wishes to escape, let him save himself if he can. And whoever is ready to face death, let him follow me. He gave this speech, and he led whatever troops that would follow him into the breach. And he died, presumably. His corpse was never found. The emperor died, and with his death, what was left of the city's defenses fell as well, and the Ottomans took over Constantinople. This was the fall of the Roman Empire, or the Byzantine Empire. We should get into their arguments, right? Was this really the Roman Empire, or just a separate Greek kingdom? Because remember, Frederick Barbarossa just called this the Greek kingdom. He didn't call this the Roman Empire, and barely outside of the empire really did, except the Muslims. The Muslims recognized them as such. Yeah, what you say about the fall of the Roman Empire? Well, it really dragged on. Really dragged on. Yeah, you think this over 6 hour stream is long, man? Try dragging out for 800 years between the Muslim conquests and all the way up to now. Yeah, it was a very slow, painful death. Very, very painful. And it was one territory at each time. Some reconquests happened. It was kind of like a bear market, you know? The trend is to go down, but sometimes it goes up, but then it's a bull trap and it goes hard down yet again. Basil II was the biggest bull trap, and it went really hard after him, didn't it? God. And this is the end. This is the end of the narrative. The end of the Roman narrative that I've been focusing on. Second here. It's time to drag that picture, that one picture. Yes. Fall of Constantinople. It's really sad, especially for the first time that you read about these events. There are some stories about betrayal, about when Venetians or some dudes try to give up the gates of the city and let Ottomans in. There are plenty of stories, but what I said was the broad strokes of the event. Second here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get It. Wait, let's update it for a final time. Yeah, at one point they came to conquer the Peloponnese. I don't recall how exactly, but that did happen. And there. There's no more emperors. They're all dead. By 1479, all of the Roman Empire and every single successor state that could possibly claim some leftover legitimacy had fallen. The Roman Empire had unequivocally been destroyed. It was gone. And 1 second. Things about to reflect about the Grand Roman narrative we've been talking about. It was really a pleasure to go over the Roman narrative over these 2.5 years and portray them in a very biased way. As I said in the beginning of the stream, the video that I was trying to make that followed the video from Heraclius, it was a failure. It was very pretty and I tried a lot of stuff, but it was a failure. So it was a failure for technical reasons. I couldn't get it done for some other reasons, and it wasn't the way forward, and it was really killing me in a lot of ways. So I'm gonna continue making videos. I'm not dead, as you can see. But I wanted to give everyone me covering the conclusion to the Grand Roman narrative. I keep calling it that, the Roman narrative, the unbiased Roman narrative, and it's really meant a lot. You know, it's a great history. The founding of Rome all the way to here. It was continued rule, you know, from the conquests of Pompey the Great all the way up to the Fourth Crusade. It was continually ruled up until then. So if you want to discuss whether the Byzantine Empire was the Roman Empire, I think that's just a philosophical question more than anything else. It's just a ship of Theseus question to me. Like, how much do you need to change something until it stops being that thing that it once was? Like, Rome started as this pagan militaristic empire, and then it became Christian, and then it lost the West, and then it divided in two, it lost the West. And it started losing province after province after province. It reformed how it managed the provinces, the theme system. It had new enemies. It had a new very Christian identity, a very Greek Christian identity, and province after province was lost. At what point did it stop becoming the Roman Empire? I don't have an answer to that. As I said, it's a thing for philosophers. I think that there's very strong claims to claim that the empire by then was very much a different entity from the great Roman Empire that once was. But dude, it's still, at the very least, up until the Fourth Crusade, when the continuity of rule was stopped, the strictly legal technical argument was that it was the Roman Empire. And it's a very strong argument. But yeah, it's an event that people that know history know really well, the fall of Constantinople, because it has repercussions for everyone. Like the Turks, for example, it's the foundation of their state, you know, the Ottoman Empire. And for everyone of the Orthodox faith, it's this tragedy. Everyone that's Russian Orthodox or Romanian or Serbian or Bulgarian, you know. The fall of Constantinople, huge tragedy, especially what it meant, you know, a rise of the Ottomans that would come to conquer them and cause them so much pain. What else can be said? The West, there are videos that are made about this from other YouTubers. They talk about the reaction that the West had to the fall of Constantinople. It was mostly muted. As I said, the relations weren't very good, even with the union of the churches that the emperor sanctioned, but the populace didn't. And it's hard not to see the fall of Constantinople as just this very frail light that was finally extinguished through immense attrition and pressure given into it after this long time of once burning very bright but increasingly burning fainter and fainter. It's the story of entropy, you know? It's kind of a Dark Soulsy take on the fall of Constantinople. It atrophies away and eventually dies with a whimper. yeah, so this stream is plenty long enough. In the future, I'm gonna be trying to make some new kinds of videos, and there's a video that I want to make, I really want to get off of my head to follow this one. That's, no, I'm just gonna try something different, something new, right? But this was the Roman narrative, as I said, it's concluded. Because it's the way that I could conclude it. Yeah, that's it. Thanks everyone for watching the stream. And I guess I'll just look at some chats here for last time. Super chats. Thanks for all the super chats. The following decades, the Ottomans would be walking to Wallachia, Moldova, and Albania. Yes, they would. What are the idea of making an unbiased alternate history? It's like alternate history hub. Alternate history isn't much of my thing. Not very skilled at it. I can't. To me, like I just keep thinking of the butterfly effect. You change one tiny thing on history, you can't possibly predict what happens next. I have that bias. Other people don't have it, and good for them. But that's where I stand. It's hard, very hard to predict. Yeah. Imagine dying to humans. Okay. Alright, so thanks everyone for watching this stream. It was very important to make it, even though I have no skill or experience doing live streams. It's really great to have like 1,000 people watching. I thought a couple of hundred would turn up, but hey, you did. You came up. And also wish well to everyone watching the VOD. This is going to be publicly available, of course. And I don't think I have much else to say. Just read some comments. Did everyone like the stream? And can I get a review? I know it was really damned long, but it had to be long for what I had to cover. And I wanted to get that off my chest, you know? I couldn't do it in the video, so I wanted to do it here. Cover everything. And end the whole thing. Let's see the reactions. Okay, people seem that they liked it. Besides those cars making a lot of noise, I need to handle that. I don't think there was any major issues to the stream. It's pretty cool. And I might do it more streams in the future. Nothing this crazy again, or only when I get much more skilled at it, or I get hosts or something. But yeah, thanks a lot for the support. I'm glad that the stream was good and people liked it. I'm glad to have concluded everything I had to say about Rome and the Empire, and I'm eager to go on to other topics, you know? Go on to new frontiers, and I hope that people will go with me or give a chance on that front. Alright? Okay. Thanks everyone for the support, donations, comments, liked, everything. This is it. Right? And I'll see you later.